Hello, short stack goblins. Why are you guys talking about that? That's an old... Oh, it's because one of the chatters is called that. Hey, good one. Nice. Excuse me. How are we? What's going on? Woo! You want me to change my debate time to Eastern? Hang on. You see, Luigi might be in... He's in court today, isn't he? He's making an appearance. Although I don't think he's actually started yet. Okay, but... Where's my Venezuelan war? Bro, it's I've been looking at it. It looks like I don't know. I don't know. So far, I'm gonna put it solid because I've done some research. I'm gonna put it a solid 50-50, guys. 50-50 chance that America has to go to war with Venezuela. Is that all right? At a good measured conservative estimate? 50-50? We like 50-50s here, don't we? We are talking to a Vosh clone today. Don't call him that. That's mean. He's his own bloke. And as far as I can tell, his debating style is actually not that similar to Vosh's. So he's a lot more civil. To be fair, I've only seen him debate one person. Maybe when he's more confident or when he's got more at stake, he goes mental. Who the fuck knows? Ugh. How embarrassing if you're wrong and it's the other 50. That's true. That's freakishly true. Oh, yeah. But what I want to... Fucking cables! What's going on there? Oh. Nothing. Big deal. Do I need to... The White House is distancing itself from the second strike. I did see that. I did see that. Yeah. Well, they're trying to pin it on some fucking admiral, but they're also saying what he did was based. Yeah. I mean, that's not the worst thing. That's not the biggest... It's not the biggest back off, is it? It is one of the worst things, but it's not... It's not like a total retreat. Why were people wanting me to watch Pisco and Counterpoints? Hang on. Does anyone have that video? That's from October. That's ages ago. Were they talking on... Where are they talking? Hang on. Was it on one of those... Live, perhaps? No, because his streams are members only. Fuck, I should start doing that, shouldn't I? Just paywall the shit out of you guys. Come on, where... Did anyone know where this debate was? Where they were screaming at each other? About lefty stuff? Was it GOP collapse? That's a 2-hour debate.
Oh, there's human beings who are dying all over the world because of my actions. It does not compute. I've talked to these people about what's happened. It does.
What are we talking about here? What are these? Scheduling debate. Okay. Why does Connor like Ron DeSantis? That's weird. Is he still relevant? Does he have any? This is all MAGA stuff. Comparing socialists and Nazis. Oh no. You linked it in the stream a couple of days ago. Nah. There it is. This might be relevant to my debate
Gavin
in an
Newsom,
hour.
I'm happy he's abundance pilled, okay? And if he shuts the fuck up about guns and he's abundance pilled and that's what he hits on, then I'll probably vote for him. over JD Vance, but it depends on what the left wing is doing. As an example, I am deeply fucking uncomfortable with the level to which you, Hutch, the Bulwark, Tim Miller, Kamala Harris, all these motherfuckers. I am uncomfortable to the point that you guys are willing to either glaze, socialize, normalize socialists, decommodification of basic human needs, and workers owning the means of production. I don't give a fuck if they're Democratic.
I don't give a fuck.
They are anti-capitalist pieces of shit. And so the fact that you guys are like, we need to build a coalition between Connor, the science fiction guy who likes the free market, but he also likes individual freedom, freedom of conscience, and the Constitution.
The thing is like, I would easily say any fucking day of the week that like right-wing people like Connor, who are still within the confines of a liberal democracy, right? Because Connor's right-wing, right? He's a conservative dude, but he doesn't want to get rid of fucking checks and balances and the power of the Supreme Court and the deference to Congress, and he doesn't want too much executive. Like he's a fucking institutionalist, right? I would rather one of these NatSec institutionalist, back to basic values, conservative fucking with liberal democracy guy. I'd rather have that over any fucking like socialist revolutionary, whatever the fuck. But the problem is that there are none of these guys left. These guys don't exist. These fucking Nikki Haley Republicans they're done. These Mitt Romneys they're fucking dead, man. They're gone. There's none of them. I don't blame Democrats for thinking, well, like, what's the point in trying to appeal to that shit? Like, they don't exist. They're dead. He's the last one.
The United States, but we also need him to be okay with a fucking socialist. It's not going to happen. And if you run a socialist, or if you run somebody who's pandering to socialists, it's not going to fucking happen. Electorally, I want to punish you for that action. The same way that I electorally punished the right for normalizing Christian nationalists.
Damn. Everyone gets less votes. Let's go. And they all get eaten up by Jill Stein.
These guys, man.
Hold on. I want you to understand.
Feudalists.
I view Hassan Piker and Nick Fuentes as the same guy.
Oh, no.
I view them as the same guy on opposite sides of the spectrum. That's genuinely how I view these people.
Wow.
Okay. Do you view him on...
Connor voted Kamala IRs. Yeah, I know he did. Yeah, he was fucking with us when we were canvassing. Of course he voted Democrat. Because again, although he might align more with conservative values, he would rather... He prefers the Republic to Trump. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Makes perfect sense.
Donnie the same as Nick Fuentes?
I view Mamdani as Hassan Piker in the closet.
So the answer is yes, therefore?
Shit!
No, he has the shame to be in the closet. I view Mamdani as JD Vance.
Help me out there, because you're willing to vote for JD Vance but not Mamdani.
Because JD Vance doesn't come out and say, I hate Jews. He said, as a matter of fact, he's probably like a Zio shell. And he's also not a racist.
Oh, no.
He's not like he might be an anti-black racist, but he's not an anti-Indian racist. We know that.
He just fosters
I view JD Vance as a
thing is, right, and here's the massive fucking difference, and people like Connor won't understand this, right, because they don't have the zoomed out perspective of a lowly Scottish observer. When right-wingers come into power in America, they go fucking mental. They get worse. When Mamdani comes into power, he talks about how he spoke to some Jews and he was like, oh, actually, intifada, that actually is probably not the best word to say. It's probably quite problematic. And then he goes and fucking hangs out with Trump. And he goes from defund the police down to, yeah, let's try these policies that are already being tried in other states with social workers. Like, you understand what happens here, right? AOC and shit. When these guys get power, they get pulled in because the Democratic Party and just, I guess, the tenor of the Democratic dialogue just manages to reel them in, to coax them into a more reasonable position. Whereas when right-wingers get into power, they just get worse. So okay.
Number one, I'll go back to the fact that I think he's a political opportunist. But to the degree that he is like a post-liberal, an anti-liberal, like because he said that before in like briefings and shit, to the degree that he's a post-liberal, I think that he is infinitely more tepid than Curtis Yarvin or Nick Fuentes. He is a tepid, palatable version of an extremist ideology. I think Mamdani is a tepid, palatable version of an extremist ideology.
Of someone like Fuentes.
Yeah, Fuentes is the extreme version. Hassan Piker is the extreme version.
Mamdani is Muslim.
What does that have to do with anything?
He has a beard.
Well, that seems to be pretty counter to Christian nationalism. Mamdani is pro-gay. Mamdani is not anti-Semitic. You think he is?
Yeah, I would say that. I think that's like populist opportunism, and also Hassan Piker is all those things. What about it?
I never want to hear another thing about anti-Semitism from people who take the position that you just did.
Whoa.
I never want to hear another word about anti-Semitism from people who are going to make a comparison as between Fuentes, who is talking about the problems of world Jewry and how it's not an Israel problem, it's a Jewish problem. And, you know, to the extent that they support Israel, they should be sent out of the country. And basically,
to who? Are you going to say Mamdani?
Comparing to Mamdani or Hassan. When has Hassan said something even 1% of that?
Hassan was denying the rapes on October 7, 2023.
I would say this about some right-wing anti-Semites, but when it comes to Fuentes, maybe with some right-wingers who have anti-Semitic leanings, you could draw comparisons or draw closer equivalencies, because a typical, say, like right-wing anti-Semite wouldn't generally support the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas, or so you maybe say that, like, well, they do some things worse and some things less bad, but I don't know, it's ironic because the arguments that I hear from Jews who try to compare Hassan and Fuentes or Cenk and Fuentes, when I hear people doing that, they're doing it for the same reason that Malcolm X hated liberals more than segregationists, right? Because he saw the liberals as a fox, the ones who pretended to be your friend and the ones who would like rein you in and give you a false sense of security and go behind your back and enable all the worst people, but just kind of like whilst keeping a low profile. It's funny that they do that. If you want to understand the Jewish animosity towards far left people, just watch how Malcolm X talks about liberals.
And saying that there's no evidence for them despite
Like
reading a UN report.
Not that I agree with it. It's just that's how they think.
That says that we have like eyewitness testimony, we have victim testimony, we have the autopsies of people who were shot in the back of the head and had their genitals burned, and we found a bunch of women tied to various stop signs in trees with their panties pulled down under their legs and their arms tied around these objects. And he was like, "Oh yeah, but they didn't get semen samples, so the rape didn't happen."
Okay, people who say that shit, like that you would, this quote, because I've heard this before, like the direct and circumstantial evidence point, which are really, really stupid points. There is direct evidence. Indirect evidence is only just like testimony of it. And there are
that's
people
so true. I said that. Fuck yeah. Lawyer. Let's go.
Who testify to that effect. But I don't understand. So because he takes this view that these are the notion of mass as a tool of war or something, that's the claim, right? That this is like as a mass event, something like that, right? That this was a coordinated, attempted, volitional.
Yeah, he wants to say it's anecdotal.
Well, hang on a second. So you're saying that his view on that, which I don't know what he said, and I'm not here to defend people who do this kind of quibbling about direct circumstantial evidence, and I would need to have the video proof of this or that, which by the way I would consider to be circumstantial. I basically think anything that isn't like direct witness testimony is circumstantial evidence. People will say things like only direct evidence matters when some of the strongest evidence, DNA is circumstantial evidence. It's not direct evidence. It's circumstantial evidence.
Very
So
true.
all that shit is fucking stupid. But you're comparing that view.
I said that. People got fucking furious because the snarkers on when I said this on Ethan Klein's show, people were really angry with that. No, that's 100% true.
Has to do with like, have they proved to your satisfaction or to Hassan's satisfaction the existence of mass coordinated as an intentional tool and strategy on October 7th? And you're saying that is comparable in terms of its anti-Semitism to Nick Fuentes's explicit anti-Semitism regarding world Jewry.
Even we could even shift it away from anti-Semitism, because I don't think I moral frog about anti-Semitism too much, because oftentimes it's like conflated with anti-Zionism. So I don't even know if I moral frog about it that much. The terrorism apologia that Hassan Piker does is repugnant enough. I don't even like I'm really not trying to shift away from the argument. If you want a concession that Nick Fuentes is a virulent anti-Semite, and that is categorically different to be an anti-Zionist, and you think that anti-Zionism is philosophically more defensible, and that Hassan Piker denying mass but maybe making evidentiary concessions to anecdotes of that Nick Fuentes is worse in reference to anti-Semitism, I could concede that in my point.
Yeah, it's not even arguable, right? Because look at all the comments when. By the way, I'm not Jewish.
It doesn't matter.
I just want to say I'm not Jewish. I was baptized in the Catholic Church. I'm Hispanic, and notwithstanding that, whenever there are people, repliers saying "shut up, Jew," things like that, do I think where are those coming from? Are the "shut up, Jew" comments or
is Connor going to do the argument about trying to, because if you're trying to salvage Connor's position here, you have to do your distinction between the overt and the indirect anti-Semitism, because it's not even really covert. It's like these people genuinely don't even think they have any issue with Jews. They don't think they're disproportionate towards Jews, or they don't think they have a undue special interest in the affairs of people when they're Jewish. Like that's kind of where Jews are coming from when they talk about left-wing anti-Semitism. But I don't know if Connor's going to do it. Is he going to do it?
Whatever, the Happy Merchant memes, are they coming from the super far left communities? Most of the time they're coming from the Groyper communities. And this guy is actually close to power
on this issue, though.
He's close to power in a way
I feel like you're blind on this issue. Right. Sorry, real quick. They're not going to say "shut up, Jew." They're going to say "shut up, Zionist." But then within the same breath or the same paragraph or the same video essay, they're going to say 80 to 90% of Jews and 98% of Jews in Israel and 80 to 90% of Jews in the diaspora are Zionists. So they're not saying all Jews, because they have 20% of the diaspora population and 2% of the Israeli population that are anti-Zionist. So they're not talking about all Jews. They're just talking about 80% of the diaspora population and 98% of the Israeli population. And they'll use that as an invective insult.
So, I mean, that's interesting, because I heard you just then say that JD Vance is like a Zio shill. Did you say that?
I think so.
Was that you?
Check, was that sure most of the Trump admin
is piece called "Defending Anti-Semitism on the Left"? God, I don't know if I realize that there are some people who there are people who come into this audience and they they need a bit of re-education. I'm not joking. No, he's not defending anti-Semitism on the left. He's saying it's not as bad as what exists on the right. Maybe worst case, he thinks it doesn't exist. Like he doesn't think it's there, or he's downplaying it. He's not defending it. Jesus.
Zio shell.
Was that you signaling a dislike and disdain for Jewish people and conflating that issue? What were you doing there?
No, I think that there's an actual. I think there's a legitimate difference between Zionism and being a Jew. And I think that the 20%, if you called that 20% of diaspora Jews and that 1 to 2% of Israeli Jews Zionists, they would actually just definitionally not be the case. So I think there actually is a categorical difference. And then also Zio shill, what I'm trying to communicate there is that there are things that Israel does that are definitely criticizable, that would be criticized of any other nation state. And yet it seems like there are Americans who are either paid or politically incentivized to never criticize the state of Israel. And that's what I just want to be clear.
So when you call someone a Zio shill, you're not being anti-Semitic. That's correct. Yeah.
Oh God, man. People, when it comes to identifying bigotry, I feel like maybe I'm crazy. Maybe because when you're identifying bigotry, there are sort of different signifiers that are recognized when it comes to different groups. So if we're looking for individual terms that might signify that someone is racist, right? Obviously, the N word is there. If someone's saying the N word hard R, even soft A, is a fucking white person, you can probably like infer context wise that they're going to be that this person is racist, right? When it comes to calling, like we have slurs for Pakistanis or Chinese, right? So we've got these words in existence, and we have lots of shortcuts to tell if someone is being bigoted because we tend to not really see any contextual use of that word to refer to those people unless it's a bigoted way. So it's quite easy there. When it comes to Jews, it's kind of the opposite. And it's because, have you ever noticed that despite how sensitive Israelis are about anti-Semitism, and even even a lot of diaspora Jews are about seeing anti-Semitism where other people wouldn't see it, I feel like they are also the minority group that cares the least about terms, about like 1 or 2 word things, right? I think if you were an Israeli and you heard someone talking about a Republican as a Zio shill, like calling it like and saying that they'd vote for them for this, like this person's anti-Israel, I'm not really that keen on him, but this person's more of a Zio shill, so I'd maybe support him. Like, I don't think they care about terms like that. They would probably be more triggered if you called them like Lebensraumists or even just a colonizer would probably be more triggering to them than supporting someone and saying that they're a Zioshil, right? So it's just there's different nuances with these when it comes to different groups.
Myself, so I didn't have the ability to answer. I don't care if I'm being anti-Semitic.
I didn't ask if you're being. I didn't ask if you cared about being anti-Semitic.
I don't think I'm being anti-Semitic. I wouldn't be surprised if some people called me anti-Semitic.
But to be honest, your view is that you're not being anti-Semitic when you.
I don't think I have an antipathy. I don't think I have an antipathy towards Jewish people. No. If anything, I'm like a philo-Semite. I probably give Jews too much of a pass.
Whoa, is this better now? Hello, testing 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Yeah, you sound good now.
Okay, so where were we? What I was saying was, you don't think you're being anti-Semitic when you call the sitting vice president a Zioshil, and if Hassan were to say the same thing about, just say for instance, Ethan Klein, or to say for instance Chuck Schumer, do you think that would be anti-Semitic under your lights?
Kind of. And the reason why specifically, if you'll indulge me a second, Ethan Klein has said that he wants a 2-state solution. He said that he doesn't endorse the war crimes of the IDF. He said that he wants the IDF to withdraw from Gaza and the West Bank. He says that he not only condemned...
J.D. Vance has criticized Israel. J.D. Vance has said that we need to take a more America First policy, and that we can't be pushed around.
The America First policy, that's a problem.
Praised Donald Trump for not being pushed around by Israel. J.D. Vance has signaled in the past that he's more critical of Israel than Donald Trump. So you can make all these
hypothetically. Or are you saying this actually?
These are all true things I just said.
Number one, I don't know if those things are true. Number two, I would say that Ethan Klein, in my opinion, has about the only. It's not even a sane position, because he actually has argued in the past that he thinks that West Bank settlers, even civilians, even women and children, can be treated as military targets.
I really don't know where this conversation is going. They were talking about Republican technocrats, and they've ended up.
So I actually think that Ethan Klein actually has almost an extreme He has
he's an anti-Zionist,
of an anti-Israel position that you can have while still supporting the general existence of Israeli state. And so I think calling him a Zioshel is, I think it's fucked up, regardless of whether or not you call it anti-Semitic. Actually, you know what? I do think it's anti-Semitic. You're taking somebody who's potentially an ally, and you're calling them as bad as someone who wants to annex the West Bank and annex Gaza. Yeah, I think that's fucked up, hypocritical, anti-Semitic. Yes.
I don't think that's entailed by saying Zioshil. I mean, I think that people might mean different things when they say Zioshil or calling people, supporters of of Zionism or whatever.
But right, it's like getting paid in order to espouse beliefs that you might not believe. It's like a perverse incentive.
What's your evidence that JD Vance is getting paid by Zionists?
He might not be getting paid, but I think there's political incentive.
I mean, Trump is getting paid by Zionists. Would you call
Trump definition? Sorry, real quick. I just want to make sure that I'm using this word correctly. An accomplice of a hawker, gambler, or swindler who acts as an enthusiastic customer to entice or encourage others. So yeah, I don't even necessarily know if it's like really financial.
I might describe Trump as a Zionist. I might describe Trump as a Zionist shill in that he's literally taking money.
You can call Trump a Zogger. It's a Zogaloid.
Okay, so we agree that there's. If you are taking money, so for example, if you're taking a great deal of money from pro-Zionist institutions, you would be comfortable calling that Zionist shillism for any politician?
I would say money or political clout, because I don't think it just has to be money. But yeah, if you're like an enthusiastic Israeli propagandist who cannot bring yourself to criticize the state of Israel, then yeah, I think that Zioshill, while it might be a derogatory term, it's probably an accurate term.
Okay. Well, this is
what a strange conversation. What is political power?
What do you think power is?
It's well, if you're going to ask Judith Butler, power is an agreement. It's a performance that we all agree to engage in. If a judge passes a sentence, nothing happens. Nothing happens without the consent of the bailiff and the people in the surrounding area, in the town, I guess, and the police officers and the jailers, and to a degree, even the convict. Like, sometimes they'll arrest. They'll resist, right? Yeah, power is an agreement. It's something that we agree on. It's a role play. It's like LARPing. We're all just LARPing. That's what power is. That's the Judith Butler perspective on power. Power comes out of the barrel of a gun. That's Mao. And it's also just, I guess, common sense. Whatever.
It depends on the context in which you're using it. When we're talking about
political power, what do you think political power is?
Yeah, an understanding of and
a gentleman's
so
agreement.
An understanding of power, I take that to be a comprehension and apprehension of what it takes to get and your desires enforced in society.
Okay. And how do you enforce your desires in society?
Through various different mechanisms, depending on whatever governmental system you have, including passing laws, ordering people with guns, getting money extracted.
Boring.
There's
I want to hear
very
Connor's
different ways.
theory.
It's a broad
where power
concept,
comes from.
and different governments sort of enforce the desires of the leader in different ways.
Okay, so when those mechanisms fail, what enforces those mechanisms?
If the mechanisms fail, I think by definition, there's a contradiction there. If a mechanism fails, how do you enforce a mechanism that's failed? Do you mean, how do you enforce those?
If somebody resists arrests or doesn't pay their taxes willingly, how do you get them to pay their taxes? How do you get them incarcerated and in front of a judge?
You force them.
Okay, so we at least got there. Okay, so force. Okay,
yeah, but it doesn't require a specific.
Pulls all the strings of power.
Thank you for the 1999. Very true. Really appreciate that. Also, there is a goal, chat. Thank you for reminding me that there is a super chat's goal. Contribute to it in your own time, but also as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Knowledge of the ways in which forces applied at the micro level. That's not the like sort of means of power or like the analysis that we're talking about, or I didn't understand that you'd be talking about, is like power in the sense of operational capacity and use of firearms directly. Usually when we're talking about politicians and we're speaking of power, we're talking more of like the institutional power or the ability to get people who do know how to do that thing to like work for you. Like we have a lot of fatties and old people and people who never seen a gun or held a gun are able to wield political power, right? Like Nancy Pelosi wielded political power. She didn't need to know like the 5 gun safety rules or whatever.
Sure. But I think Nancy Pelosi and any politician, and this is actually like a frustration that I have with anti-gun people across the entirety of the political spectrum. is that ultimately, like at the end of the day, if everything falls apart, then you have to deal with the micro levels of force. So when you're talking about taxes not coming in, you have to send law enforcement in order.
Is this like a controversial take? He's talking about just the fact that there's like, why does the state have power? Can a state have power without monopoly over the means of violence? Probably not. Not really. No. The state has less power if there are a bunch of gangs running around or militias, warlords, crime rings. They don't have policing power. What? Pretty straightforward. Political power comes out the barrel of a gun.
Enforce taxation. When people aren't obeying legislation, you have to send law enforcement in order to enforce it. If you're being invaded, you have to have a military that repels an invasion. If you have a riot or if you have anything like that, then you have to have some form of security apparatus, whether that's militia or whether that's law enforcement.
Granted. I'll grant that.
When collaboration fails, you have to understand force. And what I think is missing from the private arms component is that, again, I would recommend you read Federalist 29 and you read Federalist 46.
I've read all the Federalist papers.
Hold on, I want to finish this. This is important.
This is why the Supreme Court's got a problem, right? Because they have neither purse nor sword.
The whole conception of the Second Amendment, the whole conception of Federalist 29 and Federalist 46 is that we are a society that is capable of collaboration and competition, and power must be balanced. Power cannot be concentrated in an individual institution. Power cannot be collected in a single political body or even a single security apparatus. Power must check power. And so the ultimate check against government power is an intelligent, educated, armed, capable populace. And what it sounds like when liberals talk about gun control, they're not saying, hey, let's become more competent. Let's become more educated. Let's be more capable of force. Let's understand force and violence more desperately. It's more of, I want to ignore this part of the human condition because I don't like it because it's uncomfortable.
Has this ever happened before? Has there ever been a state that's just had to kind of start making concessions because a bunch of the people were armed? Like, all else equal, just like they're just armed citizens out for their own interests, and that's why the state does less. What the fuck? How? Yes. I mean, if there's like a coup, but usually that involves like militias and militaries, and they're often foreign backed as well. Even when we have like these kind of citizens uprisings when people are armed, it's quite often, and that quite often happens when they have foreign backing as well.
And the fact that we have people in power like Gavin Newsom, the fact that we have people in power like Joe Biden, Mr. Put 2 buckshot rounds through your front door so the bad guy doesn't come in, they don't understand the micro level of violence, and therefore they misapply the macro level of violence. I'm sorry, real quick. When Joe Biden says,
don't cartels in Mexico control parts of the government? Cartels have money as well as arms, yeah, but cartels, the same with like mafia gangs, their seizure of political power kind of begins and ends, I believe, with them enriching themselves. Like, just it's like corruption. Like they also depend on a level of complacency or corruption from the state. Is that what he's talking about, though?
oh, you think private arms are going to do anything? You have to compete with F-15s. He doesn't understand violence. That's the leader of the free world. That's important.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think Mark Kelly understands violence. And I think that Gavin Newsom wants to create a more miseducated population. So if there is a right-winger who understands these things and is going to have better technocratic policy, I'm going to vote for them. If you want me to vote in some fucking soy-wristed F-slur who doesn't understand power, I'm not going to.
J.D. Vance, he understands power because he's had military training, I guess.
I mean, he's a former Marine. He's a pogue. But yeah,
being a former Marine does not help you understand political power. Are you fucking mental? What's he talking? What the fuck?
He probably understands the micro level of power relatively well.
Wow.
In that he's able to wield a gun. And you don't think that...
Not that. He probably also
you know that Tim Walz was a firearms instructor He was a sharpshooting instructor.
Nah, but he's soy. He's like a soy gun guy.
Okay. When you're talking about this, like, I could write you a fucking 10-page thesis paper on violence, like right now. And we could talk about like small arms squad tactics, combined arms warfare. We could talk about close air support. We could talk about insurgency tactics. We could talk about infantry. We could talk about maneuver warfare. We could talk about logistics. We could talk about all this kind of shit. You don't need to know all that in order to be president, but you should understand at least the basic level of where force emanates from.
Got it. We have a big super chat from Doobie again. Power, this is a quote. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. Mao and Connor, apparently. It seems like Connor thinks power lies with the people ordered to kill rather than the ones giving the orders. So he ironically doesn't understand power in the modern world. Response?
No, incorrect. Once again. So Game of Thrones parable. There's a sellsword, there's a priest, and there's a king. And the sellsword is told by the king, hey, kill the other two, and a merchant, if I didn't mention the merchant. The merchant says, hey, kill the other two, I'll give you more gold than you've ever seen in your entire life. The king says, kill the other two, and I'll give you lands, titles, I'll give you a princess, I'll give you endless amounts of political power. The priest says, kill the other two, and I'll make sure that you get into heaven. Who does the sellsword kill and why?
You asking me? I mean, I know the answer that Varys gives.
What? Okay, tell the chat the answer that Varys gives.
He says, power's a trick. He doesn't even answer the question. It's a illusion. It's a shadow on the wall.
No.
Power resides where one believes it resides.
Power is where people believe it resides.
Okay, but like,
if you believe it resides in the Constitution of the United States, it resides in the Constitution of the United States. If it resides with Donald Trump, it resides with Donald Trump. If it resides in the barrel of a gun, it resides in the barrel of a gun. The gun is the check against the other ones.
Yeah, but you can't really will. You have to. The difference between with the barrel of the gun is that you can't really disagree with it having power because it'll kill you. You can't will the bullet out of your body. Okay.
You think that's the conclusion that you draw from that?
I mean,
scene?
it's where the
sellsword. The sellsword has all the power. Isn't the whole point? No, isn't the whole point of that power?
Power is where you believe it to be,
right? So, and that's not necessarily the one who's has the sword or the gun in this case. Another super chat says, so Connor doesn't take into consideration character at all for JD, but gives it positive weight for Kelly. Why not evenly apply the judgment with respect to character?
Because then I would have to
be consistent.
70%. I would have to disclude 70% of the Republican Party.
If that is the answer, so be it.
And also, I couldn't have voted for Kamala Harris.
Why? She has way better character than Trump.
She has way better character than Trump. That doesn't mean that she's necessarily a good person.
Okay. Doobie,
I'm not. I love Connor, but he's very out there sometimes. It's very difficult to get a hold of. All right,
let's start with Gaza.
What's going on here?
Because we're at a kind of watershed moment, aren't we? That we have the ceasefire in place, and we can start to take account.
It's been a while since I've heard from the Israeli opposition in English-speaking media.
Let's show you some pictures our team took inside Gaza last week.
Oh, yeah.
And I just want to get your response.
The British have stopped the actual intel, the government's intel missions. The British government Jesus Christ, the British military is not doing intel missions in Gaza anymore. Okay, yes.
Because,
I think this is Sky.
We've seen the drone pictures, but it is profoundly shocking, isn't it, to look at that?
Yes, of course.
Devastating. What goes through your head
and
your
devastating,
heart when you see those pictures?
and without getting into the important questions of who is to be blamed for this, it is part of the problem we had with the Arkan government is the fact that they were reluctant to say, we are sorry to see people's lives shattered this way, especially when children are dying. This happened because of Hamas going into Israel on October 7th. This is happening because of Hamas using his own people as human shield. And you have to understand that underneath this horrible sights is Hamas city in which everybody is fine. They send their own people up there to get killed and they stay down using them as human shield. But still, this is, of course...
But when we look at these pictures, I mean, those are homes, aren't they? Those are where people
this is
used
what
to live,
war
at
looks
least.
like. This is what war looks like.
Do you think the IDF went too far, though?
No, I think the IDF was fighting for our lives. I think people need to remember.
Yes, this is Yair Lapid. Yes, Israeli opposition leader.
This started on October 7th when we were massacred, the worst massacre against Jews since the World War II, since the Holocaust. And we didn't want this war. We were engaged in this war because we were protecting ourselves and because we had to get rid of Hamas. Otherwise, it will happen to us again. This is what war...
When is the date for the legislative election? It's next year, isn't it? They have one more year. Jesus Christ. Because they had like 4 elections in 2 years, and now they've had a huge gap. 2026. And I believe this guy, Lapid, is from the second largest party.
Looks like. And when you look at the war, you have to ask yourself who started this war, why they started this war, was it necessary? And the answer, of course, is no.
Sure, but I mean, the death toll, 20,000 children over 23 months, as one UN spokesman put it to me the other day. That's a classroom a day of children dying. You said the IDF behaved honourably. Do you still stand by that, given that kind of death toll?
I think people need to understand, and this they know, that war is horrible everywhere. It was horrible when the British were in Mosul. It was horrible. I mean, war is horrible. And people need to understand this is a war that the terms of engagement were set by Hamas. And what we see here is the result of the brutality of Hamas, not only towards Israelis, but also towards their own people. So this is what you see. And the fact that people were trying not to...
What is the Israeli equivalent of YouGov? What's their most trusted pollster for projecting a 2026 election result? Is it still the case that Netanyahu's bloc is projected to win? Is that true? No, wait, hang on. Is it like the Israeli the Israel Democracy Institute? Is that it? Who does the polls? Who are the people? Loner thinking YouGov is the most trusted pollster in the... Why the fuck would I say the US? Are you kidding me? I'm British, dipshit.
Understand this. To me, was not as shocking, but almost as shocking as the pictures themselves.
What do you think the damage to Israel's image has been? Because you're a media man before you were a politician. Mm-hmm. How much of a dent has Israel's standing taken in the world after this war, do you think?
Quite a bit. And of course, the current government didn't help. I mean, when ministers are saying things like we have to nuke Gaza, so we know them and we know they account for nothing, but people abroad does not. And a lot of demons were awakened. I mean, I was watching, from back home, all those marches in Trafalgar Square and Whitehall and elsewhere. And I was thinking, how come they never marched when the children were dying in Sudan? Sudan is a much greater tragedy than Gaza. 3.6 million children in the risk of starvation, and nobody's marching.
Sure,
when the kids were dying, there was almost 10 times people who died in Ethiopia in the same time. And nobody said anything. Why is it? Because the Jews were not involved.
It may not be fair, but the perception out there, the consensus amongst many people, particularly the young, is that Israel is engaged in a genocide. Can Israel, whether that's right or wrong, can Israel recover from
it? Not the argument's not that it's a genocide in Gaza, but not in Sudan. The argument's that Britain supports Israel. But then I don't know if that applies to every European country. Like, even Britain doesn't even give Israel that much support. But okay.
That, do you think?
Well, isn't it important if it is right or wrong? I think it's important. It is wrong. This was not a genocide. This was a horrible war in a very dense populated area. And by the way, it was examined. It was not genocide. And the fact that people are getting their educations through TikTok doesn't make them right. It just makes them ignore.
Well, the ICJ is still deciding whether it's going to be a genocide or not.
Okay. What we had here is unprovoked attack on Israel, and then Israel fighting a horrible terror organization.
But the truth is, the jury's still out on whether it was a genocide. It's certainly in the ICJ. But
in the last,
mind you, this guy's not up against he's not up against TikTok. He's up against the entire human rights or fucking the entire human rights international law community, many academics, I don't know if it's most, people keep saying most, I have no idea how many genocides fucking academics there are on the entire planet, but it's a lot of them. It's a big number. There's no getting around that. Where is the I haven't heard much from the ICJ lately on this. Not been any big stuff. Okay.
Minute. You have said the word genocide 6 times. Even though you're doing the right thing, meaning asking the journalistic questions, the word is now in between us on this desk, and this is what people are gathering from it. This is just wrong. We were trying to protect our lives. I'm no representative of the government. I'm the leader of the opposition. I disagree with a lot of things they've done in the last 2 years, but this is not genocide.
And the other International Criminal Court, the ICC, has obviously indicted your Prime Minister and your Defence Minister. Should they now be handed over? If you were Prime Minister, would they be handed over to the ICC?
No, because I want to see first ICC being that targeted on Hamas and on Hezbollah and on Iran, on Khamenei in Iran and all the National Guard. This is the double standard here is amazing to me. And again, I'm no defender.
My human rights class professor called it genocide and made us write on it as genocide. Okay.
Of Prime Minister Netanyahu, I'm his primary political, I don't want to say enemy, but rival. Still, the hypocrisy is unbelievable to me.
Well, I mean, moving on to Netanyahu. They say you are the man who could end the Netanyahu era. If you succeed in that, elections at some point next year, possibly as early as March, April,
yes,
as late as November. If you were able to do that, what's the new era going to look like?
Well, I think this is the two Israels we have to decide between. I mean, the Israel we are talking about is liberal, is liberal British style, not American. Americans using the term in a different way. Liberal, democratic, the word of the Weizmann Institute and tolerance and people tend to forget, because of fear, that Israel, we used to say 2 things about ourselves. One is that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and the other was that Israel is the strongest power in the Middle East. And we tend to forget sometimes that the second is the result of the first. We are strong because we are a democracy. We are strong because we are this magnificent supermarket of ideas. And we have to go back to this, to the startup nation, to the proper democracy that we have created out of the desert. So this is where we need to go back.
Okay, this guy's boring and he's probably not going to win. Fuck that. Fuck that. He also just doesn't seem all that different from Netanyahu. I feel like he hasn't said anything that would separate him to any great degree. Okay. Fuck that.
Let's get right to what America's talking about: war crimes and whether Pete Hegseth committed one. The Pentagon strikes on alleged boats in the Caribbean. They are raising serious alarms from both sides of the aisle tonight. Despite a debate about whether the administration has the authority to even strike the boats, 22 of them have been sunk. More than 80 people killed in those strikes. And now the reports seem to indicate that one of those strikes left no survivors. And a follow-up strike, or a double tap, was ordered to kill everyone on board that craft. Both Republicans and Democrats are arguing that at best, a second strike is illegal, and at worst, it's a war crime.
If it was as if the article said, that is a violation of the law of war. When people want to surrender, you don't kill them.
If that reporting is true, it's a clear violation of the DOD's own.
Doesn't it go worse for this? Isn't there also the fact that striking these boats at all is an unlawful use of force? No? I do wonder if there are any articles about this on my favorite legal wankers. Where are they? Oh, they did something about the advisory opinion on the UN. They've done 2. Interesting. No, I don't think they have. Interesting. Libre have not written about, well, not since November. They've been doing it since September, so maybe I'll look at, let's see, Institute, Labor Institute. I mean, they probably, would they even be able to, because they're obviously part of West Point. Well, yeah, why would they? That's really disappointing. What about the other one, Just Security, or fuck, there's another legal journal that I was reading. What's it called? It's not just Security, it's another one. Is it that European one? Fuck, what is it? Is it EHIL or something like that? Is that what they're called? EJIL, European Journal of International Law. They don't, do they have one on, do they have anything on Venezuela? EJIL Venezuela strikes. Surely they'd have something. They did an episode of it in November. Targeted killings, okay. States' obligations to stop intelligence support for the US. Yeah, this is what the United Kingdom did. We have suspended sharing intelligence with America over this area, the Caribbean. This is a podcast episode about it. Iran, self-defense, Marko Milanovic. Okay. So it is just it's a podcast episode. But they don't have articles on it yet. Chatham House. See what Just Security. Is it just so obvious that no one's done like articles on it? Because my understanding would be that without even looking at the legal stuff, we just never do this for drug trafficking. We don't talk about narco-terrorism. This is like a new word that they've just invented out of fucking thin air and put into an executive order because it's Trump. And just decided, yeah, this is the new normal now. Crazy.
Laws of war, as well as international laws. So this rises to the level of a war crime.
Obviously, if that occurred, that would be very serious, and I agree that would be an illegal act.
If the facts are as have been alleged, that there was a second strike specifically to kill the survivors in the war in the water, that's a stone cold war crime. It's also murder.
The White House and the Pentagon have denied a Washington Post report that claimed that Hegseth gave an order to, quote, kill everybody. And tonight, Hegseth and the White House are shifting responsibility to Admiral...
Oh, it's apparently within U.S. law, yeah. The U.S. Convention Against Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substance is even more restrictive. If a state suspects, as the US alleges, that a vessel is involved in drug running, it has to obtain the consent of the flag state before it can detain and search, not to speak of sinking without warning. And what if they don't have consent? The UN Convention of the Law of the Sea applies in large part to all states, including the US, which is not a party by way of universal customary law. States are not entitled to interfere with foreign registered vessels on the high seas. They're not. They can't interfere with foreign registered vessels in the high seas. The exceptions are acts to suppress piracy, the slave trade, ships used for unauthorized broadcasting, and ships of uncertain nationality. In this instance, it has been suggested that some, most, or even all of the targeted vessels were unregistered or failed to display a flag. Even then, however, there is only a right of warships to stop, visit, and search the suspected boats to establish their nationality or lack of registration. This may be followed by a detention and trial of persons on board of unregistered vessels for drug offences, not missile strikes, likely incurring the death of all on board. It's also not to mention the fact that you're destroying all your evidence as well. Right? So even to try and make your case, but they don't give a fuck. This is an entire conflict that's been waged on social media by Trump. You realize that if Trump makes the decision to try and implement regime change in Venezuela, we will hear about it on Truth Social. We won't hear about it through the Pentagon. The no-fly zone? That was a social media announcement. That wasn't Pentagon. He didn't do that through the Pentagon. The fuck? Trump claims that tens of thousands of Americans have been killed because of drug trafficking, and that attacks on boats like those of 3rd of October therefore constitute self-defense. Okay. However, Article 51 of the UN Charter on Self-Defense requires an armed attack in order to trigger the right to an armed response, obviously. Chemical terrorism is what they're calling, like chemical warfare is giving drugs to people who consume it in the United... Fuck me. Hegseth will be pardoned. You guys don't understand that, and maybe I've made this mistake as well. You realize that for American war criminals, even if we know a good bit about them, the sentencing is either very lenient or non-existent. And that's not even to mention, obviously, for politicians. In the Vietnam War, there was that guy in 1968 who gunned down, like, he was an officer who led the killing of hundreds of civilians in Vietnam. Everyone knew about it. He got 3 years under house arrest. Hegseth ain't getting shit. He will... It won't even be a suggestion. Unless we get the Newsom-Nuremberg heel turn. Let's see. A non-state actor like a terror organization can commit an armed attack if the consequences are the same as would result from an onslaught by regular military forces. The destruction of the World Trade Center in September 2001 with the loss of over 3,000 lives would qualify. Okay. On the other hand, shipping drugs or supplying them to willing customers clearly does not constitute an armed attack. Self-defense is therefore not available as justification for the US strikes. Instead, drug smuggling is clearly a matter for border control and law enforcement, along with steps to reduce domestic demand. Yeah, it's fucking mental. Designating cartels as terrorist organizations, as the US administration has started to do so, does not change the legal association. Because there's no definition of terrorism in IHL. Yeah. Individual conventions for bringing explosives on aircraft or taking hostages. International conventions seeking to repress the drug trade. Yeah, we have a lot of international cooperation on this as well. Same with human trafficking. Universally labeling individuals or groups as terrorists does not make alone their destruction on the high seas or abroad legal. The fact remains, for a state to invoke self-defense, it needs to be demonstrated that an assailant is just about to launch an armed attack akin to a military assault. Just about to. Arguably, the Coast Guard could instead intercept and inspect such vessels as they approach the US waters, exercising an extraterritorial law enforcement function in a maritime zone contiguous to the US territorial sea. You're talking about William Calley, maybe. I can't remember his name. Yeah, it's just there's no good case for it. It's so stupid. Fuck. Mental.
Mitch Bradley. He's the commander of U.S. Special Operations. Now, Hegseth says that he stands by that admiral's combat decisions, while the White House calls them lawful. Joining us in our fifth seat tonight is Margaret Donovan. She is a former Army JAG. Margaret, I want to start with you because there is this dispute about who gave the order. First of all, what do you make of the fact that tonight they seem to be pointing the finger pretty directly at this admiral and naming him, both at the White House podium and Pete Hegseth in this tweet in his defense, but really saying that he's responsible for this?
Yeah, I think that that is a great indication of an administration who knows that something has gone terribly wrong here. I think that people are finally recognizing, and that's why you see we did that intro with all of these different leaders and lawmakers saying that this is a stone cold war crime. This is so basic to everybody who has served in the military and who has trained on the law of war and the law of armed conflict, that it is a war crime, that it's no surprise that the administration will be trying to shift the blame. I think that the choice to sort of pin this on Admiral Bradley is an interesting one, but not unexpected, because Secretary Hegseth is not somebody who has exactly leadership qualities, right? He's actually largely unqualified to be in that position. And so, of course, his natural instinct would likely be to say, something has gone wrong, let me find somebody to blame this on. Now, that's not to absolve Admiral Bradley of anything. If the facts really have played out the way that it is being reported, he absolutely had a duty not to follow an unlawful order if it was Secretary Hegseth's order.
Yeah, I mean, Batya, this kind of puts the whole unlawful order thing in a different context, because now there's a real question about whether there was an unlawful order and who gave it.
Well, first of all, the story has been massively misreported. So you have actual headlines saying that Hegseth gave the order for the second hit.
Oh, shit.
That wasn't in the initial Washington Post article, which claimed that following, by hearsay, somebody claimed to have heard Hegseth say, we have to kill everybody. Therefore, the admiral gave the second hit. So I just want to clear that up. I think that's why Hegseth wrote the tweet, is to just correct the record. But what I don't understand is it is the Secretary of State's right to determine who is a terrorist and who isn't. The Secretary of State answers to the executive branch. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has determined that these boats are carrying terrorists, which makes the attacks on them legal. And the only question
literally does not. You can't just randomly call people terrorists, and that's what makes it. It's not like a fucking magic wand, you retard. Jesus.
Is whether that boat was disabled or whether it was destroyed. If it was destroyed, how were there still live people clinging to it?
Can you put subtitles? We can't speak Russian. Hey.
If it was only disabled, let me just finish the point, then it was still a threat, meaning it was still a legitimate target. So I'm very confused. And by the way, I've spoken to a lot of veterans today who are also very confused by all of this bipartisan outrage.
Well, the good thing we have a military lawyer at the table.
Can I just respond to two things? First,
Thank you, CNN. God, still got some teeth left. Yes, thankfully we have a military lawyer in the room. Yes, thank you, Miss. Thank you, Miss Kremlin. Yes.
I would say, to your point about, who gave this order, what the Washington Post article said, I think that's precisely why we need the Senate and the House to do what they're supposed to do. Have oversight, have investigations.
I totally agree.
Let's figure it out.
I want more information as well.
And second, on the point of the Secretary of State making it something a designated terrorist organization, that actually does not enable you to lethally target somebody. Naming somebody on the Secretary of State's list of foreign terrorist organizations actually only does, serious things. You can sanction people who are members of DTOs or FTOs. You can ban them from immigrating to the United States. You can actually criminally prosecute people who give them support, material support to terrorism. But it does not enable you to lethally target them. Yes, many DTOs and FTOs end up being organizations that we target abroad, but that's subject to congressional authorization and the laws of armed conflict when we see them.
So you are in a dispute with the administration about that, which is totally fine.
Precisely.
Yes. Okay. So yes.
No, don't fucking say that. Like, you're talking about law. She's talking about law. You're talking about makey-uppies by the fucking U.S. government. Them just making shit up. It's not a dispute.
But I am not. I think that they have that authority, so they have not been challenged yet in any significant way, neither by Congress nor by the court.
But here's
obviously, you're deciding with
I'll let you get in, but I don't want us to lose the point here. The question is actually not whether or not this was a legitimate target. I think there's dispute about that, but that's not what we're disputing. The question is whether it is legal, according to our rules of engagement and the laws of armed conflict that we abide by, to strike a target a second time when the target doesn't appear to pose a threat or is surrendering.
The Supreme Court will just decide in their favor anyway. Yeah, Clarence Thomas is going to come in and meme it into existence. Yeah.
Part that I think is in dispute, and that's not a question of whether they were terrorists or not. Even if they were terrorists, that might very well be illegal.
I think we should take a step back, because the only reason we know about this...
Why does no one in the Anglo world call out obvious Russian shills in Finland? We call every Russian bot out instantly. Well, Finland shares a border with Russia, so the more tangibly close you are to Russia, the more tangibly threatened you are, the more you'll recognize it. That's why you probably don't have very strong Soviet fucking style propaganda campaigns pushed by Russia in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, but you do have them in France, the United Kingdom, just a little bit to the west of that. So, yeah.
Is because obviously
once you go past the Iron Curtain, it's all fucking fair game, man. We are so retarded in this country. Jesus Christ. Everywhere past the Iron Curtain is just like, yep, give it to us.
Involved in that operation was uncomfortable with what was happening.
Yeah.
And that's how the Washington Post found out about it. Somebody leaked this to a reporter. People are not happy with Hegseth's leadership at the department. People are not happy with some of the things that the military is being ordered to do, whether it's the SEAL team, whether it's CENTCOM, whether it's, and I think that we have to pay attention to the fact that this isn't coming from some random reporter who was on the boat with them. This is coming from an internal source who is unhappy with the leadership of the administration.
To that point, the Washington Post had a story tonight that this is a quote from a military official. This is protect Pete.
Oh, Cornel West
bullshit,
is there. Hey.
that source said.
This is to protect Pete's bullshit. Ooh.
One official said of Levitt's statement, it's throwing us, the service members, under the bus.
Right.
I don't get it as well. It's like this is so shortly after Pete Hegseth gave a fucking lecture on manliness to a bunch of generals, saying that there's some kind of importance to do loads of PT when you're a 60-year-old intel guy at a desk and someone who's never going to see combat for the rest of their life. That was a whole thing. And then he's also going and talking about how rules are like Pete Hegseth's entire fucking career is him effectively trying to make the case that laws of war are for pussies, bitches, gays. Like that's his whole thing. And people fall for it. It's just stupid.
So there is clearly not just whatever happened in that strike, but the cleanup from the White House is causing a lot of consternation.
Yeah, well, one thing I would note is every lawmaker you played started their thought by saying, if this is true. And the fact of the matter is there is a lot in dispute tonight. We don't know the answers to everything. And Batya raised an important point that there is a difference between disabling a boat and destroying it. If it was only disabled under the laws of war, actually, they would have potentially been able to make that a military target. But I think a couple important points to make here more generally is, it's interesting to hear the media talking about this breathlessly for hours and hours when, Biden or Obama drone striked. The only thing that needed to happen was John Kirby would go on TV and say, oh, we made a mistake. We're learning from it. And
they would talk to the OLC as well, the Office of Legal Counsel, before they did these strikes. And when they did double taps, however, that did come under intense scrutiny. That was controversial. But that was for targeting terrorists, like actual people who were party to armed conflicts in the Middle East. Bro.
Batted an eye, and yet now this has become the biggest.
True.
This has become the biggest
it's
story,
actually
though.
not true that no one batted an eye at
though.
Obama's highly controversial drone strikes. That's the first thing.
No, and in fact, in the al-Awlaki strike, which was probably one of his most controversial, the legal opinion supporting that strike was fully disclosed at some point. And I think that's what needs to happen here. We need to see the legal opinions.
But I think the bigger story, though,
strikes.
is the average Trump voter looks at this and they think, why is the media breathlessly covering narco-terrorists and drug traffickers when the average American looks at this and thinks,
Bro, it's literally 1980. It's hey, no cliche. It's literally 1984. It's literally all the Republican dipshits, all the fucking MAGA and all the right-wing press and all the MAGA dick sucks are just scrambling to the fucking press being like, yeah, these narco-terrorists, why are people suddenly all of a sudden defending narco-terrorists? Yes, this term that we've used universally for people who take drugs on fishing boats, ostensibly. Yeah, that's a narco-terrorism. Yeah, we've always been targeting narco-terrorists with bombs. Huh? Obama, Hillary. Details? Nah. Details. Forget about it. Narco-terrorists, you know what? There's always been we've always been bombing narco-terrorists with big fucking planes.
Donald Trump is actually
what I would say to the average
border.
Trump voter is that we have rules of engagement in the world that are not there to protect narco-terrorists. They're there to protect American soldiers in combat. And so it's super important for people who, I'm sure a lot of Trump supporters who have loved ones who are going out in armed conflicts to know that when they are engaged by an enemy, that enemy, if they are not adhering to rules of war, are held responsible for those violations. And that if they are adhering to rules of war, if they are struck in an attack and then they've survived, there are rules about what happens to them. They don't get just assassinated on the battlefield if they weren't taken out in the initial strike. So that's why it matters. It matters to Trump voters. It matters to Biden voters. It also matters to the United States' credibility in the world, because this isn't just look, I mean, we don't even know who these people were. We don't know what drugs they were carrying. It's not about that. It's about whether or not we operate by any rules at all.
Absolutely. And I think that's the real challenge here, because it's an irony, if not hypocrisy, to see both White House and Congress of both parties all of a sudden full of this moral energy when
Oh God,
international law.
no, fuck me. Oh shit. Oh God, don't do it, Cornell. Don't do it. Don't hit him with the. It's funny to see the Democrats are suddenly having an issue with airstrikes on our defenseless brothers and sisters in the third world. No, fuck. He won't do that.
Has been stripped and disregarded. Human rights have been stripped and disregarded. We could talk about that in regard to Gaza, war crimes, what I consider genocide, but we can debate that, right? But same is true with executors. We just had the Prince of Saudi Arabia treated like a king. You got crimes against humanity taking place every day. Same is true in the history of the United States vis-a-vis Latin America. The Monroe Doctrine of 1823, we have intervened in 31 of the 33 countries down there. So you can imagine what they think of us. Military coups against democratic regimes, Guatemala, Goulart, Brazil, we can go on and on and on. So it's an irony to see all of a sudden both of these parties saying, we've got this moral authority concerned about what is a war crime and what isn't. Okay, let's debate that. Well, but the larger context is the war crimes have been shot through the history of the country.
Fuck me. Thank you, CNN, for cutting that. God damn it. Okay, what's he saying? He's saying it's he's just trying to be profound and say that it's interesting that Democrats are talking about this when this entire country has done all these war crimes in the past. It's like there is a new standard being set here. Obama's worst things were the controversial use of double taps that I think one of them got an American citizen killed in Yemen, was it? I can't remember exactly where. And even though they had consulted the OLC and actually made legal arguments for it and were targeting the actual targets of the operation were people who were targetable under laws of armed conflict. But there is a new step being taken here when one, it's all being announced over fucking social media, and two, it's targeting people that we don't target with military. Like, who the fuck targets a fucking drug boat with a plane? But I think when you get those America bad people, like they just kind of, it's all the same. It's all just part of the same process, right? Which is so dumb. Eek. Hexeth can strike who he wants. Yeah, I know, but that's not a good, that's a bad thing. Fuck.
1789, our first president, Washington, was the
press conference. House GOP and Democrat leaders.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, this leadership team, Colonel Nunn, for being here with us this morning.
Is Alec Gunter MAGA? No, he's like a Vosh fan. Wasn't Hexeth accused of striking his wife? I don't know if it was his wife, but he's been accused of a few things when it came to women. A few acts of impropriety, shall we put it diplomatically. Being a wrong'un. Where the fuck? All right, hang on. But someone asking if it's going to be comparable to the Iraq War. I don't think so, because one, a lot of the intelligence fever that went on around the WMDs in Iraq were a combination of faulty intel from one Iraqi defector that was just trusted very willingly, overly trusted by America and British intelligence, even German to a degree. But it was a guy called Curveball. It was one dude called Curveball who basically fabricated. But he had credentials and everything. Like he was a chemical engineer, and he defected in the late 90s, and then he spoke about mobile bioweapons labs and shared this with American and German intel, and obviously it was false information, right? But then because he had given this information, people just kept on doing this circular citation, which you'll see, in the future, which you've seen even today, is people kept on citing it and then rephrasing it, and some of the people who kept on repeating it were also intel. So imagine this guy Curveball goes to the US with this intel about Iraq that's faulty, but then British intel hears it from him, and then they say, well, yeah, this well, this checks out. He's a chemical engineer from Iraq and a defector. So then it's like, oh, Britain said it. And then it's like, okay, well, then maybe like MI5 or what is it? No, MI6 will come and say it as well. It's like, oh, MI6 believes it. And then they'll share it with another country. And, oh, another country believes it. But it's all just coming from the same one faulty source. And then that was also where people piggybacked off of that and started seeing things that weren't there. So people took these 2 photographs of mobile vehicles in the Iraqi desert, and they just assumed that it was a chemical weapons lab because it matched the descriptions given by Curveball, even though they were actually just for filling artillery balloons. It was like a standard conventional weapon site. So yeah, but with this, we don't even have that. There's not even, who's the Curveball? Who's the Venezuelan defector with this sexy intel that'll make your toes curl? Like, who is this person? They don't even exist. It's just Trump calling it. Trump is they're just playing with words. They're just saying, oh yeah, this is terrorism and this is self-defense because those drugs kill Americans. Okay. Wow. You see that a lot. You should be really careful when people say, oh, all the organizations say this, right? Like all the people, because again, this is what happens with, I hate to say it, happens with the Gaza war as well. Like when people talk about all these scholars and all these reports calling it genocide and all that, the factual basis that they're building those assumptions on is actually very small. It's like, you've got the health ministry for the death toll. You've got like the handful of human rights orgs on the ground that are giving like witness statements. You've got the aid organizations who said 500 trucks, and then later it became 150 trucks, and then it became probably less than 100. Like all this shit, yeah, but they're all just, it's all very much just drawn from the same source. So they do actually, one of the worst offenders for is ancient history, because in ancient history there are so many events where there was only one guy reading and writing and actually who gave any account of it, right? So a lot of stuff that happened in like Roman times across Europe and the Caucasus and Middle East, like it's all from one person. It's like a lot of these, they're whole battles, like massive battles that featured like tens of thousands of people, and we only know it because one fucking Roman leader wrote it in his memoir. And it's like, well, maybe this happened. Maybe the numbers are exaggerated. Maybe it happened over here instead of over here, and maybe it didn't happen at all. So, shit. But that issue is not really, it's never really left us. There are still lots of information deficits in the world. No, I do not want to hear about mom facing jail for saying the F slur. But I do want to hear about Trump halting migration because of the Afghan shooter.
Support deporting everybody at this point, and I want everybody out.
Oh, yeah.
I support deporting everybody at this point, and I want everybody out.
What about the many people who have not committed crimes?
I don't want us to turn into Europe or the EU.
Innocent people around the world are going to pay the price. They're scapegoating immigrants instead of looking at the real root of the problem, which is U.S. imperialism.
It's not an attack on the Muslim community. It's just a fact.
None of what's been said so far about all of the people that were brought here passes any basic sanity test.
Piers, who are we going to listen to? An actual U.S. soldier who's been there, that's been in this shit, or a guy that plays Fortnite? And out of that 80,000, Stephen, you're acting like every day they're going to be bombing and everything. Trump's been in for 1 year. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
That's a very red Vinny.
Two former heads of the UK Special Forces buried
Big
evidence
red
of
Vinny.
alleged war crimes by the SA.
Hey, it's nice to see Destiny on Pierce when he's not, when he hasn't been taken on for. Wait, did he say the soldiers deserved it? Oh, he did say that Trump got them killed. I saw that on Twitter. I saw that on MAGA Twitter. Okay. Maybe that's why he's on. Pierce is going to grill him on whether or not Trump ordered the soldiers to their deaths. I mean, they shouldn't have been there. They didn't have any fucking law enforcement powers. They didn't really have that much ability to defend themselves. They were just sitting there, sitting ducks. Just, hey, like literally just saying, oh yeah, hey, soldiers. Yeah, you guys, in a day and age where lots of people hate you, go out into the streets and just kind of stand around, please. Thank you.
in Afghanistan, according to shocking evidence given by a high-ranking officer to a public inquiry. The alleged crimes include the fatal shooting of a group of women and children as they hid under a mosquito net, with their killer later receiving an award to divert public suspicion. I should stress these are just allegations, which the SAS vehemently denies, and we're very proud of all of our armed forces in this country. But it's a stark reminder that Afghanistan...
You think it's why Trump wanted them there, so he could spark something, really? You think Trump put the National Guard out in D.C. to generate targets for the enemy? Interesting. And you could use it for his... fascinating. Yes.
was plunged into sheer hell by the war on terror.
Conspiracy theory.
At least 46,000 civilians were killed in that war, the real total likely to be much higher. Hundreds of thousands of Afghans worked with the United States and the British forces, risking execution by the Taliban. As a final insult to injury, the withdrawal of US forces under President Biden was a complete humiliating disaster. That's the context for why many Afghans were allowed to move to the United States and to the UK, and the context is important. Tragically, one of those Afghans, a 29-year-old man who had worked with the CIA, shot 2 National Guard members in DC on the eve of Thanksgiving, killing one and severely injuring the other. Visibly angry, President Trump blamed the Biden administration.
Why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let him in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came in on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. And we...
Did you just show her a picture of a bunch of Afghans? Like, what the fuck?
And you're just asking...
What is his picture?
Questions because you're a stupid...
It's a plane full of people, okay.
Stupid person.
It's one of the planes, the evacuation planes.
There's a law passed that it's almost impossible...
Yeah, Trump gave them asylum in April, yes. His admin gave them asylum in April, yes.
Possible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked, there were many of them.
So you gave them asylum when they were unvetted? Jesus, Trump, that's bad.
And they came on big planes, and it was disgraceful.
Well, Trump has now halted all immigration requests from Afghanistan. The White House is now threatening to escalate deportations for Afghans, meaning many people who work with the United States against the Taliban could be returned to a country controlled by the Taliban. Earlier this year, it emerged that thousands of Afghans had been secretly invited to the UK to avoid exactly that scenario. UK officials had accidentally outed them, endangering entire families, and the whole thing was shamefully covered up. But once the mistake was exposed, what choice did Britain have? The issue surely is not the principle of helping Afghans who served our forces, but the way it's been done. This was Biden's Homeland Security Chief, Alejandro Mayorkas, testifying in the Senate.
The standard procedure is an in-person interview for refugees or visa applicants. Now, you've testified that you're not doing those interviews.
Not at all. You are correct that we are not conducting in-person full refugee interviews of 100% of the individuals.
What percentage are you conducting?
I don't have that information.
What number have been interviewed? What percentage have been given an actual interview by a trained official before they come to the country?
When you're speaking of a full refugee-like interview...
You wouldn't give them an interview until they're in the country. That's not how the asylum system works, in a way that they would have to be in the country first. The whole point of being a refugee is you run away from somewhere, and then you get determined to be a refugee or not.
I don't have that data.
It wouldn't be very pragmatic as a refugee if you have to make your arrangements and do interviews beforehand. Like, how the fuck does that work? Oh, I'm being persecuted. There's a fucking mob outside my door. Can I just walk past them, go to the embassy, get a plane over to America, have my interview, come back home to the persecution war zone shithole? But what?
Well, Afghan groups in the United States are begging Trump not to tar all of them with the brush of his lone madman, but it's frankly hard to see any other outcome. Many Afghans have paid a heavy price for other people's mistakes, and the price is about to get even higher. I'll be joined by my panel to discuss all this in a moment, but first, joining me now is Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Congresswoman Mace, thank you very much indeed for rejoining me.
Let's go.
Of course, thank you for
This is easily one of the most evil people in America, right? She is so fucking horrible.
having me.
This is obviously a horrifying incident to have happened with deadly consequences. What is your overview about the significance of it and what America should do by way of response?
Well, number one, my heart bleeds for the families who are grieving today and who are praying for the second National Guardsman who's still fighting for his life. And I'm praying for Sarah's family. It's devastating. These soldiers volunteered their lives to protect our country. Shot, one murdered, assassinated, the other one fighting for his life right now. The second thing that I want to say is that I believe President Biden created this problem, and President Trump is the one cleaning it up. I agree with the president to go back and vet those individuals that came over here from countries of concern, because from what we're learning now, the vetting wasn't what it was supposed to be. It's deeply concerning. I also support President Trump in pausing the immigration for individuals that are coming from countries of concern. And thank God President Trump got elected, because he shut the border down. We know that under 4 years of President Biden, our southern border was wide open. We had hundreds of potential terrorists coming through the southern border every single year on the terrorist watch list. And these are the kinds of things that we have to be very vigilant about.
The problem with all this is not that Ramanullah Lakanwal, the killer, became a terrorist and committed an act of terror against these two National Guard members. The problem is that prior to that, he would have been categorized as somebody who'd been quite heroic, working for the United States as part of a secret unit of Afghans, hunting down the Taliban under CIA direction, often in highly dangerous missions. They were members of what was called the Zero units. They were among the most extensively vetted of any of the Afghans who worked with American forces. The CIA hailed their bravery, their skill, their loyalty, and the agency prioritized their evacuation from Afghanistan following the fall of Kabul in 2021, because they were prime targets for the Taliban. So when you take everything in totality, obviously this character, Lakanwal, has gone crazy and has committed a despicable act. But I guess my question for you is, given the background of him and people like him who were risking their life on behalf of the United States, this adds a complexity to the story, doesn't it?
Well, you're categorizing it as a collective group of individuals, a large group of individuals, that we had American soldiers that were begging the U.S. to allow their translators to come over to the U.S. that were.
Is it true that the guy was a child soldier too? I don't know, because I think he was 20. He's 29, isn't he? Is he late 20s? Withdrawal was obviously 4 years ago. I don't know when he was actually fighting, though. So it might be close. I don't know.
Work with them and help save American lives. And many people supported that. However, there was supposed to be a vetting mechanism to make sure that some people didn't slip through the cracks. And so we have not seen any more information about this individual. And I would debate you on, the problem isn't that he shot the guardsman. It is the problem. I mean, he literally just murdered a young woman Friday. She died and passed away. Sarah died and passed away on Friday. So that is the crux of the problem. He came into our country. He murdered Americans.
Sure. Don't get me wrong. No, sorry, just to be clear. I completely concur with you about that. There's nothing about what he did that is anything other than a despicable act of terrorism and should be treated accordingly. I just think the complexity is in the way America now responds with all the other Afghan soldiers, for example, or translators, interpreters, and so on, who came back after serving on behalf of the United States. That is the complexity of the bigger picture.
Well, that's where I want to see the DOJ and other agencies, DHS and others, explain how this individual was vetted. What information did we have? Was he vetted? Were there signs prior, so that we can improve the vetting process going forward as well? And look, the president has said he wants to go back and vet all these individuals, and I support him. It's going to be a long and arduous process, but we have to do that for the safety of American lives, and I fully support that. I think there's something to be learned from this experience as well.
I mean, the lesson, it seems to me, that could be most acutely learned from this is that he appears to have been suffering increasing problems in his life. One email cited by the Associated Press warned that Ramanullah has not been functional as a person, father, and provider of March last year. He quit his job. He shut himself in a darkened room for days. He stopped responding even to his wife and older children. Should the United States government, when they bring people like this person back to the United States, albeit for well-intentioned reasons, yes, they should be properly vetted, obviously. But as we know from homegrown incidents involving American citizens who served and then go crazy, as we've seen in the UK, similar stories where perfectly decent, upstanding members of the armed forces go mad and commit terrible acts. It can happen, particularly if they've been to war. Yes, they should be properly vetted, but should there be an ongoing process of duty of care, stroke vetting, that continues, that flags up people like this who are clearly beginning to disintegrate in their lives?
Well, I would be supportive of that. I don't know what the details of our vetting process are, or if they do continue. I mean, there might be some process that is already in place to watch people or monitor if there is suspicious behavior. But it's not just soldiers that go to war and come home that then become a risk. There are a lot of people, we know that during COVID and coming out of COVID, a lot of mental illness came forward, and you talk about the transgender issue, there are a lot of mental health issues there, and we've seen people.
Let's go. We're talking about a guy who fucking shot 2 National Guard people, and we're going to talk about trans people. Nice one. Let's go.
Turn violent because of that.
They're
but it's
so
not
obsessed,
just
man.
soldiers.
She
I
is
think
so
there's an
obsessed.
even larger problem across the board of people taking to the streets and violating people, whether it's physical assault, shooting an ICE officer, burning down the streets of LA, cars being blown up in LA, you name it. We do have a problem with violence, and it's not just in America. Look at the immigrants that have come into Europe and what they've done. I mean, you've got teenage girls.
Look at what I read about on Elon Musk's Twitter.com. Look at, for the fucking billionth time, we're going to just like recycle the Rotherham story that happened over fucking almost 2 decades ago now. Fuck me.
In England, trying to defend themselves with knives, being threatened with arrest or being arrested because they don't want to be raped by these violent immigrants who are coming in from these countries.
Your entire life, dude. Your entire, knives in Scotland. That's crazy. That's fucking unbelievable, man. Never heard of it.
Of concern into their own countries. And so I think it's a much bigger problem across the board, not just in America, but everywhere.
There wasn't even a young girl, by the way. It was just a hobbit, just a very short adult.
Wasting money on your Christmas shopping? Get the same gifts without the markup by using dupe.com. It's very simple. Before you buy online, enter the URL.
You're calling it dupe. Why would you call it? Okay. Jose, thanks for the 30 HNLs. I appreciate that. Oh, from Honduras. Oh, thank you so much. Tito, thanks for the $4.99. Do you think an invasion of Venezuela would be morally comparable to Iraq? I already answered that, but no. Be worse, really. In terms of like reasons to believe there's an issue, like, or a need to do it. Especially, we'll talk about it afterwards. We'll talk about Maduro's conversation with Trump that was reported by witnesses. We'll talk about that too. And Barabbas, thanks for $5. Imagine having your entire nation get one guide so hard couldn't be us. What, by curveball? Yeah. That one Iraqi defector. Well, obviously you don't believe that stuff unless you really want to, and they wanted to. Rip. He said starting in 10 minutes, but it should be. I'm just waiting for him to ping me.
Dupe.com, and boom, find the same thing from the same factory
yet,
with a different label and a lower price tag. It works the same way for anything from clothes to rugs to coffee tables, completely free. That's dupe.com/peers. Do it now before they run out. In terms of action moving forward, there are those who are calling for the deportation of all Afghans who came into the US via the GAW, the Gore program. Do you support that?
I support deporting everybody at this point. I mean, I'm looking at the Somalis in places like Michigan and Minnesota that are using autism money from the government to fund terrorism. At this point, I want everybody out. I just can't.
But what do you mean by everybody out?
People that are coming to our country and doing harm, stealing government money, marrying.
Yeah, but that's different. If they commit a crime, then
that is a crime, though. That is fraud is a crime.
No, sorry. Just to be clear. No, to be clear. Yeah. if they commit a crime, yes, I think there's absolutely they should be deported.
There are a lot of
But what about the many
lot
people
of
who have not committed crimes who've come from Afghanistan or Somalia?
Good question.
Well, we have a history in our country of embracing people who've come from war-torn countries and are seeking asylum, who are seeking those sorts of things.
Yeah, and now we don't want to do it anymore. Huh, let's go.
Those are the things that America believes in and we support. But we've allowed all these people in who have we've allowed people to illegally cross our border, steal money from our government, and just get away with it. And I'm quite frankly, like most Americans, sick and tired of it. And then I don't want us to turn into Europe or the EU. You're seeing what's going on over there. And if we continue down the path we are in right now, we're going to be just like them. And we can't have that here.
Right. But just to be clear then,
we want white domestic terrorists. That's what we want our domestic terrorist issue to be white great replacement wankers and the Proud Boys. Fucking hell. Ew, thanks for the 1999 again. I really appreciate that. Wow. Guys, there's 1.5 hours left on the goal. 6 more to go. Thank you so much.
I'm not quite clear what your position is. You would deport all Afghanis and all Somalians in the United States?
Those who are committing crimes or at risk of committing crimes, I want them out.
How do you determine who's at risk of committing crimes? How?
Out of the country.
Those who've committed crimes, I'm with you. But those who look like they're likely to, how do you assess that?
Well, we were just talking about the vetting process. If they look suspicious, I want them out. At this point, I don't even care. I want the safety of our country to be primary concern number one. And that's what President Trump is doing.
It's so
he's the
vague,
one that's looking at it. He's cleaning up the problem that Joe Biden created. And I fully support it. I mean, I want to crack down. I don't want anybody coming from any of these countries of concern. I'm fine with stopping all immigration from Afghanistan or Pakistan, these places where people are coming in and appear to try to be doing harm. I want it to stop. We've got to look out for American citizens. We have to put them first.
Just switching to something else, the Epstein files. You've long championed the victims of sexual abuse, a horror you've talked about enduring yourself. And you've teamed up with Marjorie Taylor Greene to campaign for the release of the Epstein files. They still haven't been released. There are growing concerns that when they do get released, they may have heavy redactions. Do you think that is going to assuage the concerns of the American people, or do you think they should just be put out there?
I think we need to put this thing through regardless. I think that I have the same concerns as the American people about over redacting. I also have concerns about information that won't be redacted. I am very concerned that names of victims will be included. So I'm actually been in communication with the DOJ to make sure that that does not happen. I want to make sure that we're protecting the victims and any possible child sexual abuse material, et cetera. But I am concerned that the information won't get out there. I am concerned that predators and rapists and sex traffickers won't get prosecuted out of this thing, no matter how many files are released. I'm deeply concerned about that. We've seen it in so many.
The 23 mass shootings in November 2025. Yeah, but those if they're not immigrants or trans, we don't give a single fuck. What are we talking about? Skip to the destiny part. No. I'm going to have a debate soon, any minute now. Just waiting for my ping. Where's my ping?
Cases, whether it's Jeffrey Epstein, whether it's the investigation that I initiated 2 years ago, it just feels like if you're a woman and you come forward, you are ignored because you.
Is he actually on? No, he's not. He's on his loading screen. I'm not even bringing in the haters. L-Box is a moron, passion me as well. Not Ziobox. These fucking people, man. Oh no.
Are not believed, regardless of the evidence that is out there. And those are the things that I'm fighting for. Every woman, every girl, and some men too, by the way, who've been victims of this sort of thing. And that's where I think there's such deep frustration in both parties. It's not just Republicans and Democrats. What I learned through Epstein is that both sides, whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, they want the truth. They want predators to go to the jail. And that just doesn't happen in this country. And I'm running for governor right now. I'm looking at the justice system in South Carolina where murderers walk free, where rapists see no jail time, where child molesters get a day in jail. I mean, that's the kind of justice system that I'm seeing every single day in bright red South Carolina. And I'm saying enough is enough. And Epstein is only the beginning.
Has the Epstein scandal been badly handled by the Trump administration? They took everybody up the hill saying we're going to release it all, and then they shut it all down. And it seems like they've been kind of bullied now into being properly transparent. Are you disappointed with how long it's taken them to release this?
Well, I want to set the record straight. Number one, President Trump never asked me to get off the discharge petition. There were rumors out there about that sort of thing. He never did that. Number two, we saw President Trump come around and say, release all the files. And even before that, it was President Trump who said, hey, release all of the jury files from the indictments. Release all those files. It was President Trump that kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. It was President Trump, who my understanding is did sit down with authorities. And according to those emails, Jeffrey Epstein thought that President Trump was the snitch. So, we're talking about a man who hasn't been given, I believe, enough credit. And when we were voting on releasing the files, getting the 218 on the discharge petition, all the press wanted to do was say President Trump's name over and over again. And I sat there with deep frustration saying, what about the stories of the women? What about the stories of the men who raped 14-year-old girls? What about the innocence of these women who was stolen at a very young age and never gotten back, and nobody's ever gone to jail? It's not the president. The president was there, I believe, protecting women. And I've seen President Trump, like just a couple weeks ago, he helped
With Clouds, thanks for the 1790 shekels. Wow, Gunther sounds like a name a Nazi would have. Jesus. Good one.
me get brain surgery for a young woman. He helped me bail another woman out of a Bosnian prison a couple of weeks ago over a very minor passport issue. So anytime I've gone to the president for an issue with a woman or a girl, he's just always been there and supported us. So, I just been very protective of him, and I think he's done a great job as president.
As a friend of both of them, are you sad about the split between him and Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I don't like any party violence inside the party. I don't like it at all. I think that we need to be united in fighting the far left and what they've done to the country, the invasion,
the Democrats. That's what you mean by that.
Crime, those sorts of things. And so I don't like to see any, but look, I'm not going to be a hypocrite here either, though. I think it's important to call our own party out. I mean, I've called Congressman Corey Mills of Florida out for stolen valor and alleged abuses toward women. So I think it's important that when you're holding people accountable, you can't just look at the opposite party, your opposition, your political opposition. You need to look inside your own party as well and do the same thing no matter what their affiliation is.
Have you offered to be the Kofi Annan peacemaker between the two warring factions?
That's a great idea. I have not yet, but that's not a bad idea.
I feel like this is one of the only times I see Pierce just give a complete fucking walkover, no pushback interview, and it's usually like MAGA or like, oh god,
a peace summit at your office.
The worst,
to the president,
always to the worst people. Maybe it's one-to-ones are generally more timid, but yeah.
Love that. Let's do it.
Congresswoman, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
As always.
Joining me to debate this PBD podcast, Angry Patriot, Vinny Ashana, Liberal Streamer, Destiny, the co-founder of Within Our Lifetime, Nadine Kizwani, and Matt Tardillo, who's the podcaster and retired U.S. Army Special Forces soldier. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, Nadine. Welcome back to Uncensored. Obviously, this is a despicable act of terrorism against two members of the National Guard and has rightly caused outrage. At the same time, there are calls for now every Afghan that was brought to the United States, many of whom risked their own lives during the war to fight against the Taliban, to now be deported back to Afghanistan, where they could meet possible death at the hands of the Taliban they fought. So this is a complicated issue. What is your view about what has happened here?
Come on, Vinny.
I mean, as you mentioned, I believe in the previous segment, the shooter previously served in one of the U.S.-backed paramilitary.
Oh, okay. I'm ready. Okay, let's go. It's 3:00. It's talk, debate, fight, go.
And a Zionist. You can do both. Sorry, Learnerbox. I'm just going over the thing. I'll pull you on in just a second.
Go for it. I don't understand what's happening. Am I muted? Yeah. Okay. Whoa, that's intense. Should we get some hype? Okay.
Okay. So we've got the context now. Loner Box is here. We are going to pull him in, and we are going to just have a chat. Just a second.
Hello? Hi.
Hey, how's it going, Loner Box?
Oh, fine. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Just chilling.
Oh, I'm going to turn
So-
you up, though, because you're a bit quiet here.
Oh, should I turn myself up?
If you can on your Discord, yeah.
I should be able to manage that. Give me just a second here. How's this? Any better?
A little bit more? You're almost there.
How's this?
Yeah, good.
Okay, great. Alrighty, so let's just cut right to brass tacks. We're here. First of all, I want to say that well, how do you want to do this? Do you want to start, or I'm more than happy to start? It's up to you.
I guess it was your call out, so yeah, you can just go wherever you want.
Sure. So, from what I know of you, you do pretty good work. I know that you're like, pro-trans, mostly progressive. We agree on most things, I would imagine. So I do have a lot of respect for you and the work that you do, and I think that most of it's good. So I want to go into this discussion understanding that it's going to be, I'm coming from as good faith a place as possible. I'm just trying to figure out where you're coming from with specifically, I guess, the thing that I called you out for. So with that in mind, I did go over the context with my audience already. I have trouble streaming on Discord at the same time that I live stream just because my computer sucks, but I don't know if you need to go over that with your audience or anything, or do they already know?
No, they'll know. They're fine.
Okay, cool. So it was a tweet from Stardust about you, and my understanding is the context is Hassan Piker was talking about Arab judges in Israel, right? Like there are Arab judges that exist in Israel, correct?
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about that. That was an example I brought up.
That's an example you brought up. Okay, got it. So Hassan Piker was talking, I know for a fact that he was talking about Jews in the command structure of Nazi Germany, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and where did that come from?
He was talking about the rise of fascism and particularly Reform UK, the British anti-immigration party, and they were trying to pose to him, and I think he described them as like palingenetic ultranationalism, which is not really what Reform UK are, but in any case, he was likening them to fascists and Nazis, and their argument back to him was, if their main focus is Islam, how did they have a Muslim chairman? And then Hassan's response was, doesn't matter, there were Jews in the Nazi, I think his exact words were, government command structure. And then I thought that was silly. And he was also just spending like most of that conversation equivocating on like Nazi liberal history, which is just something I've had an issue with for a while. Yeah.
Who exactly was he likening to fascists and Nazis? I missed that part.
Reform UK. You know the party in the UK that Nigel Farage leads? I don't know if you know UK that well.
I do not know UK that well. You'll have to educate me a little bit. I'm sorry.
They're like, right wing, very free market, very anti-immigration party. Most of their campaign is drummed up off of fear mongering about small boats, and they are possibly quite likely set to win the next election for the first time. They were also behind Brexit, us leaving the European Union. Same people.
Okay, so they were behind Brexit. Got it. Okay, so he was talking about them and likening them to fascists and Nazis, and you disagree with that characterization, correct?
I don't mind likening them to fascists. I just thought him trying to invoke the Nazi comparison was just not very helpful, because Nazi policy on Jews from the very beginning, even before they had power, was very different to how Reform has policy on any race or group like Muslims.
Interesting. So I completely understood this. I thought this was about Israel and Palestine. My mistake. Okay.
I can do that too, if you want.
Yeah, if you want. It's, it's all good. Okay. So you didn't like the comparison then. But in my opinion, right, from what I've seen, what he said wasn't wrong. like there were Jews in the Nazi command structure, were there not?
So there were like maybe just under 24 of them with either Jewish mothers or like one Jewish grandparent in some cases who were in the military. In terms of government, I tend to see government and military as kind of separate. Like if I'm reading in the press and I see a government source said this, I'm probably not assuming that person's a general. And the people we're talking about in the Nazi military who would have passed the Mischlinge Nazi definition of Jew because of them having Jewish ancestry, however loose, was usually a cause for concern. Some people, you were more likely than not just kicked out for that, and they eventually did purge all of them from or as many as possible from the Wehrmacht. And as far as the generals go, these people only existed in the military insofar as the Nazi government was willing to make very special exemptions for them. Literally, Hermann Goering's quote was, he didn't say, I think these Jews can stay in the military. He said, I will decide who is a Jew in the military, as in we're just going to call them Aryans and just forget about it. Because these people were not raised Jewish. I think some of them didn't even know they were Jewish. So it was discovered later. Some of them lied. The ones who told the truth were just Jewish, like basically only in name. Their parents didn't see themselves as Jews. They didn't see themselves as Jews. Some people had conversions from their family even before they joined the party. I think likening that to Reform UK's structure is just like ridiculous.
Okay. So there are Arabs in Reform UK structure, even though it is fundamentally anti-Arab, right?
Like their party chairman
Like
was a
that's-
Muslim, yeah.
Party chairman was a Muslim. Okay, I see. So Reform UK was Muslim. So basically what you're trying to say is, I feel like you're both correct here, because I feel like what Hassan's trying to say, if you're being charitable, is there were Jews who helped lead Nazi Germany to its conclusion, or to its highest point, right? And there are people within a Islamophobic structure who are Muslim who are helping lead that group of people to its highest point, even including Islamophobia, right? Like all he's trying to get at is there are people in the structure who, I guess for lack of better terms, are traitors, right, to their group of people. And what you're trying to say is, well, there weren't anybody in Nazi Germany who was nearly as high up as the party chairman is right now. Is that what you're trying to say?
You're not even close, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it just seems like there was like, from what I was looking at, it just seemed like you were being pretty uncharitable to Hassan, because I see what he's trying to say, don't you?
I see what he's trying to say. And if it was just that in isolation, then I probably wouldn't have had much of an issue with it. And again, that wasn't my clip to publish, that was someone else's. As far as the overall issue was, though, in the context of that conversation, was Hassan doing something that I think he and quite a lot of people who are far left do, is basically manipulating or exaggerating or lying or misleading about history, especially around fascism and Nazis, to get their own way politically in the present day. And I think in the context of him doing that, I think him and many others will constantly just either downplay, however accidentally, or will just massage facts about the past to serve themselves in the present. And I can give you examples if you want, but he was doing that throughout the whole conversation. So as soon as he reached the point of saying that there were Jews in the Nazi government command structure, I was just like, okay, that was just where the outburst took place.
Right, but on its face, what he's saying is true. So I guess, like, okay, so he's manipulating, lying, deceiving about fascism and Nazis to get his own way politically, right? So what is that way that you're speaking of? Like,
well, to be
what is it
clear,
that he wants?
just to be clear, in no other time are people going to consider a general who's being given special exemptions from the government as part of the government. Like, I don't think people never do this. Like, would you, if you were reading the press and you saw a government official said X, are you thinking this might be like a general or an officer?
Not necessarily, just a government official.
Or
like,
a government,
if it says a government official, I don't.
A government
like
source.
It could be anybody from a mayor to the president.
Yeah, usually it's the political head. And that's why I think the distinction matters, because these military people only got to stay in their roles through exemptions that were granted by government. Couldn't happen the other way around. They couldn't exempt themselves.
I just feel like that's getting into the weeds a little bit, because the point that Hassan's driving at is you can be Arab in an anti-Arab structure.
Yeah, I
right?
get
And I
that
agree
point.
with
Yeah,
that. Do you
that's
agree with
fine.
that?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. If you had just
Yeah.
again, if that was the like overall community, like I'm not having an issue with the overall, with the overall point there. That was just like I said in the broader context of him and other people like him in general, just like contorting the facts of history to prove their points. It was just kind of annoying.
But what was he contorting? Because I don't see him contorting anything. Like, what he said was factually correct.
First of all, it wasn't factually correct, and you can even look at his stream afterwards when he was defending this point. He didn't even seem to know about these like 3 generals, because everyone else below them was like officers or maybe like 1 admiral. He didn't even seem to know. When he was defending his point on his stream, he was off the top of his head coming up with examples before people started sending him links. And the only example he could come off before people gave him links was capos. Would you say capos are part of government command structure? Is that even humorable?
What are capos again?
Capos were usually Jews, who would either be coerced into giving up other Jews and like disclosing where they were hiding, or being in charge of concentration camps, like being guards and stuff like that.
So they were traitors.
Yeah. Or sometimes, well, I mean, I don't know how much you can call you a traitor if you're being forced to do it for fear of death, but yeah. Some of them were traitors, some of them I think were coerced, yeah.
They gave up, like, they were Jews who gave up other Jews for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So your question then to me is, would I call capos part of the command structure? I think you technically could. Like, they were part of the system through which Nazi Germany accomplished its goals, correct?
That is not part of the government command structure. Like someone who's not even in the military, or they're not even grunts. They're not even. They were closer to slaves. Are slaves part of the slavery command structure? Like,
well, if you you ever heard of a house slave? You know what a house slave is, right?
Yeah, I don't think a house slave is part of the slavery command structure. No,
they absolutely could be.
Okay.
Because if you have a house slave and you put them in charge of other slaves, they have now become part of the command structure.
Okay. I suppose if we're okay, no. I'm trying not to be cheeky, but like, yeah, if we're changing the meanings of all the words, and especially given that he's saying this in response to being told about the chairman of a party.
Okay, I understand what you're getting at, and I understand your problem. It just feels like you could have communicated this in a less aggressive way. Like, it just feels like there's something personal that you have against Hassan. That's what I'm getting from this.
I mean, he's triggering sometimes because he's full of shit, but yeah. I mean, yeah, sometimes I do that on stream. Yeah, sometimes I'll get a bit hyper. But like I said, the context of him doing that in that particular video, which is long, I mean, I don't blame you for not watching all of it, is this constant massaging of historical truths about fascism to try and sell a message that is just false. Like that's kind of where I was coming from with him bringing that up. That was just like the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of raising my voice on a stream.
Sure. What's the message that he's trying to get across that you don't agree with? If you already said it, I'm
okay,
sorry.
to put it I didn't. It's okay. To put it the most broadly, this idea that he was pushing throughout, which was that you ever heard the phrase "scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds"? This idea that liberals, and usually when they talk about it more specifically, this can even mean liberals to the point of social democrats, are basically willing to side with fascists to stop the fear of socialism. And it's like a trend. You know that whole sentiment?
Yes. And I largely think that that's true. I think that liberals often do side with fascism.
Is it true in, well, the example that was being given up there was in Germany. Do you think that was the case there? When I say liberal, I mean like social democrat liberal. I don't mean like a liberal of 1900 who is like, would easily be a conservative today. Not like that.
So you're asking me if we can fairly compare Jews during Nazi Germany who sided with the Nazis to liberals today who side with fascists?
Not necessarily Jews. It could be any. It could be social democrats, like center left liberals.
I think it gets a little bit more complicated. There's a lot of moving parts to that because there were people back then who were trying to self-preserve. Obviously I'm sure there were like self-hating Jews or self-hating gay people who were part of the command structure or like suppressed their gayness or, and with liberals, it's more about, I think, the capitalist incentive, right? Like they're trying to protect their money interests, I guess. So it's different, but both of them are basically like foregoing certain progressive values in order to side with a fascist regime. I think that's like I don't know. That's kind of hard to wrap my head around, to be honest. So I'm not sure. I can see the comparison.
I would probably argue when it came to Nazis, I think the communists actually did more to help Nazis than the social democrats did. Easily.
Really?
Yeah. 100%.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm not a history buff, so I don't know. The only reason we're having this conversation is because I just felt like you were being a little unfair to Hassan, a little uncharitable. But I guess I don't like I said, it just feels like you don't like Hassan. So like, what don't you like about him? Like it feels like what Hassan's project is to push for a more progressive society, like push closer to socialism, right? Is that something you want?
Socialism and what? Meaning what? I feel like the definition changes depending on which socialist you're talking to.
Well, it's workers owning the means of production, basically.
Via what? Like co-ops, the state?
Well, co-ops is how it starts, but it's basically just that if you are you don't rent out equipment to work, like for people to work with anymore. Like the workers, like if you work at a restaurant, the workers all collectively own that restaurant and share the profits. Or share the income.
I'm in favor of...
They're kind of like co-ops, yeah.
I'm in favor of worker co-ops developing at a rate that is feasible, like to a degree where like some policies that I would back would be something like right of first refusal for companies that need government assistance and them offering the option for workers to take it over, or like the Italian Marcora system where people who are unemployed can lump sum their benefits with another group of people to start their own co-op, or just like preferential loans from governments. I believe in that kind of thing, and I'm also all for encouraging their growth because I think it's a good way to do business. I necessarily follow people like Hassan when it becomes a slightly more vague notion, or like simping for the system in China and the CCP, or expecting this to happen through any kind of like through revolution or a forced change. I don't think that's particularly useful.
Sure, I'm not a proponent of revolution either. I don't think it's necessary. But I am on board with moving towards socialism and moving toward like worker-owned means of production. I just think that if like there's an inherent pushback between workers and bosses, right? Bosses try to get workers to work as much as possible for as little money as possible. Workers try to work as little as possible for as much money as possible. There's inherent conflict. And so what I would like to do, and what Hassan I think is trying to do as well, is break down that inherent conflict, because all it does is waste time and effort and money, right? And so if those two competing factions could just get over that difference of like trying to make more money for themselves at the expense of the other, then they could all make a lot more together. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of work environment that I would like to see evolve. And I think Hassan's pushing for the same thing.
Okay, first of all, if you're just talking about like a gradual development of these ways of doing business, that's fine. And they can have their own problems that emerge as well. Like if a co-op seems to get to any particular size, it seems that you run into an issue where they become quite similar to corporations, except that the class antagonism becomes more between workers and managers, and there becomes an alienation between the workers and the people who actually are in charge of general direction of the company. I can talk about like a bit more detail above Mondragon if you want, but no, I don't actually think that's what people like Hassan are pushing for. That's not the kind of that's not what I've seen for the last 2 years. I see a lot of historical inaccuracies and trying to sort of like massage and sanitize the history of the Soviet Union and of Mao's China. And I also just see a lot of incoherent foreign policy around the Middle East, which has not much at all to do with socialism.
Well, I've seen Hassan criticize China before. So like he's not in love with the way China is currently. I think he's just trying to say there are things that China does better than the United States. One thing that I like that he brings up a lot is high-speed rail. You know, China has it, we don't. I think that China in that respect does better than the United States. I think that's true.
High-speed rail is, to be clear, probably the only example that he gives, right?
Fair. I'm not sure if I can think of another off the dome, but
yeah, which and again,
I think
you could. They have a growing high-speed rail in Spain. There's a slightly smaller one in France. There's one in Japan. It's like I don't really know if that is worth all of the downsides of the system in China under the CCP. But no, I mean it's not just that, right? It's also fawning over getting Chairman Mao's little red book. And obviously, I don't know if you follow much of the discourse around people going to different countries, but the irony of the fact that so many people accused me of doing a propaganda tour in Israel, when I think everything I saw from China was like the epitome of a propaganda tour. But I don't know how you feel about either of those.
What kind of world do you think Hassan Piker wants?
I don't think he knows. I think he wants a world where he has more money and clout. I don't think anything else really matters. And
so
maybe
in
one
his
where
mind, in
Israel's
his heart of
destroyed,
hearts,
by the by.
In his why? Let's go there. Let's go there because it's in my title, so we might as well. Why does he want Israel destroyed? Does he just like destruction?
No, it's because he doesn't know anything about the conflict, or he knows a bunch of things about the conflict that aren't true, and has this weird fantasy that somehow getting rid of Israel will be followed only by nothing other than a shared democracy between the two people in the region.
Okay. So he doesn't know anything about the conflict. I see him looking at stuff all the time about the conflict. I see him looking at videos from it. I see him looking at Benjamin Netanyahu's speeches. I see he looks at stuff all the time about Israel and Palestine, honestly, to a degree that I found it every time I would tune into him, he was looking at something new about Israel and Palestine.
Okay.
So it seems like he's educating himself quite a bit on it, don't you think?
That's what I said. You can knowing nothing versus you knowing a lot of things that aren't true. But I mean, if you've watched what he's watched, then I guess that would make you confident in talking about it, right?
Say that again.
If you've watched him learning on his stream enough, then would that make you fairly confident on talking about Israel Palestine?
I'm confident on talking about anything. If I don't know something, I'll just look it up.
Okay,
But,
maybe just to streamline this, I can maybe give you like a couple of headings, and you can choose which one you want to talk about. 'Cause we've kind of covered like 3 things now. One can be, I think it's a total myth to say that there's anything special about like liberals or social democrats to make them support fascists, and that I actually think communists did a lot more to help the Nazis than social democrats did. That's one. 2, we could talk about the CCP and Chinese communism and whether that's worth pursuing. And I guess 3 could be about whether or not destroying Israel is a good idea, or something.
Let's
more
talk
broad
about 3.
Israel.
That's
Yeah?
the one I got in my title. So
Okay.
Okay, so you think Hassan wants to destroy Israel. What do you think he means by that?
Probably some very vague allusion to the state dissolving and it becoming a South Africa style democracy with Arabs and Jews living equally as equal citizens, and them both consenting to this.
Okay, so he wants the Israel state to dissolve, and he wants like the people who are being subjugated to have like equal rights and say over what happens in that society as the people who are not being subjugated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So I fail to see how that's a bad thing.
Does it bother you that neither side in that region wants this?
I think Palestinians do want that. They want to be seen as equal citizens.
Can you show me that?
Hold on. Well, I think anybody would want that.
Well,
like what they want essentially is to be able to live in their homes without being worried about being dragged out of them, right? Like we've seen that happen. The IDF has done that. So I think that it is reasonable to not want that to happen to you. Right?
No, of course they don't want to they don't want to be physically or materially harmed. That's obvious, okay? But as a popular lefty slogan goes, people don't just want peace, they also want justice. I have not seen any evidence that Palestinians think a one-state solution with equal rights for both groups is justice in their eyes, unless you can show me something different. As far as I know, the one-state solution with equal rights is actually the least popular solution for both groups.
Do you think that's what Hassan wants? A one-state solution with equal rights for both groups?
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that that's kind of problematic to want it when the Palestinians are the ones who don't seem to want it.
Maybe that's a point of contention that he might have with Palestinians. I don't know. Right now, Palestinians are very angry and very hurt because, frankly, they're starving and children are being dismembered and dying. Like in that situation, I might also want vengeance or some kind of justice. Like that's a pretty horrific scenario, don't you think?
Yeah, they've wanted that vengeance or justice before October 7th, obviously. Even before 48, they've kind of wanted, that's been the more popular thing, is that kind of justice. But but that's why I'm wondering, is it not a problem when one of the big left-wing thought leaders, or the biggest in terms of streaming on this issue, is pushing for a position that, as far as anything beyond just saying one state, two people, equal rights, there's not really any, as far as I've seen, any feasible blueprint for this. There's no Palestinian popular major leader calling for this, and Palestinians, when they are asked, they don't want it. I can show you I can find a poll from 2024 where they're asked, and they're given all the options. They're given 2 states, 1 democratic state, or 1 undemocratic state, or 1 state without equal rights. And it seems to be that the democratic state is the least popular. The last poll I saw from it got 8% in Palestinians. So I don't understand why you'd be pushing for something that they don't want.
Because he wants it. Because he sees that that is the solution. Even if, like let's put it this way, Palestinians in Palestine, trans and gay rights are not very good, right? Like they don't really recognize, to say the least, they don't recognize gay marriage. At least I've heard of stonings on the streets. I don't know the truth of that, but
rare.
We can both agree, we can both agree that trans and gay rights in Palestine is not great, right?
Yeah.
So that being the case, Hassan still wants trans and gay rights. Like, he even wants it in Palestine. So on that point, he might have some contention with a lot of the Palestinians. But ultimately, it's not necessarily about what any individual or group of Palestinians want. It's about what is going to be best for all parties involved. And Hassan thinks that that is with a one-state solution where they live in a democracy and everybody has equal say. One person, one vote, right?
Yeah, but the question is the difference between gay and trans rights and what the state solution should be is that the whole point about emancipation for any group, any national group or any oppressed group, is about self-determination. So I think when it comes to trans rights and things like that, you can say that we can oppose them if they have their state and they don't give trans rights, but that's a question of, that's their self-determination, which is what people advocate for. So if we're talking, but it's different when we're talking about 1 or 2 state solution, because that is a question of the very basis of their self-determination. But I don't know why you would go for a self-determination that they don't want. So what's the point in saying self-determination if you want them to have the form of state that they don't want, to share the country with people they don't want to share it with, to live in borders that they don't see to want with the current government arrangements? Why any of that? That's the basis of the self-determination.
Well, let's start with this. Do you think that Israel should pull out of Palestine?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good start. So,
but
like, you
probably
and Hassan
for a
agree
very
on that,
different,
right?
well, probably in a very different way that you or Hassan would say. Yeah, probably in a very different.
But you
with a
agree
few
on
different
that.
qualifiers.
You think that Israel is invading Palestine and should pull out, correct?
Yeah, but I'm not going to, again,
okay.
The word invading is probably going to be contentious, but in terms of how and when and why, on what conditions they do that, we're going to disagree, yeah. I don't think they should do it like unilaterally.
But even when I bring up something that you and Hassan agree on, you're so quick to jump to a disagreement. You're like, boom.
Yeah, but
you
that's
don't
because
get it. Me and Hassan are different.
But that's because the disagreements are much more substantial than you seem to think they are.
But okay, you want good things, right?
Everyone wants what they think are good things, yeah.
Yeah, you're an enjoyer of things that you think are good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, so everybody is an enjoyer of things that they think are good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, on that level, you agree with everybody. You all want good things. Everybody wants good things to happen. So I like to start, this is my new philosophy. I like to start there and work my way up to the most common ground that I can possibly reach with people and see if we can make things work from there. You and Hassan both want Israel out of Palestine, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's great. So let's talk about the differences then. What does Hassan want Israel to do that you don't want Israel to do?
It sounds like, well, he wants Israel to leave unilaterally and to also dissolve their own government right after they've left and to make themselves equal citizens with Palestinians in the entire territory and to turn it into one country.
I think they should be equal citizens. And I think it should be one country.
Okay. Why do you think, so one, why do you think, let's try the obvious one. Why do you think Palestinians don't want that?
Well, because they see Israelis as like oppressors and they don't want to live with their oppressors.
Did Black South Africans say that? They had a leader who pushed for equal rights.
I don't know. I don't know much about South Africa. I mean, it's possible. Like people generally don't want to live with people that they perceive as oppressors, but Israeli citizens are just that. They're just citizens. You know, even if they believe in the Israeli project, I think the statistics are like 90-something% of them believe in the Israeli project, the Zionist project. At the end of the day, they're still just citizens. Most of them aren't really doing anything wrong, right? They're just chilling. They're just living their lives. They don't want to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
If they saw a Palestinian somewhere, they wouldn't like chuck rocks at them. They would just let it go. You know, like, and that's how most Israeli people are. And so but Palestinians don't see it that way because they've been bombarded by Israel for a very long time. So there's a lot of deprogramming to do here on both sides. You know, but we should recognize that it is largely Israel that's at fault for this. I think that's important to recognize.
Okay, we can get into that if you want. There's a few different, there's like a crossroads. So if we're talking about why Palestinians don't want to have an equal state with equal rights for both groups across the whole territory, and Israelis don't want it, why does turning it into one state, what problem gets solved by that if neither of them want it?
Well, eventually you just learn to coexist, right? Like take cities, for instance, like just the city environment, like New York City. You know, you have people from all different backgrounds, all different shades, like just vibing and chilling together. You have Muslims living next to Jews. You have mosques next to temples, right? And they're fine and they get along for the most part. Now there is some conflict, but for the most part they coexist peacefully there.
Yeah, and then you have other countries where different ethnic groups are thrown together through imperial powers that didn't have their best interests at play. And in some cases, that wasn't always the answer, though, was it? So with India and Pakistan, they didn't say, well, fuck this, let's just come together in one country. They partitioned, and then that was very violent. Some countries stayed together and tried to build a country like Syria, and then they had a civil war that killed over 500,000 people. Lebanon has just been in a state of constant ebbing and flowing of instability for God knows how long. Sudan, same thing. So Yugoslavia. That's the thing I don't get is why someone in the West decides that they're going to choose what the answer should be over there when the people there do not want it. And they still want self-determination. When you ask Palestinians, do you want one state, two states, or an unequal two states, that by far it's two states that wins out. So I don't know why people get to a point where they disparage at even wanting that, because they consider that, oh, that's just like you've stolen 3/4 of the land then, and then they only keep 1/4. But again, if that's the solution that seems to be the more popular one for them, I don't know why people would be against that. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, like you said, self-determination is important. So if the war ends tomorrow over there and Palestine decides, like the people of Palestine decide, we are going to live in our section of this land and call it Palestine, and Israel will live over there, and it's a two-state solution, there's not much we can do about it. That's their decision. That's self-determination. at the same time, I think more integration is always better. So if you can convince more people that integration is the answer, that's going to be better. So first, the fighting has to stop, and then people can start to understand that most Israelis are not generally bad people, and you can live next to each other and exist next to each other just fine. And we did that in the United States during the civil rights era. We kind of forced segregation, or sorry, not segregation. We forced integration.
Yeah.
What's the famous picture of the little girl walking into a white school? I can't remember her name. A very famous picture. And people didn't like it. But we said, listen, there's going to be some growing pains, but integration is important. We have to make people understand that there's nothing wrong with existing next to each other. It's called coexisting.
Yeah. The problem is that, first of all, if you support coexistence, why would you support Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas?
I don't know anything about Hezbollah or Houthis or what they do. As
Is
far
that
as
not
Hamas,
important to the conflict? If you've watched Hassan and learned stuff from him, he talks about Houthis quite a lot. He supports them.
I
He
learn
likes
things.
them,
I
right?
learn things as I go. I'm not a big history buff or foreign policy buff, and I'm doing my best to get better about it. So I apologize if we have to educate on some things. It slows down the conversation. I get it, but I'm doing my best. As far as Hamas goes, since that's the one I know about, no, I don't agree with everything they do. I think that they're largely a violent group, right? That doesn't, but when I don't support Hamas, quote unquote, but I do understand why Hamas is like the group over there. They're the resistance group. They are the resistance group, period. So
Resistance to what? What are
when
they
we
resisting?
the IDF, the invasion of Israel.
And okay, we probably do need to do history. When Hamas calls themselves, okay, first of all, if I just say when Hamas says that they are resisting, they're not talking about resisting occupation or blockade of Gaza and the West Bank. When they talk about resisting, they're talking about resisting the existence of Israel. They think that Jewish people in historic Palestine, whether it's in Israel, Gaza, or the West Bank, they think that they are invaders, they're interlopers, and they should basically just be terrorized until they get bored of the Zionist project and leave. That's what Hamas wants.
You said when Israel comes into like places like the West Bank, like they just see them as invaders and they harass them and terrorize them until they leave.
Hamas sees their existence anywhere from the river to the sea as an invasion. They see their existence in Tel Aviv as an invasion.
Okay, and they could be, misguided to some extent. They're not a peace-loving group, and that's why I don't say that I support them. But ultimately, they're not the ones with the levers of power. Israel is. The IDF is. So if anybody here is responsible for de-escalating the situation, it's not Hamas. I think that's the point that Hassan tries to get across.
Yeah, and I think that's misguided. I think Hamas has a lot more agency over where this conflict goes and what direction it can take than people give them credit for. We know this because do you know the timeline of Israel and Gaza and Hamas coming to power?
I've learned about it a little bit. I know that Hamas was basically elected into office, but if I understand correctly, it's also such that Israel made it so that they're the only group there that has any kind of power at all, right? Like Israel pulled the strings such that Hamas was the group in power.
I'm not aware of this.
Is that incorrect?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. No, I don't think Israel pulled any strings. I mean, the only string pulling that happened was that Hamas wins the election. They don't win an outright majority. There's supposed to be a unity government between them and Fatah. The West does not like Hamas being there at all because they're the ones who have done all the suicide bombings of the last 5 years. And Fatah, with I think maybe nation support from the United States, decides that they're going to try and take over the government away from Hamas. Hamas is not really playing ball with wanting to be part of a unity government because it would mean you recognizing Israel, which they don't want to do. And there is effectively a war between the two of them, and Hamas wins in Gaza. And so Fatah, the other party, is basically gone. They get thrown off rooftops, they get chased out, the other ones go into hiding, or they capitulate and join Hamas, or they just go neutral. That's what happened in Gaza. Hamas took it over. They took it over in a civil war or a coup after Israel had pulled out. So Israel wasn't pulling strings to make that happen. They didn't want that to happen.
Fine, sure. So Fatah was there first. Fatah wanted to recognize Israel, but Fatah got muscled out by Hamas, who didn't.
Mhm.
Is that a good summary?
More
Okay.
or less, yeah.
Okay, so it seems like Hamas simply had the bigger guns, more power, and they just, and more support, frankly, from the people, if I had to guess, and just shoved Fatah out.
In Gaza, they
right?
did, yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like then the Palestinians are very angry, right, about something. They're so angry, in fact, that they don't want to even recognize Israel as a state. Why do you think, what could have possibly transpired to have made them so angry as to put Hamas, a violent group, in power such that they basically want to destroy Israel?
Well, you
That
tell
didn't
me.
come from nowhere.
Yeah, I know it didn't come from nowhere. And if we're going to make and again, I'm generally one of the first ones to make the argument that, yeah, like Zionism, for as much as I might disagree with far leftists on why it exists and why, and what are the, like the morality of it, the fact is that it did entail going to a land where people already lived, and then the Zionists obviously took quite a bit of that land. We can talk about all the steps in between if you want, but there comes a point when you realize that this is we're something like 60, 70 years past it now. And no, at this point, I can understand why Palestinians feel the way they do. I can't understand why a Westerner who claims to be left-wing would still believe that trying to destroy Israel by force is a justifiable or understandable or reasonable desire. I don't think it has ever helped Palestinians. I don't think it has ever gotten them any closer to getting the freedom and peace and security that they want. If anything, it's only made their lives worse. Do you agree with or disagree with any of that?
I think that violent rhetoric is pretty much always bad. I think that trying to come together is always better. But I think that recognizing the source of the separation and of the violence and of the anger, especially of the oppressed group when it's coming from them, is very important. Because what you're basically doing is you're shifting focus over to the oppressed group and forcing responsibility onto them that, frankly, like, they're not willing to listen to. Like, even if what you're saying is correct, you're not convincing anybody. You know, like, they're not ready to hear that. What would make them ready to hear that is, first and foremost, if Israel pulls out of Palestine, which you've said that you want.
Well,
So
the question is
to
then,
do that first.
Yeah. So the question is then, well, Israel pulled their military and their governance out of Gaza in 2005. They had settlers there. They literally went there and forced those settlers, 8,000 or 9,000 of them, to leave Gaza. They pulled their military out around the border, and then they pulled any administrative structures they left as well. They left Gaza in 2005. And between 2005 and 2007, Hamas gets, they win the election, and then they seize power in Gaza. So if Israel left Gaza, they actually did in Gaza, they did what you want. They left.
Okay.
So I don't understand. So is that not an important part of like the timeline and the context? The fact that Israel left Gaza, and the fact that when they left, Hamas took over and decided, no, we're going to use this breathing space that we've been given. We're going to use this territory, and Gaza gets quite a bit of international humanitarian aid, and we're going to use this not to build something like build a parallel society and to build peace and security or whatever else. We're just going to build rockets and try to go further. We're going to use this breathing space to hit Israel harder, and they did.
Okay, so it was. I'm reading up on it right now on Wikipedia. Proposed by Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon in 2003. Let's see. They pulled out of Gaza. The IDF began evicting all Israeli settlers who were refusing to accept government compensation packages in exchange for voluntarily vacating their homes in the Gaza Strip. Well, this sounds good to me. By September 12th, all Israeli residential buildings in the territory had been demolished, and the 8,000 plus Israeli settlers who inhabited them had been removed. The dismantling of the 4 West Bank settlements was completed 10 days later. The disengagement was executed unilaterally by Israel and without coordination with the Palestinian National Authority. Yet among Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, the disengagement was met positively in light of earlier skepticism surrounding Israel's intention to withdraw from the territory. Among Israelis, polls showed support for the disengagement in the 50 to 60% range and opposition in the 30 to 40% range. The IDF met heavy resistance and riots while conducting evictions throughout the Gaza Strip settlements. Former and future Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu resigned from Sharon's government in protest. Okay. The Gaza Strip disengagement occurred 7 months after the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, which ended the second intifada. As part of this process, 4 Israeli settlements in the West Bank were dismantled as well. Okay, I'm just trying to see what so the Palestinians seem to like that then. 50 to 60% of them supported that. So why then would they have elected Hamas? That's a good question.
Mostly because of corruption, but also because I think they I think after the second intifada or in general, I don't know, we can go for a rewind. If I want to fast forward, just summarizing the 75 years in a soundbite, the problem, and this is why I don't buy just trying to black and white it into the oppressor-oppressed dynamic, because honestly, the way I think people use that is they're just using it as a proxy for goodies and baddies. It is way too simplistic. The problem when it comes to Palestinians is, despite the fact that they have always had legitimate grievances and they've always had a just cause, the problem is they've never had good leaders. They have never had good leaders, and internationally, they've never had good allies. They've always had allies who have gassed them up into believing that one day they're going to have enough strength or enough of a war of attrition to get Israel out of that entire area. And when they say Israel, a lot of them do think it means Jews as well. Like any Jew who arrived after 1917 would have to go back to either Europe or North Africa or Ethiopia or wherever else. That's the problem. And I think when people don't address that problem and they only expect all of the good things, your words, and all of the remedies to come from unilateral action from one side, is not a reasonable solution. It's not reasonable for a few reasons. Is that one is putting all of the attack on Israel basically only makes people who live there more susceptible to right-wingers, because there's nothing right-wingers like more in Israel than telling Jewish people that they're on their own, that the whole world is against them, and that if they don't fight, the only alternative is going to be that the surrounding countries and surrounding militias are eventually going to come in and kill them and chase them out into the sea. That's like the general Israeli right-wing position, and it's very easy to sell when this much international weight comes against one side and not on the other. And that's why the problem with, I think, the Palestinian cause, in a way, or the Palestinian leadership, is that they are still ultimately married to this decision. Hamas are still the most popular organization in Palestine. They're still more popular than Fatah. They're still more popular than any of the guys who get like 1 or 2% of the vote who push for economic development and reconciliation and things like that. They're obviously way bigger than any one state solution with equal rights group, because they don't want equal rights. They want an Islamic state from the river to the sea. And when you have this dynamic, then the issue is that you have each side has every incentive to keep the conflict going forever. Israel has the incentive to keep it going forever because they can just keep on seizing settlements in the West Bank and encouraging right-wingers and bringing more and more psycho right-wingers into the government and capturing territory there. And then now they've got the IDF in half of Gaza as well. And then on the other side, you've got Palestinians who keep on getting this international backing from people who think that as long as we keep supporting resistance or attacks against Israel and isolating Israel on the world stage, then, this Jewish state, we might not beat them in a all-out war, but over time, they might suffer a death of 1,000 cuts. So why give up? And this is the most toxic incentive on both sides. And the problem is that only one side wins that conflict, and it's Israel.
That's true. Okay. So they pulled out of Gaza in 2005, but Israel was still in Palestine, right? They had still encroached upon quite a bit of land.
Before we go on, what was wrong with what I just said?
Well, I wrote down some notes. I don't think there was anything wrong with it.
Okay. You mentioned that they were still in the West Bank after they pulled out of Gaza, yes?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's correct. So Gaza, they pull out of Gaza. So Gaza is basically, for all intents and purposes, liberated, right? But the problem becomes there's still in areas around Gaza, and there's still fallout from them being in Gaza and oppressing them. So they're still angry. There's no reparations there, right? There's no, here's some, here's like what we owe you for having done this to you, so that you can so you can go back to the way things were, basically, which you can't really go back to the way things were ever, but for all intents and purposes, you get as close as you can, right? So, like, I look at this the way that I view, like, systemic racism in America. Like, we never gave reparations to black people after slavery, right? So, like, of course they're still upset. Of course they still want, reparations because they never got it. And even like hundreds of years later, we still see the effects of that. So you're talking like they pull out of Gaza in 2005, literally only 2 years later, right? You expect them to be all hunky dory and things are great now and not want any vengeance when Israel never really made up for what it did.
Well, it's not really hunky dory though, is it? It's not hunky dory. It's just expecting them to do things that might, like their leaders, to do things that would help their people, and Hamas didn't. Yes, Israel was still in the West Bank. I think in the Gaza withdrawal, they also destroyed 4 settlements in the West Bank. And then there was initially what was called the Convergence Plan, which was going to be a Gaza-style withdrawal from the West Bank as well, another unilateral one. Most of the international community advised against it because it became very clear after Lebanon and after Gaza that if Israel just does the leaving on one side and doesn't get any agreements or any negotiation with any leaders on the other side, then all you're doing is strengthening the military position of the militia that kicked you out or that chased you out in the first place. So as soon as they leave Lebanon, they get Hezbollah more empowered than ever with arms up the wazoo from Iran. And as soon as they leave Gaza, they get Hamas saying, okay, well, you've given us more breathing space. We're going to use it to just fight harder. Rockets from Gaza did not help the West Bank. There's no argument for that. And I don't think I think people are more intelligent than wanting vengeance. Like, people are not so stupid that Israel pulls out of Gaza, but then they think, oh, well, there was still a lot of violence that was inflicted upon us and occupation from the last few decades. So rather than building up our own lives and moving forward, we're just going to keep on firing rockets at you that do no damage at all, barely any, and definitely don't give us any gains. No, I don't think Hamas are that stupid. Hamas have a very good logical reason for doing what they're doing by keeping fighting. It's just that it doesn't really gel with like what people like us would want. They didn't get full reparations.
Hamas wants in your eyes?
Hamas wants an Islamic State from the river to the sea.
Okay. Why do they want an Islamic State from the river to the sea?
I don't know, origins in the Muslim Brotherhood, support from countries like the fact that they get given quite a lot of financial and material support from countries like Qatar, long-standing ideological grievances. I know that you're wanting me to say, well, because Israeli occupation made them angry. That doesn't explain why Yemen feels the same way. No, but that's kind of what the answer would be logical in your head, right?
If I asked you that question, not knowing what your answer would be.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just anticipating that.
Idea.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that I'm guessing if you were asked that question, it would be that, right? It would be because of Israeli occupation. That's why they want an Islamic State from the river to the sea. No?
Well, I mean, I'm not well versed in like the financial dealings between Hamas and all the other Islamic states. I don't know, but if I had to guess, just from a fundamental level, like, religion is a strong driver of action, right? And if you have a strongly religious group like Hamas, who are Islamic extremists, they're driven by this doctrine to make sure that the doctrine is spread as far and wide as it can be. They have their set rules, and they feel like that is the good way to run the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that would be like their driving motivator is they were taught by other people that Islam is good and Islamic extremism is good, and we need to make Sharia law everywhere, whatever, because that's what God wants. And so if you just tell enough people this, they're gonna, and
Red hot emoji.
And the people who are saying these things are the ones who are at least, visibly protecting you from an invading force such as Israel. They're going to say, yeah, I want the same things they do because they're the ones doing good things for me and protecting me. So that's how I look at it. I don't know about the financial incentives. You know more about the area than I do, for sure. So that's probably part of it, but that's how I look at it, since you turned the question back on me.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is that they're propped up. They're propped up, and they're obviously part of a very long-standing ideological tradition in the Arab and Muslim world that extends to parties that are very far away from Israel as well, like Yemen, right? So that's one reason. But also, I think the other thing that I find frustrating is that they're gassed up by large powers in the rest of the world. It's not really surprising that in the past, when say the PLO, who were the leading Palestinian militia groups in the 80s, like when they were fighting a war in Beirut against Israel, there's a reason that they gave up a lot more quickly, and it's because most of the Arab and Western and Soviet world turned their backs on them. They just said, they told them to stop. But with Hamas, it feels like Hamas are just getting more and more rewarded. Like, I think this is the thing that people don't really get, is that, have you ever wondered, for example, why Hamas has not surrendered in Gaza? They don't think they're going to win, but
Well, if I had to guess, most of the people who comprise Hamas think that they're freedom fighters.
But do they think that if they keep
That's why
fighting,
they
they're
haven't
going to
given
get
up.
any more freedom? Freedom fighters give
They
up
think
all
they
the time,
will, yes.
unfortunately. Like they
Even well, yes, but even if they think they're going to, I mean, you know the trope, right? It doesn't matter if we fail. The 300 Spartans, it goes back to them. Like, they knew they were going to fail. They fought anyway.
I don't think that necessarily works with Hamas because
Why not?
because when you listen to the way that they talk and the way that their supporters talk, is they don't think they're losing. Hamas thinks they're winning. Like, they think that because of the amount of destruction that's been brought upon Gaza and the amount of suffering that's resulted in so many international condemnations and turnarounds against Israel, they believe that fighting in that way, that Hamas choosing to fight, it basically embedded in the urban landscape and allowing for that destruction
Well, then you
to
just
happen,
said it.
it's given them
Then
a
you
boost.
just said why they keep fighting. You just said why they keep fighting then. They think they're winning.
Yeah, they think they're winning in the sense that but it's worth the loss, right? It's worth Gaza being turned into what it is now because it makes Israel look bad enough that it might leave them isolated on the world stage. But to me, the point I'm trying to make is that I don't know why these quote unquote resistance groups or freedom fighters like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, why they get given any sense of charity, or even in some cases, like with leftists, it's like it's full out support. But I don't really understand why that happens if you want Palestinians to live peacefully and safely, because these guys have a completely, like, their victory can happen even if all of Gaza gets destroyed, because that's what they want. They're happy to let that happen so long as it can eventually put Israel in a weaker position that they might fall apart later.
Sure. Let's say that I take a match and I burn my house down, right? And the reason that I burn my house down is because I know that is the easiest way to catch my neighbor's house on fire and make sure that theirs burns down as well. That's my goal, is to burn down their house, right?
Mm-hmm.
I must really fucking hate my neighbor, right? To do
Yeah.
that. My neighbor must have done something pretty fucking shitty to me, right? Or at least I think they did.
Yeah.
That's how badly I want to burn their house down, is that I'm willing to sacrifice my own. Right?
Yeah, and I'm guessing if
Right.
there was anyone out there who was
So-
supporting you doing that, you'd probably think that person is a bit weird.
Well, if they support me, then they see things exactly the way I do. If I can see it that way, then so can somebody else. Let's say that my neighbor, like, killed my daughter. You know? Like, this is almost like movie material. Like my neighbor killed my daughter, so I'm going to set my own house on fire so that theirs gets set on fire, because fuck my house. My daughter's dead. Right?
But what if there are 2 million other civilians living in your house that are going to burn down with it?
Well, if I'm in an emotional state, the only thing I'm thinking about is my daughter. Right? Like, I'm not making a rational decision.
Okay, I think in terms of a very, very complex film character, that sounds great. But if we're talking about like a political movement that is supposed to be representing its people, I think that's insane. No?
Yes, but this movement is comprised of individuals who all feel that way about Israel. That's how strongly they feel about Israel. Is they are willing to forego their own home in order to get one over on Israel. That's how bad Israel hurt them.
To be fair, I think
right?
most of Gaza didn't actually want to fight a war with Israel before October 7th. I think the polling on that suggested that most of them were not up for trying to do that.
Okay, well, the people who committed October 7th clearly did, right?
Yeah, but those people were willing
Yeah.
to fuck the same people who, again, oppressed. Hamas oppresses Gazans, right? They oppressed Gazans before October 7th, and they continue to oppress them now. So
Sure. But again, most people who comprise Hamas don't see them. I mean, they don't, any of them see themselves as oppressors. They see themselves as freedom fighters.
I know, and I'm just trying to say that they're not. They're not fighting for freedom. They're fighting.
Okay, but they think they are.
Okay, and
right?
do you know that Israelis think of themselves as indigenous refugees returning to their homeland? They think of themselves as anti-colonial.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes. And that's why Israel, like they basically see Gazans as the invaders, right? They see Palestinians as the invaders, right? So
some
then
of
how
them
do we
yeah.
resolve this? Like,
well, first of
yeah,
all, you have to argue about what's
Israel-
correct and what's actually compatible with things that we would actually consider to be a good outcome.
Okay, but the first thing you have to do is lay all the cards on the table. Hamas sees themselves as freedom fighters, and Israel and Israelis, frankly, as an invading force. Israel sees themselves as, people of the homeland of Israel, and they're taking their land back from foreign invaders, right?
Yes.
So then we need to figure. So then, if Israel are the ones with more power, and they're the ones doing more damage, then priority number one is to, what's the word? I can't think of the word. The priority number one is to make sure that Israel stops doing that, right? Because they're like, both sides see themselves as the good guy, but Israel has more power and they're doing more damage. So we need to convince Israel first and foremost, they need to stop what they're doing and pull out of Israel, right? That's step number one.
Pull out of Israel? You mean pull out of Gaza? What you saying?
Because we're not going to get Hamas to stop first. We're not.
Why? Okay, I feel like in the past the groups like Hamas have stopped first, but
when was that?
When the PLO left Beirut, 80s.
Okay, well then maybe I misspoke. But okay, let's say this then. Hamas stopped first, right? And what did Israel do? They kept going. Right?
What did they? When?
Well, if Hamas stopped, unless Hamas stopped and then resumed again, I don't know the sequence of events here, but if Hamas stopped, I assume that Israel is the one who kept perpetuating this, right?
Depending on which ceasefire you're talking about the breaking ceasefire. Is that what you're talking about? January?
Who broke the ceasefire?
That's very disputable. You can probably say Israel, but again, that was because the stages of the ceasefire were not being upheld by Hamas. Hamas were not willing to go to the stage of disarming, which was part of what was expected of them. And they're still not doing that. They're still basically saying that they don't want to disarm. Like, yeah.
Right. Because they don't trust Israel, right?
No, it's not because they don't trust Israel.
Come on, man. What do you mean it's not?
What do you mean? Come on, Israel? No, what do you mean they don't trust? Yeah. Why is that a weird thing to say? Do you think Hamas genuinely believes that their weapons are helping their own people, are defending their people?
Yes, that's why they want them. What are you talking about?
You think Hamas, after what's happened in the last 2 years, think that their weapons defend Gazans?
Either defend Gazans or destroy Israel, right?
No, it's one or the other. Actually, what do you? How can you show me how that happens? Like practically,
they probably see it as both. Don't you think?
No, I don't think they give a fuck.
No.
I don't think they give a fuck about what happens to Gaza. No, they clearly don't. Like,
really? Come on.
I mean, we can talk about. We can look at
they do.
Sinwar's. We can look at Sinwar's communication describing the losses as necessary sacrifices, or people going onto Al Jazeera from the Hamas leadership and talking about how these are tactical losses, and they're talking about the entire strip getting flattened. Yeah, I don't think they care. They don't.
Okay.
Why do you think they built all their infrastructure in civilian areas?
But they're not out here saying, well, they're just fodder. We don't care about them.
No, we
don't care about them at all.
They call them martyrs, I guess. I mean, I suppose they appreciate them and they revere them in the sense that they're martyrs for the cause.
Martyrs for the cause. They martyr them, right? They say, look at these beautiful, brave people who helped our cause, right?
Like civilians who got killed in an airstrike, yeah.
Yeah. So they at least have to put on a show, right? They know that they at least have to appear as though they are fighting for the defense of Gazans, right?
What's the difference between them being martyrs and fodder, actually?
Well, it's the presentation. If you're just fodder, then nobody gives a shit about you. If you're a martyr, then everybody gives a shit about you.
Isn't that still... Yeah, but I'm talking about to someone who's not religious. Like, what's the difference between... What's the meaningful difference between that being a martyr and
We're
being
talking
fodder?
about... This is about Hamas's framework of the situation. They are framing the situation such that the people who died in Gaza are worthy, necessary sacrifices for the end goal of destroying Israel, because Israel is the primary oppressor, and they're the ones who are going to destroy everybody in Palestine if they don't put a stop to it. That's Hamas's framework, right?
Yeah. If that was you as one of those civilians, would you feel like a martyr or fodder out of interest?
I don't know.
Okay.
There are plenty of Palestinians and Gazans who think, okay, you know what? Fair. Israel is the one doing more damage. I see it all the time, maybe in my real personal life. So if Hamas is telling me, and Hamas is at least treating me with some dignity and respect, it's not like Israel's out here calling their victims martyrs, right? Just shit on all the Palestinians they kill, right? So if I'm going to get killed, I can at least be martyred by Hamas and revered, rather than have my corpse shit on by Israel. Yes,
I think
I might very well grow up in Gaza and say, you know what? It's a worthy sacrifice if I die. Because fuck Israel.
I'm pretty sure most people in Gaza, maybe there's polling that you've seen that I haven't. I'm pretty sure most people in Gaza don't want to die. I think that's kind of, that was like the whole essence of the
come on.
anti-Hamas protest.
Did I say want to die? Did I say that?
I think you...
Or are you putting words in mouths
It sounded
again?
like you implied it, no? You said like, oh,
No.
like, yeah, because at least I can
No.
do this to be a martyr to fuck Israel, no?
If I'm going to die anyway, that doesn't mean I want to. It means if I'm going to, then I may as well be a martyr and not have my corpse shit on
Oh, so
by
they
Israel,
think it's unconditional.
right?
Okay, so they think their death's unconditional. Okay, I understand what you're saying now. Okay.
Their deaths are... Say that again?
Like their deaths are, like, it's unconditional. They're going to die anyway, regardless of what Hamas does, or...
No, listen very carefully.
Okay.
I'm saying if I understand my life to be at risk of dying,
Yeah.
of losing my life, I would rather lose my life to Hamas, who are going to martyr me, right? Because of their actions, I'd rather lose my life that way and be a martyr than I would be a victim of Israeli invasion, right? Like just have my corpse shit on by Israel. I respect Hamas more because at least they're going to martyr me and call me a worthy sacrifice.
Okay.
At least my death means something. So that's not me wanting to die. That's me saying if I'm going to die, at least my death will mean something.
Okay. And I'm guessing this is a perspective you're characterizing. Like, you don't agree with this yourself, right?
This is what you asked me, would I want that? And my answer is, I'm not saying I would want to die if I were a Palestinian. I'm saying if I understand my life to be at risk anyway, that's how I would want to go out, is as a martyr and a necessary sacrifice to destroy the greater evil.
Right.
I think that's completely reasonable.
Gotcha. I'm just going to put a statement for you, and you can just see what you want to make of it. So I'm guessing like you probably believe the general demand now, which is for Israel to just kind of like pack up and leave Gaza, and then Gaza just kind of is left to whoever's left there in charge or whatever else, right? Like just stop and leave.
I think that's a good start.
Okay.
I think that if the outside world could give reparations to Gaza and help them rebuild, I think that would be a better start, like a next step, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't just want Israel to fuck off and leave Gazans on their lonesome. I would like the rest of the world to step in and help them rebuild.
Okay. Yeah. I agree with that second half. I'm also going to pose to you though, and see what you think of this. Is that I don't think, and a pretty good reason to believe, there is not going to be any future in Gaza so long as Hamas can stay in power. As long as Hamas still have control over the levers of power in Gaza, they will use any breathing space, like a Israeli withdrawal, to basically just pursue the same strategy again. As far as they're concerned, it worked. They just need to do it more and more effectively. They've said as much on TV. They're pretty unshy about it, which is just leaving the question again, is that what would be the point in leaving things back in their hands if all they want to do is rebuild all those tunnels and fire rockets again and invite airstrikes into their area? Like,
Okay. Hamas's mission, as we've agreed, is destroy Israel. 2 words, destroy Israel, correct? You can sum it up as that. So they want to destroy Israel because they see Israel as a dangerous invading force that is killing their people, right? So if Israel withdraws completely and says, we will stop destroying your people, openly, publicly apologize even, bow their heads or whatever, just in theory, what would Hamas have to stand on then? Like, what would they actually be able to say and be like, no, we still got to destroy Israel, guys. I swear, bro, I swear, right? They have nothing. That's why it's so imperative that Israel makes the first move, because until they do, Hamas has grounds to stand on to say, we are going to destroy Israel. They're justified.
Okay, I'm trying to not bombard you with a bunch of historical claims, but it's kind of it's just. But I'll keep it brief. You're describing Israel's withdrawal from 2005, and you're describing their withdrawal from Lebanon in 2000,
and from Gaza, not from Palestine, not the West Bank, from Gaza only, right?
You're just. What about Lebanon then? They left Lebanon, right? The UN drew a line, and Israel went all the way back to the line. They went. At every point, they went past the blue line that the UN told them to leave at. And they said to Hezbollah, yeah, we're done here. If you fire at us, we're going to come back with brutal force, whatever the fuck. And Hezbollah just kept on getting rockets, and they kept on firing them, and they kept on kidnapping soldiers, and they kept on crossing the border. So no, I don't think it's asking for unilateral disengagement from a group that doesn't think in the same way that you do. Hamas can very easily manufacture consent from their own people to keep up the fight. All they would have to do is do what Hezbollah did. They'll invent another reason. Hezbollah invented other reasons, and they just went with it. Like they just attack them because the reprisal will make people angry, and then they'll just recruit from that.
What you just said was interesting, because basically what you said was they pulled out of Lebanon, and they said, don't invade us, right? Don't come over here. So they never actually apologized. They never actually took accountability for what they did in Lebanon. Like, nothing. They just pulled out and said, leave us alone, right? They didn't even give them any reparations, nothing, right? They just came into the house, fucked it up, and left.
Why would they give reparations to Hezbollah?
And you just expect the people in Lebanon to sit back and do nothing about that.
Why would they give reparations to Hezbollah?
If you go in somewhere and you fuck up the place and you leave, whoever owns that place or resides there is going to be very upset at you for good reason, and they might come back and take vengeance.
Does it not matter why you went in there?
Does it matter? Okay, why did they go in there then?
Because of the PLO? Because the PLO were in Beirut? Because they were launching attacks into Israel?
Okay, why were the PLO launching attacks?
Because that was the leader of the Palestinian movement at the time, and they had been kicked out of Jordan. So they were in Beirut, and they were in Lebanon, and then they were still wanting to keep up the fight against Israel. So, and then you're going to say, and then I guess what, like, again, because like these groups they don't want Israel to exist. It's like Hezbollah made a few demands of Israel after Israel pulled off in 2000. They made demands. I don't recall an apology ever being one of them.
Okay, what were the demands?
So they tried to claim the Sheba farms, which is a small territory that is actually legally part of Syria. Very small. It's not even really farmland, most of it. Just in the north of Israel and Lebanon. So the UN draws this blue line, and the blue line is decided to be the international border between Israel and Lebanon. Israel pulls back to that blue line, they go so far that actually there's one like small town that they have to that has a fence around it that's been there for decades, and they just pull the fence back a few meters just to stay within the blue line. So they pull back to exactly where the UN tells them to. Hezbollah says, well, actually, there's this place called the Sheba Farms, and we had a border dispute with Syria decades ago. And because they decided that maybe the Sheba Farms could be Lebanese, and there is an argument for that, Hezbollah kept on firing because Israel was in the Sheba Farms, even though Syria has never legally handed it over to Lebanon.
Who was in the
They've
Sheba
never-
Farms? Who was in the Sheba Farms?
Israel.
Who was in the Sheba Farms? Israel?
Mhm.
Okay. Got it. Keep going.
Except from the fact that barely anyone, well, yeah, I don't even know if any Lebanese people even lived there. Yes, they just decided that out of nowhere they were going to bring up this claim to the Sheba Farms that hadn't even existed in Lebanese politics for the preceding decades. And then they decided that was going to be their cause. And then I think the last claim that they had was that they wanted to get Lebanese prisoners freed from Israeli jails, of whom there were two, both of whom had gone into Israel, one of whom had committed a mass murder in Israel, and the other one I think was like a double intel agent who was serving only a few months left. So they will conjure up any excuse. Like these aren't reasonable demands. These are just things for the national story, because the ultimate goal doesn't go away. They just use these proxy demands and then use that as the excuse to just keep on the ultimate goal, which is to destroy Israel.
Okay, so they made these demands. What was the response to these demands?
They're not reasonable.
Okay, they said these demands aren't reasonable, and then when the PLO heard the demands weren't reasonable, they fired on Israel, right?
Well, this is Hezbollah.
They were looking for a fight.
Hezbollah kidnapped.
sorry.
They kidnapped Israeli soldiers and tried to do prisoner swaps. That was their whole goal. That was their whole little strategy.
Hezbollah, I have no idea if I'm spelling this right. Kidnapped Israeli soldiers, tried to do prisoner swap. So I'm a little confused. So PLO and Hezbollah, so the PLO is in charge of, like I said, I'm an idiot when it comes to that area. So PLO is in charge of Lebanon, right?
No, the PLO had they built kind of like what you call like a non-state group. They were a state within a state, but the PLO were gone from Lebanon by this point. The PLO left Lebanon
Okay, they were
in
gone from
the
Lebanon.
80s. Yeah.
In the 80s. And then Hezbollah took over.
Hezbollah took over the south of Lebanon. And
South of
South
Lebanon.
Beirut, yeah.
Okay, so Hezbollah is in charge of, hold on. Hezbollah in charge of South Lebanon in the 80s. Okay, so Hezbollah is making these demands after Israel had already pulled out of Lebanon, right? So what they wanted was Lebanese prisoners freed, with which there were two. One was a mass murderer, the other only had a few months left. And the other thing they wanted was territory. They tried to take advantage of the fact that Israel was occupying these Sheba farms, right? Okay, that's fair. If everything you're telling me is factual, I don't agree with them doing that. I think that they were taking advantage of a situation very unfairly. Okay, so then they fire, rockets into Israel, you said?
It was more border crossings. The rockets came after Israel was retaliating. They amassed a lot of rockets.
Border
though.
crossings. Okay, they amassed a lot of rockets. They had border crossings. So what happened in these border crossings?
They would try to kidnap soldiers sometime, and there was one event where they ended up killing 8 of them.
Kidnapped soldiers, massacred 8 of them. One incident. Okay. So they're doing things that aren't good to do. Obviously. We both agree on that. So I guess my best pushback to this would be none of that would have happened if Israel had not been there in the first place, correct?
Yes. That is quite
Okay.
true. What would have happened if... Okay, sorry, go on. You were going to say something else.
No, I'm just saying that Israel is the root of all of this. So even if you have other parties who are involved that are doing bad things, and we should stop them from doing those bad things, ultimately the first problem that needs to be solved is Israel's involvement in Palestine, period. Okay? Now, once they did that, crossed the border and took soldiers. What happened after that? What was Israel's response?
Well, they tolerated it for a few years because it happened a few times. In 2006 was the one where 8 soldiers died, and then they launched a 34-day war against Hezbollah, carried out airstrikes. It was a pretty bad war. Israel did terribly. They lost a lot of guys and were very bad at their targeting.
Okay, so Israel launched that war, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know if you count crossing the border and killing people as launching the war or not, but yeah, they escalated it for sure.
Well, it was so basically what you have here is in a vacuum, like it was Lebanon crossing the border into Israel, kind of like an invading force, taking over soldiers, killing them. And then Israel's response was to launch strikes into the, across the border into Lebanon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what did these strikes look like? Were they targeted? Were they like very like what was their goal with these strikes? What was the goal?
Their goal was to dismantle or severely weaken Hezbollah's infrastructure, possibly kill their leader. They failed at that. He survived. And I mean, they stated the goal was to get the kidnapped soldiers back, but I think at the time it was also quite well understood that they were probably dead or had gone to Iran or some shit. So as far as the strikes go,
or at least cover their bodies.
Yeah. As far as the strikes go, initially they were quite targeted. The initial campaign was quite confident. Later on, they basically had a really fucking brain dead chief of staff who believed that everything could be won from the air. So they emphasized airstrikes way too much, and they started later on trying to find targets with much weaker intel, like circumstantial intel, that once at least resulted in a strike that killed a house that just had a family of like 50 people in it. At other points, they sent their ground troops in, but the ground troops were very, very ill prepared. Quite a few of them died, and they only managed to raid a few Hezbollah villages or towns and then just left shortly afterwards. They found out that quite a lot of Hezbollah's infrastructure was in the rural nature sites, which was never seen before. So yeah, they just got kind of a little bit, they got quite overwhelmed, I think. They generally won most of the battles, but they came out of it not really having gained that much.
Okay, so then so Israel had a leader at some point that made really dumb decisions and killed innocent people in Lebanon again.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we're just going in a circle here, is what it looks like. Where like you got Israel invades Lebanon and whatever other area, and then they pull out, and then the people that they pulled out from are making unreasonable demands, trying to take advantage of the situation, and when they don't get what they want, they go and invade Israel with much less power, mind you. I don't think that Lebanon has nearly the power and backing that Israel does, but they're trying, right? And then Israel comes back over again, and but Israel once again is the group of people with the most power. So I have more issue with Israel retaliating in a unjustified and overwhelming way and killing innocent people than I do with the inverse, because they simply have more power, more backing. They're largely the ones responsible for all of this in the first place. So my point is, Israel right now is in Gaza. Israel is in Palestine. They are invading their space, period. And so that is the problem that I want to, it's the problem you have to tackle first. You have to get them out first. Now, if we could rewind back to 2006 in Lebanon, then, and I saw what was going on back then. I was only like 11 back then. But if I saw what was going on back then, and I was paying attention to it, I would have said, you know what? Lebanon is making some really shitty decisions here. This is stupid. They got what they wanted. Israel's out of their territory, right? So they need to just stop taking advantage of the situation and accept that. And then if they want to make more demands, those demands ought to be reasonable, right? So like I would have been against Lebanon doing that. But the bottom line is we can only tackle that part once Israel's out, right? Like Israel has to leave first. So Israel needs to get out of Palestine, period. And that's why people like Hassan get so uppity when somebody asks the question, do you condemn Hamas? Because this isn't currently about Hamas. It's about Israel invading Palestine. Hamas is just the resistance force.
Okay, let's go. So you keep on bringing up this theme, and maybe it gets to the root of the whole issue. Is that like, yeah, none of this would have happened had Israel not been a thing in the first place. That's kind of like the root, isn't it? Because we talk about cycle of violence. You ever heard the theory of like it's not really a cycle; it's more of a spiral of violence. And the spiral has a center. I guess to you, the center is Israel existing, like Israel being there, and the way that it got there.
It's not necessarily Israel existing; it's Israel imposing itself onto Palestine.
Okay, so. That's a good question. I think that's probably the important thing to look at. I don't know. Do you want me to ask you or tell you? Like, I don't want you to be like afraid of giving a wrong answer or anything. But like,
Sure.
why is Israel there? Like, why did at some point a bunch of Jews go there and decide that that's going to be a country?
My understanding is that it has roots in World War II, where Jews were kind of making a large, like a mass exodus from very anti-Semitic areas. Is that correct? Like they were looking for a place in, that area of the world where they could be safe, right? Like that was their goal.
Almost. It has roots in 1881 more than World War II. It was after the death of, I think it's Alexander the second or third, but yeah, Russian pogroms, basically pogroms in the Russian Empire. That's roughly when the Zionist movement was formed. That's when the first few thousand people started moving to Ottoman Palestine back then and establishing a presence. And it carried on after World War I. They got the British and the League of Nations giving them consent to have a national home there. World War II was obviously the kind of thing that made the rest of the world join in on deciding that this was probably a good idea to have a state there. So yeah, the roots go way back before World War II, but more or less. So summarizing that, a lot of Jews fleeing anti-Semitic places decide that they want to have a home in somewhere, and they choose Palestine. Do we know how they decided to go about that? Like, what did they do when they got there?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. So, like back in 1881, what did they do? Did they just find open land where nobody was and settle there? Because I think that's fine.
Most of that was what they did in the beginning. Some of the land had people living on it, and there's a whole ethical dispute about whether or not, like, a lot of the land was owned by absentee landlords, and then the people living there were tenant farmers. So by Ottoman law, or British later on, they were able to buy the land and evict the tenant farmers and have Jews there. But for the most part, the earliest land that they bought was malaria-infested swampland that they drained. Tel Aviv was built in a sand dune right next to the city of Jaffa. So it varies. I think evictions became a bit more prominent in the 20s, but yeah, before that it was a combination of empty and inhabited land.
And they felt justified in these convictions because the evictions, because these evictions were largely absentee landlords at first, right? Like people who didn't even like live in the land or work it. It was literally just people who had bought up, owned the land, and sit on it and do nothing with it.
No, the landlords weren't evicted. It was the tenants that were evicted. So there were tenant farmers.
Okay, the tenant.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the people who
So there
worked
were
the land
tenants
and
living
they
there.
also,
Okay.
yes, in some cases there were tenants living there. I'm guessing they found that justified because it was just normal to do back then. Like sometimes the land that they bought was it evicted tenant farmers, but those tenant farmers were only there because the previous dwellers were Bedouins who had been evicted by the Arab landowner. So yeah.
So this is just a cycle of eviction then.
Part of it is, yeah.
Okay. Which, Israel is the latest perpetrator of, right? Like they're the ones doing the evictions right now, unjustified evictions, in order to make, like, whatever reason you want to give, in order to make homes for themselves at the expense of other people who already live there, right? That's how this all started.
I mean, I would say the evictions of now are probably a bit different from the ones in the 1800s. In the 1800s, they were acting within the law of the land, and it mostly, I think, before the British were there, it mostly involved compensation as well. So I don't think the roots of the conflict are in buying land in the 1800s and evicting tenant farmers sometimes, but not even always. Most of the land was empty.
Did these tenant farmers want to leave? Did they want to accept the money and go, or was this not their choice?
Some of them wanted to leave, some of them didn't.
Okay, so then there are at least like some who did not want to leave. They were forced out of their home, even if they were paid for it. They were forced out of their home, right?
Yeah.
By people who called themselves Israel. I don't know if they called it that back then, but they would become Israel, right? And they were forcing people out of their homes to take it over. So it seems to me that that's what Israel has its roots in, is evicting people against their will and taking their homes over, right?
Well, majority of the land that they bought was still empty and swampland, but the Arab
Sure.
nationalists of the time wanted that for themselves as well. So it's there's a bit of push and pull. Out of interest, these Jews are doing this, and obviously they're leaving countries where anti-Semitism and modern nationalism is obviously threatening their life. They go to this one place where it seems like there is a small movement emerging where they can maybe have their own way of doing things, and like they can have protection from like local security, and they can have funding from charitable donators around the world. They've got this option. I'm just wondering, like, what do you think they should have done?
Not taking over other people's homes, for one. I mean, frankly, if you want to go way back, then people shouldn't have been anti-Semitic, right? Like that's step one, is people should have not been anti-Semitic. But why were they anti-Semitic? Like, what happened that made them anti-Semitic? I don't know. Like, we could go farther and farther and farther back to the root of like human conflict, but we can only work with what we have right now. So, you have a group of people who have nowhere to live, nowhere to go, and to sustain themselves, they decide to kick other people out of their homes and take them over, because that's the option that they're left with, right?
Yeah.
We agree on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because of anti-Semitism. So you could maybe forgive them for that, sure. But the people who live there, if they don't forgive them for that, then I would say that that they're justified in not forgiving them, because that's their home that got taken. Why do they give a fuck where those people came from or why they did that? Like, they just want their homes back.
Okay, so
yeah,
go
on.
Okay, yeah, fine. Out of interest, how long should a tenant farmer be allowed to uphold a grievance over an eviction? Often when compensation is, let's say compensation is even offered here, how long do they have the right to keep that claim solidified and to make it even by force?
It just depends on what they want. Like, if there's a farmer who gets evicted, like if there's a farmer in Palestine in the 1800s who gets evicted by a Jewish family that is seeking an anti-Semite free home away from anti-Semitism, whatever, right? And 20 years later, that farmer is like, well, that happened to me 20 years ago. I would like that farm back. Like, there's still stuff there that was there for me. I planned to raise my family there. Like, that was my ancestral home. That's where I grew up. So I want it back. I think that's a fair claim to make, don't you?
What if they find out that, again, because one of the biggest, and this is, I'm not making this up, this is a true story about one of the biggest land evictions of the 1900s, was where the land that was owned by this wealthy family in Lebanon was previously lived on by Bedouin farmers, by like Arab travelers, basically. So what if the tenant farmer that gets evicted when the Zionists buy the land starts fighting for it, but then they get it, let's say they get it back, but then the Bedouin comes and says, well, actually, 20 years before you were evicted, I was evicted, I want it back, that's my ancestral land.
Okay, so just to make sure I have this clear. So you have land that was owned. So, okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't quite following. Can you explain it one more time? I'm sorry.
One of the biggest land purchases, there's 1920s, it's called the Sursuk purchases. Big, wealthy Lebanese family owns this land in what is now Israel. The Zionists want to buy it. There are tenants living there. The tenants actually protest this. They don't want to leave, even with compensation. But they eventually do. The landlord, the Arab landlord, evicts them. The Jews come in and it's like, oh, it's empty. Let's buy it now. Okay. And then let's say those Arab tenant farmers, those Palestinian tenant farmers, get their land back. They fight for it. They chase the Zionist owners away. But then they've got the land. But then the Bedouins who lived there before them, before they were evicted, come to their door and say, actually, that's my ancestral land. We were there before you. Is that okay? Is that acceptable?
Well, we have to sit them down at the table. We have land in between these two groups that they're in dispute over, and we have to decide who has the greater claim, right? So on one hand, you have the Palestinian tenant farmers who, lived there and grew up there their entire lives, and they're still alive and they still have personal attachments to this land. And then they got the boot from, from Israelis who moved in, right? And then they get their land back. This is the hypothetical, right? They
Yeah.
get the land back. The Palestinian tenant farmers get the land back. But then how do you pronounce it? Bedouin or Bedouin?
Yeah, Bedouin or both is fine.
Bedouin? Bedouin? Okay. So the Bedouins come back and they say, well, actually, this is our land, you see, because we owned it. This is our ancestral home. Okay. So there's a couple things to consider here. The Bedouins sold them out, did they not?
No, the Bedouins were evicted when the wealthy Arab owners bought the land.
Okay, I got it. So wealthy Arab owners bought the land. The Bedouins were already there. Okay. So yeah, this is a difficult conflict. I think so. If the Bedouins, they need to somehow compromise, right? There's needs to be a compromise here. So the Bedouins want the land back. I mean, what do the Bedouins want with the land? Do they just want to live there and work it? And
Does it matter? It's their ancestral homeland, same as the Arabs. Same as the
It just would
Palestinians.
depend on their case. What's their case? So that it's their ancestral homeland. What do they want to do with the land? Like this basically comes down to a court case.
Wait.
Like it's
Okay.
it's an ownership court case.
Okay, just one. First of all, I really appreciate you being like a cool guy and everything, because this conversation is actually really interesting to me now. Thank you. Okay. I mean
Yeah,
that. I
me
mean that
too.
honestly. Okay. Shit. Okay. I'm curious though.
Oh no,
What-
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm curious though. Why did you not ask that question for the Palestinians? You only asked it for the Bedouins.
Okay, good point. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the Palestinians versus the Israelis. Is that what you mean? Like the Israelis are claiming that this is their ancestral homeland.
No. I'm talking
Right.
about the Arab farmers who get booted out so the Zionists can buy the land, and they deserve that land back. It's their ancestral land. Who cares if it was owned by someone else? Okay, fair point. And then the Bedouins come when the Arabs get the land back, hypothetically, and the Bedouins say it's ours. But then suddenly you start asking questions like, well, it depends. Well, what do they want to do with the land? What's their claim? What it's their ancestral homeland? Like, what's their intentions with it? But you ask those questions about the Bedouins wanting their land back, but not about the Arab farmers. To them, it was more just like it's their ancestral homeland, therefore.
But no, so I said that about the Bedouins, but not who? I
The
missed that part.
Arabs, the Palestinians who wanted the land
The
back.
Arabs.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, I think I do. I don't think it changes my point though. Like, if you feel like I'm being inconsistent.
Yeah, I think you were
No.
much more willing to be unconditional when it was Palestinian tenant farmers taking their land back from Zionists. But when it was Bedouins taking their land back from the Arabs, then suddenly we're like, well, why? Maybe that's a bit complicated.
Sure, I can explain this. So the Zionists come in and take the land by force.
No, they
right?
buy it. They purchase it.
They buy it. Well, but the people who were living there didn't agree to the buy. They didn't agree to the purchase.
Mhm.
They took the money because that's all they could do, and they left.
Yeah,
like they
same
didn't
with
have a
the-
choice.
Yeah, same with the Bedouins. Bedouins didn't have a choice when they were evicted. That's why they're coming back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so fair point. So then let's talk about first of all, the people coming back to this place, are they the ones who are still alive? Because my understanding was that this was maybe 20, 30 years later. These are people coming back for the homes that they actually grew up and lived in. I think that if you grew up in a place, you have a strong claim to that place, in my opinion.
Okay, so
That's a very strong claim.
So for you, because obviously, I think Palestinian nationalists would or Palestinians in general would definitely take issue with you holding that position. But you're saying that if it's you, if it's you, you keep the claim, but your descendants don't, right?
I mean, kind of like my ancestors grew up in Germany. But if I went over to Germany right now and tried to kick somebody out of one of my ancestral houses, and of course people are going to be like, "What are you talking about? That family's lived there for decades now."
I understand. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I
Yeah.
agree
So,
with that.
but
So-
if I grew up in that house, and then that family came in and kicked me out, then of course I would go back. Like if I go back and say, you guys kicked me out of this house, I want it back. That's a much stronger claim, don't you think?
So it's not. So I think we were using the term ancestral land up until now, but I'm guessing that's kind of redundant since it's not about being ancestral land. It's just that's where I used to live.
I think that's part of it. I think
Okay.
that if you have ancestral claims to a land, you can work that into your argument. I just don't think it's as strong a point or conviction as I have a personal attachment to this land. I grew up in it. I was born in it. It raised me. The land raised me.
Okay,
Like
well,
that's a pretty visceral emotional attachment.
for the sake of argument, this whole thing happened in the space of about 30 or 40 years, so it can quite easily assume that some of these Bedouins trying to get their land back are still alive.
Okay, great. So then we have Bedouins coming back to try to take their land back from the Palestinians who took it from them first, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
Well, they didn't even take it. The landlord
Well,
took it and then rented it out to them, but yeah.
Well, yeah, sure. But okay, so then it wasn't even these Palestinians' fault then, right?
Well, yeah, but that's the point of them being tenant farmers. Yeah, yeah.
Right. So they just literally, like, due to circumstances, happened to be on stolen land and grew up in it and was raised by this land and worked the land and whatever. But they weren't consciously thinking, oh, that we stole this land. Like they weren't participants in that. So, I mean, there's a very difficult case to be made here for both sides. Like, you know, you're a tenant farmer whose landlord stole this land and rented it out to you without really explaining the full context of what he did. So both of these groups have pretty fair claims to this land. And frankly, like, I don't know. I don't know the answer. It would have to literally be a court case.
Yeah, and often it was, but obviously with court cases, this was Ottoman rules or later British rules in the 1800s and 1900s. If you were the property owner, that was your decision, right? Like that was generally how that went. But
Sure,
if we're
then.
talking about, but if we're saying, some of it, pretty much all of us, incidentally, probably live on some stolen land. You're an American, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. That's also true of Israelis, though, right? Most Israeli Jews didn't actually do the purchasing and the evicting themselves. Most of them didn't do that at all. Most Israelis today are born there. The majority of Israeli Jews weren't even involved in the Nakba, right? They came after from the Middle East and North Africa. So
That's true.
Yeah, that's why I think calling Israel like the root of the issue is I'm struggling to see what Jewish refugees who are fleeing the rise of anti-Semitism in the 20th century should feel culpable for starting a conflict that's gone on almost 100 years later because some of them happened to find themselves renting a flat or renting a house in a stolen village.
This is
stolen
how the
meaning
cycle
purchased,
of violence, right? Yeah. This is the cycle of violence we're talking about. It goes back and back and back and back and back and back and back. And, you know, you can go as far back as you want to when we were still fucking animals. And people have just always been in this cycle of, I'm going to take what's yours. And then somebody else comes in and takes what's theirs. And then somebody else, and maybe some groups will return and take it back. And then some other group will come and take it back. And like, nobody's sitting down and trying to hash this shit out and just figure out, okay, you see it as your home. I see it as my home. Why can't we just say it's our home and just live here and coexist peacefully because we both love this land. We both lived in it and grew up in it and know it very well. I think we can get along. You know, maybe we'll just build a house like some way down the road and we just coexist and get along peacefully.
Yeah, and
What's wrong with that?
believe it or not, that did happen very, very early on. Very early on,
Yeah.
there was this whole cycle where Zionists, very small Zionist group, this was mostly when it was empty land, they would buy a bit of farmland or a swamp and drain it and make it farmland. And then they would have an Arab village neighboring them, like a couple of miles away. And the initial response from the Arab villages was sometimes they would be indifferent to them. Sometimes maybe they just didn't like the look of them because they were foreign and all that. Sometimes they would laugh at them because these Jewish people were not like farmers in the countries they came from. So there's one story about like Arab villagers just coming and helping some Jews when they're trying to they were trying to herd camels, but like they were horses, which you can't do. So they thought it was funny. But anyway, but there was a problem where sometimes there would be very loose Ottoman land codes where no one knew who owned what bit of land, or because now this was another big tension was that a lot of these Palestinian Arabs believed that land was sometimes communal. So even though no one owned it, and then it was bought by Zionists and treated like a private property because of new Ottoman laws, they sometimes would send their animals in there to graze, even though it wasn't their land that they owned, because that was like their custom. And then the Jews would put up fences, and then that would cause resentment. And then sometimes there'd be attacks and like robberies, and then there would be like Arab raids on the town. But eventually, some of these Zionists decided that one of the ways around it was to be quite defensive and quite strict with the border of your village, but being very olive branchy, like beyond. So there would be a period of fighting, and then later on they would become more friendly and they would engage in mutually beneficial trade. And sometimes the Jews would hire Arab security guards, and they would buy their produce, and they would sell stuff that they had, or like share European farming techniques with them and shit like that. So that did happen a bit. The problem is that for the most part, and maybe we can go into the broader issue here, is that you're right. When you have this issue, it makes a lot of sense for people like us to look at that and say, this is ridiculous. Like, most of this is, the Israelis and Palestinians live so close together. Like, you can't really feel it unless you've actually been there as well, I think. Like, to think that you can go from a West Bank town where Hamas are the most popular group and there are their flags everywhere, and people who will interview you will just happily tell you that all the Jews over there should go and get thrown out into Poland or whatever. And then 10 minutes down the road, you go into another Palestinian town, but it's in Israel, and it's just very quiet, and they have the same flag as Hamas, like an Islamic flag, but it's for the Islamic party in Israel, Ram, which preaches coexistence, and it's very quiet, and there are Jews shopping for Shabbat because they can't shop in their own areas on the weekend. And looking at that conflict and looking at what it's over, to us seems insane. It seems so stupid. The problem is trying to go to one side or the other in this endless conflict and saying, you need to make all the moves here. It's up to you. Whereas when I see the way that Zionism started and the way that they started to get that land in Palestine, the problem is that the appetite to try and make this work was not there. It just wasn't, for two reasons. One, Jews didn't really want to become a minority in another blooming nation, because to them, nation states were the opposite of safety for Jews. You understand that, right? Like the whole thing of nationalism is it's good for the in-group, it's really bad for the out-group, and especially bad for Jews. So whether it's the French Revolution and then following the Dreyfus Affair, or the Russian Empire, like nationalism is shit if you're a Jew. So they don't really want to be a minority in this country of Palestine, because they're not really sure, and they've not really given any good reason to think that Arab nationalism is going to be any different. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that different. Palestinians don't really want to concede anything either and learn to live with these new people, because they're not learning the language. They're just weird Europeans doing their little weird European thing. Occasionally they're evicting people. And also later on in the 1900s, they're expecting some of this land to be carved out for them. And like, why? That's been Arab since the 8th century or 7th century. So why the fuck were we going to hand it over to these guys? So the problem is that neither side is really in a position, or for a long time has not been in a position where making a concession makes any sense to them. Do you know what I mean? So when you talk about Zionism being kind of like the root of the issue, then the problem I run into with that is I don't think at the time Jews who went to Palestine, whether they were the person who bought land to get tenants evicted, or whether they were a refugee who arrived and happened to take a house in that land, or whether they had empty land or previously swamp land, or whether they built a city in Tel Aviv, they were not welcome. They were not welcome, and they were told to leave, or at best become minority citizens in a nation that we have no guarantee will protect you. Like, we have no guarantee this won't just be another Russia. And for the Jews, they were like, okay, well, we've already fled Russia. We've already fled Eastern Europe. We've already fled France or Germany. Later on, we've already fled the Middle East. Like, we're not going to, like, this is the end of the road. We're staying here. We're putting our feet down. And if they want to come and stop us, we're gonna fight, because that's it. So that's the problem there is I don't think when we talk about Zionism being the root is I don't know what else Zionists really could have done against, or should have done, broadly speaking. Obviously there were small, like, war crimes and shit should never do, but broadly speaking, in terms of actually forming that country of Israel, I don't think they had any reasonable alternative offered to them.
Okay. I do have to wrap this up in a second, but I want to address your points. You said, one, Jews don't want to become a minority in another blooming nation. 2, Palestinians don't want to concede anything because there are foreigners coming in and unfairly evicting them, right? I think both of those are fair because if you look at history, you know, Jewish people have been an oppressed minority in pretty much every place that they go. And so they decided, you know what? It's going to be different this time. This time we're going to be the big bad guy in charge, right? And we're not going to be a minority. And so, you know, we're not going to get duped. You know, they're afraid of getting duped. They're traumatized. They're a traumatized group of people, right? Like, and rightfully so. They have every reason to be traumatized, especially in the post World War II era, right? And so this is how this cycle keeps proliferating, right? Somebody has to stop the cycle. Somebody does. Okay? And my argument is it needs to be Israel, not Hamas, because Hamas is not nearly as powerful. They don't have nearly the tools at their disposal to fend off an Israeli attack, clearly, because Israel keeps expanding while Palestine keeps shrinking. And so Israel, in my opinion, needs to be the first to back off. And then when there's inevitable fallout from Hamas, which there will be, you know, there's going to be some growing pains, they simply defend. They defend and they say, and they don't push back unnecessarily. They just defend. Right. And because they have the capability to do that, they have the Iron freaking Dome. Okay. And I'm not saying that it's going to be like all sunshine and rainbows and lollipops, but like they have a greater capacity to defend themselves than Palestine does. Right. And frankly, guess what? I think Israel does have a right to defend itself, but defense is the key. Right now, everybody's calling the IDF the IOF because they're in Palestine's house. So that's not defense, that's offense. So Israel needs to be the first people to pull out and say, we are the invading force right now, right? And we need to stop doing that and put an end to this cycle, right? Because they're the ones with the power. So the person currently with the most power are the people responsible for ending the cycle. That's the way that I view it. I think that this conversation has been very enlightening because I didn't really consider that, like, you know, Zionists are largely comprised of, if you're not talking about like ideologically driven Protestants in the United States, Zionism is largely driven by trauma from Jewish history, right? Like they're terrified of becoming a minority in yet another place that's going to subjectify them or like brutally torture them even, like in World War II. So I guess that I have a little bit more empathy for Zionists after this conversation as a result of that. At the same time, I don't think that takes away the responsibility of Israel to be the ones to pull out and put an end, like once and for all, say, we're putting an end to this, and if they try to retaliate, we are simply going to defend and not push back. To wrap this all back around to Hassan, I think that that's what he wants too. I think that that's what any reasonable person would want. They just want the violence over there to stop, right? And so I am trying to get to the most realistic and reasonable conclusion that there is to make this violence stop. And I think it has to start with Israel. And I think Hassan thinks the same thing. And so I don't think that what he's doing or saying is directed at anything besides getting the violence over there to stop. I think that's what he wants. And I think that's what you want and what I want too. We should all be on the same page in that regard.
Do you want me to, sorry, you said you had to go. Do you want me to do a response to that and then we end, or do we end it
real
there?
quick response and then I gotta hop off. Somebody else is waiting.
That word quick's doing heavy lifting. Okay, shit. If we're gonna talk about Hassan, listen, okay, that's a separate conversation. Hassan supports Houthis and Hezbollah, okay? He supports the organization that Hezbollah helped Assad literally kill more Arabs than Israel has ever done in their entire history combined. So even if you include Gaza, actually. No, fuck that guy. Anyway, that's not, if you want peace, that's a really stupid way to pursue peace. As for you, I'll give you one big olive branch, and then I'll tell you why I disagree with everything else. I completely agree that people overstate Israel's willingness and appetite for a peaceful solution, even if I think two states to be clear, two states to me is the only if you want Palestinians to have a state tomorrow and not in 50 years, it's 2 states or nothing. That's it. That's the only feasible one. I think people overstate Israel's willingness and appetite for that. I think in the entire 100-odd years of Zionism, they've basically been willing to accept 2 states maybe 3 times, and every other period they've just been like, no, fuck that. We're taking all of it, or we're just status quo, like Netanyahu. They do have a responsibility, and they should get Netanyahu out and thrown into jail for the rest of his life. He should fuck off. But I don't believe that this idea of putting the entire responsibility for change or the first move from Israel just because they have more power, I don't think that makes sense. The problem is that for one, Israel has done unilateral withdrawals in the past. They have not worked. Even they haven't worked in Lebanon. They haven't worked in Gaza. And I don't think it's just because I have a lot of problems with Israeli politics and the way Israelis view the conflict. I don't think I can expect Israel to vote in someone who is going to just leave the West Bank the same way they did Gaza, unilaterally, no talks, nothing. And for that person to ever get in power in elections. Because if you are an Israeli, you are never going to expect anything different from unilaterally leaving the West Bank than another Hamas. Hamas are more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza. They have been for a long time now. If Israel leaves the West Bank, it will go to Hamas, and there is literally nothing that will convince an Israeli that they won't just do the same thing with the West Bank, only it's larger territory, it's more strategically placed, they can have hilltops, they can overlook all of Israel's major cities. The Iron Dome can stop most of the rockets. It can't stop the psychological impact of rockets or the few deaths that get caused by it or the destruction. It definitely couldn't stop on October 7th, and it seems that Israel's policy of we just defend completely failed. It completely failed. Israel spent quite a long time with Hamas basically doing the thing where our response is going to be mow the lawn. We're going to take out a few key targets. It'll last a few days. Maybe we'll send some troops in, but then we'll leave and we'll say we've deterred them. Good job, guys. They never deterred them. Hamas were always planning on something that for the last 10 years, it seems they've been planning something like October 7th in some form or another. It's always been in the works according to their own internal talks, and now it seems. But I don't think you're ever going to get that without another leader on the other side. The fact is that Palestinians, they got fucked. They did. Lots of groups get fucked in history, unfortunately. And the way that Palestinians can move forward is if they have a leader. They've had people like it in the past. People like Barghouti, I think, were really good examples. They need a leader that is going to stop this fantasy of trying to destroy Israel either through international opinion or through conflict or through international law. I don't think that is a reasonable goal. I don't think it's going to help any Palestinian. It only hurts them. They need a leader that is willing to compromise with Israel and to accept Israel's existence and to accept that they can have their country in the West Bank and Gaza and Israel can have their country in Israel and they can live side by side. They don't need to like each other. They don't need to forgive each other. They don't need anything. They just need to have a state where they don't have IDF soldiers and crazy settlers running around and fucking killing them, and so that they can build their own economy and pursue whichever direction or kind of society that they want to. But it's not happening. You're never getting Israel to concede to it without a Palestinian leader who is there on the other end, who's willing to sit down and talk.
Okay, I'll extend an olive branch to you as well real quick. I think that there are people on the Palestinian side who are going to need to suck it up a little bit. I agree with that. So hopefully one day we can reach that point. I'm just, I'm doing my best to sort through these conflicts as best I can and just understand that no individual thinks that they're the bad guy in these scenarios. And if that's the case, then these groups of people don't think they're the bad guy and so on and so forth. And if none of us are the bad guy, we should all be on the same page. So that's all I'm trying to do is reach that point. And I think that's what we're all trying to do. So that's why I'm not coming at you or nothing, call you a filthy Zionist, whatever. Because I don't think you're a bad person. Like I said, I think most of what you do is very good. I saw that Twitter post you did about, who was it, Piers Morgan on Surrounded?
Yeah, one day he'll get there. Eh?
The they, them thing.
Yeah.
The singular they. And then he proceeds to use the singular they, which is very funny. Like I said, we agree on most things, so I'm not out to get you or nothing, but, I really appreciate the conversation and, you taught me a lot of stuff. I got a lot of studying to do about Israel and Palestine. I am not nearly as knowledgeable about it as I should be. So, I really appreciate you being patient and taking the time to tell me about all this stuff. It means a lot.
Yeah, and also I don't doubt there will be plenty of people in your chat who are going to tell me that I'm wrong about this or that. They're more than welcome to come and tell me why on their own. Or if you have anything you want to bring up later on, you can come and say hi whenever you like, okay?
Absolutely. And I want to do a quick show for Platinum Politics. Is that okay?
Sure.
I appreciate it. Platinum Politics is where the current discussion's taking place. We have a Discord server. I will link it in my chat right now, in all 3 chats. So if you want to come join, you know, you can talk to me about anything, anytime. We can set up a discussion, or I sometimes do 15-minute like flash debates. I'm doing a lot of talks with people. So if you have any kind of disagreements with anything that's been talked about today, you want to come yell at me, you can do that. Platinum Politics is the place to do it. So come join. It's a fun place. Anyway, thanks again, Lonerbox. I really appreciate you having me on. It means a lot.
Yeah, nice talking. Take care, man.
Yeah, you as well. Take care.
Bye-bye. That was fine. What are you guys worrying about? You guys are fucking... Fuck, I'm worried now that... I'm worried that his community are going to give him so much shit for those those fucking concessions that he made. Oh, no. I'm scared. I'm scared for the guy. That when he said suck it up, I was just like, oh, no. They're going to... Oh, shit. That's maybe... Oh, no. Too soft. Bro, if someone's being soft to me, I'm not gonna fucking jump down their throat like an absolute fucking animal, like Jesus. I think that was cool. That was a good chat. Twig Mister, thanks for the super chats. 3 of them, God. Even a gentle giant can destroy a town or a Vosh fan. What? It feels like being mansplained or left-splained a subject you know as well as some scholars. Whoa. Don't tell me what to do, Toby. Oh. The Rashi, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I'll sacrifice my son alive to avenge my daughter. Whoa! Saigon, thanks for the 11.99 euros. Appreciate that. ZJM, thanks for the gifted memberships. Ew, thanks for the 2 9.99s. Hassan deserves unfairness. Hassan and Loner both breathe. Shut up. Shut up. Thank you. He said Israelis are also human. This isn't a flex. Can we be for real? Shut up. God damn it. I'm wondering if I'm going to have a very different conversation with Mr. Kunzler when he feels better. That's going to be a very different style of chat. Fuck. There has been one development here. There's been one development here in the polls. PSR 2024. It seems that it was the opposite last time, but now there's always this thing where there's always this thing when you look at the polls and you're like, who's more pro-apartheid this time? It seems like Israeli Jews are. No, wait. Yeah, Israeli Jews are much more. Last time it was the other way around. Yeah. The green is support for a one state without equal rights. Democratic state, 8%. Democratic state, 8%. They both feel equally about the democratic state. Two state is actually slightly less popular for Israelis than the apartheid one. The green is the apartheid. 8% of Palestinians want it, 36 Israelis, although Palestinians are more likely to be undecided as well. Oh. Interesting. Meme, thanks for the 9.99. Great discussion that I would say is better than your Athena one since the guy wasn't walking down talking points so rigidly. I love how majority don't know. Yeah. Like, fuck this. None or others. Oh, wait, I'm so stupid. Israelis really prefer the one unequal state to the two states. Really? Really? James with AZ, thanks for the $2. Thoughts on Alec after this? Yeah, he just seems like a nice guy who's willing to have good chats. What am I talking about? He's just doing his thing. I just really did not want it to be a conversation about me trying to convince someone to hate Hassan. That's just like the worst fucking angle you can take. I don't really care that much about optics, but I do care about optics on that to that level. When it's that level of optical shag, no way. I ain't being that guy. Where was that pull from? PSR, wasn't it? PC PSR. Back to Pierce. Oh yeah. We just started. Fuck. He's a Voshite, no? Can you not tell? He literally talks like yeah. Yeah, he's a Vosh fan. I don't know. You should have other chats with him if possible. Hell yeah. When they say 2 states, do you think they really mean 2 states? I don't think so. I don't know. Like if you ask them, would you recognize Israel? Maybe they would say yes, because that's like the PLO line. But would they say recognize Israel as a Jewish state and cede right of return? No, they're not doing that. They're probably not going to say yes to that. I think the best question to ask Palestinians is not 2 states with recognition or 2 states for now. It's to just say, would you cede right of return for a state? That would be the question. I don't know if any pollsters ask that. Oh, what a panel. Look at the fucking faces. They're so serious. The glare. I don't understand how some people look really unnatural when they look directly into the camera, like Destiny and Vinny both do, but Pierce looks normal. Is it just because that's how you're used to seeing them, or is it because there's a way? There's definitely like a level of tension or like a slight angling, like a slight. The symmetry is, I think, uncomfortable. These guys are too symmetrical. Fuck knows. Be right back. 1 minute. Fuck. Large. Yes, they are still hurting children, and yes, they are getting away with it. Final word. Now move on. He didn't take his own advice. Holy fuck. I'm going to start banning everyone who didn't listen. Fuck. Okay. Got it. All right. Imperialism's really bad when white people do it, but China is perfectly justified. Taiwan, South China Sea. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is actually very understandable when you consider the and oh no, the Holodomor, yeah, like well, technically, oh god, and also everyone who agrees with me on most things, you're just not. Two choices. If you think you can handle the most toxic streamer on Twitch.com, you can stay.
Called it began.
Yes.
Well, Deborah, if I were to pose to you the notion that Vladimir Putin appears to be, based on his recent remarks, what some might call in the academic sphere of military and foreign policy to be a Weasley fucking little liar, dude. He appears to be a liar, a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. We've consulted this military expert of Oxford, Cambridgeshire. Do you accept the notion that Vladimir Putin, this house believes, is literally lying to his audience right now?
This invasion, this war.
Excuse me.
Which are 2 words.
Hey, chat. You guys are looking cute today. If I don't get a $3 million house, you've all enabled fascists. Sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. Hey. I need to get rid of that fucking Simon and Garfunkel shit because it triggers the copyright now. You know that? A classical instrumental cover, customized. I customized that version. No one's played it like that. No one plays it that way. Not that I know of. But fuck. I need to get rid of it because it triggers the thing. It's so annoying. Bullshit. The cover triggers copyright. That's what covers have triggered copyright for ages, right? If you sing like a Beatles or Radiohead, whatever, it will trigger copyright. But I did not know a classical cover on a guitar. Fuck me. Can you write it down so I can learn it? I can play it one day and you can pause and rewind 1 billion times and write it yourself. Or $1,000 and I'll write a tab for you. Or sheet music. Or both, because I'm really... That might be more than $1,000 though. What was that song? It was Sound of Silence, Simon and Garfunkel. Oh. James with a Z, thanks for the other $2. Glad to hear it. Fan of Alex after VGG fell. Did VGG fall? How does VGG fall? Oh, is he hosted on VGG? Is that? Oh, or is it because of the the allegation? Sorry. 1 minute. VGG is Vosh's community website. You can do tab to sheet music through a program. Yeah, I know, but if it's anything like the ones that I've seen, that's very unruly technology. The lolly episode. Delete the lolly. No. Fuck. All right. Discord. What's going on here? Who's this? You got contentions?
Oh shit, you here?
Yeah.
Oh hi, yeah, great streams by the way. It's about a bit before you you're debating that one guy. Yeah, you're talking about like Palestinian statehood, the West Bank.
Yeah.
I'm just confused where you. I'll just turn you off on here if I can. I was just confused, like your like desire for more concessions for Palestinian statehood, when for example the prosperity and security under the Palestinian Authority for Palestinians had just collapsed under their rule, and compared to the Arabs in Israel.
You're telling me that you're confused about me wanting sovereignty for West Bank and Palestine because they've collapsed under PA rule. Is that what you're saying?
More specifically, the PA rule, why you think they should be why Israel should collaborate more humbly with them.
As far as I know, PA rule is obviously quite difficult when you've got people like Smotrich freezing your funds to the point that you can't pay people. And obviously it's very difficult to run a society when you've got like, you know, settlers going around or military infiltrations and your finances being controlled by another country. There's lots of obstacles there.
Yeah, I guess that's a great point. I guess like it's nuanced. There's two sides to that. Obviously, the Israelis would say the only reason we have to do that is because of the terrorism in there, the funding. But you got a good point at least about how Israeli settlers make it harder, despite the need for them to be there.
The settlers need to be there? Is that what you said? You said settlers need to be there.
Oh no, well, like two things. Obviously, there just are lots of Jews living there. That you can't expect like 500,000 to leave. But I mean, maybe I'm confusing settlers with like military personnel to clear terrorist attacks, terror cells, stuff like that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I guess we just agree to disagree. Maybe you think more highly of the PA than me. When like I haven't seen much evidence they've been acting better with like the more like the leaders all in mansions, the Palestinians there all in bad economic conditions. But obviously the Israeli far right settlers don't make it easier.
Yeah,
I guess
the PA are corrupt and they're not popular, and there's all kinds of internal problems. Even if you exclude all of the factors that are Israel's to blame, yeah, even if you exclude all of them, PA are still problematic. Yeah, of course. The problem is that Palestine doesn't need to be Singapore. It doesn't need to be the West Bank. Doesn't need to be a first world developed democracy with brilliant leaders. It just needs to be their country. These people have no state. They have no self-determination. They need to have their state. And it can be the most fucking tech startup bro Singapore, whatever the fuck you want, or it can be a fucking just another Arab shithole, right? With bad leaders and internal conflicts and whatever the fuck else. It needs to be theirs, right? The rest,
Yeah,
everything else is after it's theirs.
I get that's I get that's a good way of looking at it. Just contrasting the human rights standards with Arabs in Israel and Arabs in Palestine. I guess that's a better way of looking at it for like your way for the start.
Yeah, unless Israel wants to give the West Bank Palestinians the voting rights and everything else that goes along with being a Palestinian in Israel.
Vote for locally, but nationally they vote for like people like Hamas, obviously, as you said. But like I mean in a way, like giving them full healthcare, education rights, economic rights, economic funding. But I know that's geopolitically impossible to do if they take it over. So you're right. I think better is like a full annexation. But that's geopolitically impossible due to other states opposing that, and like obviously the far right in Israel will ruin that. So yeah. Cheers. Yeah, keep on watching those streams.
Yeah, cool. Thanks very much, man. Bye bye. Is he talking to someone else now? What's going on? God, I didn't even look at his chat. I just know they are fucking fuming
into it.
Who's this guy? Who's he talking to? He's talking to
some of my first videos, or some
who's
of my
this
first
suited up
shorts in particular. I was practicing with different editing styles.
Sent Learnerbox a super chat and he says, "You're cool. It's working, Alec." What, the new empathy approach?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you how you feeling about those capos in the Nazi government command structure?
Shut up. They make me sad. I don't know. Wish they'd just get out of the government command structure.
I tried to look up information about capos and I couldn't really find much of anything about like what it was like to live under the Wikipedia page it's mostly just about prosecuting them afterwards. I was kind of surprised. Hopefully the Holocaust website has something more to say about that. But I wanted to ask you about something else that I've been thinking about a bunch lately. And it relates to the immigration shit. I'm just curious, what would you consider to be British values?
We literally don't have values. Like, there's no British values. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. That's why we fucking try to. All we do is citizenship tests. You try to teach people about fucking queens, like kings and queens. Yeah, it's. I don't know. I guess broadly, we're a democracy. We're a parliamentary democracy. We still like the queen, even though they don't, or the king, even though they don't have any power. We're internationalists. I don't know why people forget that. Like, we're mutts. If the world wasn't coming to us, we were going to them with horses and guns and boats. We like boats because we're an island. We like fighting at football. We like alcohol. Magna Carta. Yeah, Magna Carta. Yeah. I don't know. We invent stuff. The invention is mostly Scottish. Scots have a very disproportionate amount of inventions that we contributed. I don't know. Fuck.
Okay. The reason why I asked that is because that's something that I guess right-wingers like to focus on a lot, more so when they talk about, I guess, America or like the West, or I don't know, like Western values or something. A part of me just wants to say, why can't it just be like, I guess, the values of the Enlightenment or whatever, you know? I mean,
that's literally all it is. Yeah, like even Scarlett is being very clever now and saying that these aren't values. Yeah, they're not. I don't know what fucking values are. Okay, I know it's very easy for you with all your values. I don't know. Do we need values? I've never gone a single day thinking I wish I had some values. What? National values.
Moral values is maybe what they mean when they say that. But I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah, but
really
what's a British moral value? What the fuck does that mean?
Oh, I mean, honestly, I don't even know if you would differentiate yourself from like the rest of the, quote unquote Western or instead of that, I'll say like democratic world, because I don't want to like say that like other countries can have Enlightenment values, because there are other liberal democracies around the world that are not like in the West, and they might have mixed in their own stuff like Japan and South Korea and whatnot, but I would still say those countries are probably liberal democracies, unless I'm completely wrong about that. But yeah, I don't know. I just it triggered me when that guy that you were talking to, that what the fuck was that guy's name? The
Gunter?
dude. No, not Alec. Although that conversation was triggering for other reasons. No, the mega guy about right wing, where he was talking about Christian values, and I feel like
Yeah, we don't have Christian values. Like we're a very, very secular nation. Yeah.
yeah, and it's the same thing in the United States, I would argue, because I would argue that America was built on Enlightenment values, and that like most modern liberal democracies were built on values from the Enlightenment. All that shit about John Locke and like the consent of the governed and like the laws of nature and all that crap. Like that stuff is, I think, probably the stuff that matters. And so it's kind of silly when people say Christian values, because I feel like that is in some ways runs counter to that. Because if you look, the religious right, like the things they basically just want a theocracy, which it really isn't all that different from, the Islamists who want Sharia law everywhere. And I don't know. I feel like we should maybe have an answer to the question of like, what are, I guess, our national values? But then you run into the problem of the fact that if you go in like America, for example, MAGA doesn't necessarily believe in any of those Enlightenment values that I'm talking about anymore.
Yeah, well, that's the question. Like, whenever people, I know what, like, if anyone ever brings up the Danish thing where they're like, they need to teach immigrants to have like Danish values or whatever. Yeah, I would always just be like, can you tell me what those are, please? Yeah, and same with getting Americans to tell you what British values are. It's a good thing you can try, yeah. But what they'll usually do is they'll just say things that they don't see in Muslim countries. They'll just say, oh, rights for women and voting. It's like,
Yeah, well, ignoring the fact that there are people who are on their side of the aisle who would like to take away some of those things, and if you go far enough, who would like to take all of it away. Also, Waffle, are you okay there, buddy? Your mic is
Oh, I'm just doing paperwork and shit. Sorry, it's gonna be loud. If I'm too loud, I can leave.
Are you on your
well,
phone?
you can just mute, can you?
Yes.
Until you're ready to talk.
Well, I just wanted to talk about that previous conversation.
Oh,
I don't know
go
if this
ahead.
is coming through my earbuds, but I had to leave for a
It's
few minutes.
not. You sound like you're on speakerphone.
Shit. I can fuck with it for a second. Change audio output? No. Inputs?
It would be in your Discord.
I don't know where it is on mobile. That's the problem.
Are you Android or iPhone?
Android.
Hey, no, that's awesome.
Yep.
If you said iPhone, I was going to scoff and say you were disgusting.
I don't know where it is.
You have to when you're in the call, you need to swipe upward on the thingy on the bottom.
Holy shit, guys. We got a show to run here. Who's got takes? Quick.
I do have a take.
In and out. Yeah, go.
You were discussing the tenant farmers, and it seemed like you didn't understand that they were it was purchases.
No, the guy's a socialist. He doesn't give a fuck if you buy the land. It's about whether or not you live there.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, tenants' rights to never be.
He seemed to be picking up only like 50% of what you were saying, so
yeah,
I wasn't sure. And then, I don't know, would you say that like the tenant farmers, they're closer to like it's closer to like serfdom? That's what I feel like every time I hear the description. Is that an inaccurate description?
I have no idea how they're. I don't know, because I think under the Ottoman Empire, was it like serfed? I don't think so. I think it was maybe a little bit more free movement than that.
Serfs were tied to the land, I think, and they couldn't leave. But
yeah, these guys could leave.
They were transferred from. Yeah, these guys could leave whenever they wanted, but they were still obligated to like work the land for an owner that they didn't have ownership. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think they had a lot more control over the land than a serf would over the land.
Yeah, they were renting. That's what they were renting. They weren't like fucking like born and yeah, born and raised and died with a lot. Yeah. Because
Okay.
people emigrated, you know,
I
people,
guess. I
there were
guess.
lots of
But
abandoned villages. Actually, that's another thing. Yeah, and when the Zionists arrived in when very proto-Zionists kind of arrived in 1850s, 60s, like, yeah, they often wrote about just like abandoned villages everywhere because at that point, quite a lot of people who had lived in Palestine had left. Yeah.
the other thing I was going to ask is it seems like he thinks that Hezbollah was the government of Lebanon,
Yeah, it's
and the
just
PLO was the government, and it feels like you could have done a little bit better.
I mean, he
teaching
didn't.
about.
What did you want him to do? Like, just scream at him? Because I feel like that guy
No,
was.
just catch him when he's like starting to go off on like a clear misunderstanding. I think.
Well, actually,
it sounded like
no, yeah. I think the problem is that when you're talking to people who don't know as much, or I mean, you're talking in general, you have to consider how much they're going to absorb and how much an audience can absorb just from hearing you talk. And I'm already quite bad at that. I'll throw in loads of fucking shit that I don't need to say, right? Yeah, you just have to keep the message as short as possible. So if it's not necessary, I just won't do it.
I feel like that was core to the moral implication of fighting Hezbollah is that they weren't the government.
Not really. Like if the Lebanese government was acting in that way, it would have been the same, no?
Yes.
If the Lebanese, yeah, sure, I guess. But if they're not, and there's this offshoot, there's this. It'd be like if the Proud Boys invaded Canada, I assume, or like launched rockets at Canada or something.
Be pretty mad.
Yes,
yeah, they are very
would.
Proud
They
Boys.
would. They would find out
No.
why we call it the Geneva checklist. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's it. I can just bounce out. Those are my main thoughts. Just it seemed like he was going off the rails and was getting the wrong like moral implications based on incorrect understanding of the parties involved. That's all.
That's crazy.
I don't know. I would have interrupted more.
Okay.
But that's me.
Yeah.
All right. Peace.
All right. Take care. Bye bye. Ugh.
Okay. I just had one last thing, and then I'll leave you alone so you can watch Pierce and suffer brain damage. Although I do want to say first, I can't wait to see how Nadine makes this conversation about Palestine.
Based.
I don't know. Do you know about Within Our Lifetime?
I've heard. Yeah, I don't know. I thought they were a Jewish group. But I
No,
guess
they're
they're
not. They're a Palestinian group. They're they're in New York. Their website's crazy.
Nice.
But, actually, I think okay. Never mind. It's fine. I'll rant about this tomorrow or another time. I'll let you go. I want to see what you have to say about Piers. So have a good one. Bye, chat.
Ooh, okay. Take care. Well, without further ado, connections. We forgot. Okay, it's almost. We don't want to forget the 24-hour. Okay, so hang on. Okay. Angel, Frick, Dada, Rough, Fudge, Royal, Sugar, Broad, Brow, General, Ballpark, Ray, Cece, Shoot, Met, Mama. Well, there is Sugar, Frick, Fudge. Is this not like kids swear words? Is rough? No, not rough. Fuck off. Cece. No. Royal. Ballpark. Ray. Shoot. Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay. Mild oaths. Good. Okay. Brow. Broad. Angel. General. General can go with rough. But and broad. Ballpark. Oh! Fuck! There's going to be like the Met Gala, the Royal Gala, the fucking Brow Angel. What the fuck? Maybe not. Metropole? Dada Mama Cece Ray? Dada Mama Cece. It's not letters. It's it's not that. There's something weird going on there. Mama. Dada, Mama, Cece. Is it like characters? I don't know. Royal Ray Met Brow. Eyebrow. I don't think it's Gala either, is it? CC Gala, no, Brow, no, I don't know. Fuck. Browbeat. Dada. Nicknames? Like Dada Mama and Ray? For like Ray? No, there's no way. That's way too fucking. Oh no, we might lose our streak, guys. This is fucked. We might lose our streak. Brow. Bro? Wait. Dad. Mom. Sis. Bro. Fuck you. Okay. Got him. Bang, bang. I don't know what this is. MLB. Fucking major. Dude, I hate American sports. Kill them. Get them out of here. All right.
Units in Afghanistan that's been.
Wait. Oh, she's talking. Oh no. What's my streak now? Is it 8? Are we on a new streak? Fuck. Is it on 9? It might be on 9. Come on. What's my streak doing? Bro. Fucking bro. Saved by the bro. Where's the streak? 9. Okay.
Funded by the CIA. So I think if the U.S. Had never invaded or occupied Afghanistan and never built or armed proxy forces, the shooter or someone like him wouldn't have ended up here. Committing.
It's also like saying if the Taliban had stayed in power and a bunch of refugees fled Afghanistan and one of them was a killer, then we shouldn't have let the refugees in either. What a fucking retarded butterfly effect fucking excuse. Like, shut up.
The act that he did. So, this is constant blowback. And we see this
Well, you could go back further, though, couldn't you? If you were being reasonable about it, you could go back to if Osama bin Laden hadn't ordered the terror attacks on the World Trade Center that killed nearly 3,000 people.
Shit.
Then it wouldn't have been necessary for U.S. forces to go in.
It did not begin on October, or December, whenever the shooting happened. November 29th? I don't know.
Into the country that had been harboring
But who
him.
funded Al Qaeda? It's
okay,
the same
the CIA did not. America did not fund Al Qaeda. Why do people do this? Why are people so fucking weird? Why? I don't. These are different. Why? Not all Arabs are the same. What? Not all Muslims are the same. The fuck.
Again, you can go back as long as you want, but I
think. Oh no. Oh shit.
For U.S. forces to go into the country that had been harboring him.
But who funded Al Qaeda?
Again, you can go back as long as you want, but I think to put it in context, obviously
remember your breathing. Remember what we learned. In the nose. The breath is an anchor within you. An anchor of peace and stillness and love.
The reason that the United States were fighting in Afghanistan was as a response to 9/11. So that is the context. December is Heart Awareness Month, which makes you think different.
At the end of the day, the people of Afghanistan weren't guilty for 9/11. It's these constant wars. It's these constant attempts at regime change. It's the creation of refugees, the destabilization of the Middle East that's constantly going to create this scenario at the end of the day. And the fact that the National Guard shouldn't have been in DC to begin with. Sarah, the woman who was shot, had told her boyfriend that she felt like being there was pointless. It's really a show of force to distract from multiple things that Trump ran on and failed on. He ran on affordability. He ran on ending foreign wars, yet they're trying to enact regime change in Iran and Venezuela. They're continuing to arm genocide, and Gaza continuing to arm the bombing of Lebanon. And at the end of the day, this is, going to create blowback where people in the U.S. are going to pay the price. People around the world, innocent people around the world, are going to pay the price, whether with their tax dollars, with their lives, with the decline of the economy. And this is all a distraction at the end of the day. They're scapegoating immigrants instead of looking at the real root of the problem, which is U.S. imperialism wreaking havoc, pillaging people around the world, and not caring, not doing anything to solve these issues here. I mean, like you also mentioned in the previous segment, how many U.S. veterans come back and commit violence at home? So I don't
Vinny
think it's
is,
an isolation.
I think the drugs maybe they help Vinny with the time when he's speaking, but they don't help him when he has to shut up and listen.
Related incident, and they just want to use.
The trick is to look slightly off camera. There is something like that going. Yeah, or it's like there's an angle, like the perfect symmetrical angle is a problem as well. I think you're like slightly above the camera. Yeah, I don't know.
What happened?
I just never feel comfortable doing it.
In DC to scapegoat all immigrants instead of looking at the real cause of the issue. The war hawks and neocons in Washington, the architects of occupation and regime change in Afghanistan, Syria, Venezuela, creating the instability that forces people to flee. I mean, 1 minute they're calling people HTS and other groups in Syria terrorists. The other minute they're meeting with them, then they're funding them. It's all political convenience.
All right, Vinny Ashana, your response to that?
Well, first of all, saying that, if Sarah wasn't in Washington dressed in uniform, she wouldn't get shot, is complete bullshit. Because guess what? If it wasn't her, you don't think this Afghani terrorist would have found somebody else to shoot, just a regular person? And I'm going to go back, Piers. This all goes down, and as my veteran brother will attest, the most abysmal withdrawal of Afghanistan. We could talk about why we're there, and I'll agree with you on 9/11 and all that was complete BS.
Trump's plan.
Everything that followed 9/11 with the illegal war. But how do you bomb a country for 20 years and then Biden with Alejandro Mayorkas, you let in 80,000 people, no documentation. You can't vet them. There's no paperwork on them. And what do you expect for them to do while they're here? And that's exactly.
I mean, there's no paperwork. This guy literally was fighting on the side of the United States. I mean, there's no paperwork. They knew exactly who he was. What
happened? Okay, you can't assume that these people are going to love America. They hate America, Piers. They absolutely hate America, and there needs to be accountability for Mayorkas and the entire administration for letting these people in. On top of Afghanistan, what about our border? There's 2 million. Getaways, Piers. That's the freaking population of Nebraska. We don't know who they are. We don't know what their intentions are. And these people hate America, Piers. Plain and simple. There's no paperwork. There's no nothing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just the tip of the iceberg. What this guy gets to Sarah, God rest her soul, it's not going to stop. Just like she just said, it's going to keep happening. It's going to keep getting worse. And Trump has no other choice. Piers, it's funny how everybody blames Trump because this is the situation he's been giving. But nobody on the left wants to blame Biden and
the left doesn't want to talk about this.
Why is that?
The left doesn't want to talk about it.
I'm just curious.
Okay.
Anybody explain that to me?
Well, let me bring Matt Taddeo in. You're a former U.S. Army Special Forces soldier. You served in Afghanistan. First of all, it seems to me that at the crux of this problem, there's been a catastrophic failure both in the withdrawal that we all watched in horror on television, the way that was carried out, which involved a lot of deaths at the time. There was a sense of a duty of care to many Afghanis who had served alongside US forces and UK forces and others to preserve their safety from a Taliban they had been attacking, which made perfect sense. But there's also been a systematic failure, it seems, of vetting, with many people who were brought back to the United States not being properly vetted, not even having face-to-face interviews. So the whole thing seems to have been incredibly badly handled. What is your view here about, first of all, what happened with these two National Guardsmen and what this Afghani retired soldier had done?
Yeah, what happened to the two National Guardsmen was clearly an act of terror. 100%, make no mistake about it, It was an act of terror. And just because...
Okay, I'm gonna be that guy. Do we know that this was a terrorist action? Like they were doing it for some kind of political aspiration? Like, do we know that? Or is this just something we're saying because he's a fucking Afghan? How do we know it wasn't mental health, eh? Mental health. What?
He ended up serving with U.S. forces over inside of Afghanistan for a period of time doesn't ensure that he is not going to commit acts of terror. At one point in time over in Afghanistan for a very long period of time, we ended up having something called the Guardian Angel program, where we would have to have soldiers dedicated to watching our backs at all times, 24/7, to make sure we weren't getting shot in the back. These were known as green on blue incidents. They were profound. They were happening all the time. One of our officers ended up getting shot in the head while he was on a Skype call with his wife, right?
Shit.
The guy ended up walking in to the place where he was making this phone call and shot him right in the back of the head, right? This is not an isolated incident, seeing things like this happen. And it's also not the only time, all right? And we are not painting all Afghans this way. I was talking to a man who I signed his SIV paperwork to come into the United States of America that I know is a good, honest, hard-loving, hard-working citizen. A lot of these people have done more for the United States of America than most Americans. However, that doesn't take away from the fact that they were not vetted and that we did have terrorists come into this country. Joe Kent went before Congress and testified and stated that we've had thousands of known terrorist-affiliated Afghans come into the United States of America because they were not vetted. I have interviewed the—
Stop gooning, chat. Hard-loving. Stop.
Soldiers and Marines who are on the ground at Kaya over in Kabul. And they will tell you that they weren't even given proper training on the paperwork that they should have been screening before they were coming on the base. And then you had members from the Department of State that would walk up to them and tell them, forget about the paperwork or add different things going on to it. It was an absolute joke. And so, yes, we do need to make sure we're going through, and we do need to make sure that we're properly vetting these people. It's not an attack on the Muslim community. It's just a fact.
But
the U.S. isn't destabilizing the Middle East.
You've given some fascinating background there and some color to it. But you've also highlighted, I guess, the problem here and how it gets dealt with in terms of going forward.
Right.
Because there are clearly some Afghan people that were brought back from the war that you believe are good, decent people who served America's interests at great personal risk to their own lives, who I presume you would feel that there's a duty of care to and that they should be allowed to stay. So how do you determine who stays and who is thrown out?
By doing the proper due diligence. People that got on the airplane that had photocopies of somebody else's paperwork have absolutely no business being in the United States of America. And unfortunately, because of Joe Biden, we have to go back and check all of this paperwork to make sure the right people are here in this country. I spoke to one of those Afghans just the other day who's here living in the United States of America, and he's just as pissed off as everybody else in the country because these jihadists are wrecking the United States and are trying to kill Americans. Over inside of Fort Worth, Texas, there was a terror attack that just got thwarted by DPS authorities over outside of Texas. Last year in November, there was 2 Afghan ISIS-affiliated terrorists that got arrested that were going to plan a election day shooting terror attack. They bought hundreds of rounds of ammunition and 2 AK-47s from an informant. And so again, they just got busted and they got sentenced last week. Now, Trump came out on, Friday, and he said on Friday that we're going to be looking over everybody else's paperwork. And then all of a sudden, this terror attack ends up happening, right? So it was a Friday before the terror attack. Trump had came out and said that. And it was 2 days after the sentencing for one of those terrorists. This is not an isolated incident. It's 100% the fault of the vetting of what took place on the ground. Pierce, not just me, but tons of my brothers ended up getting signal messages during the Afghan withdrawal telling us that we'd get paid thousands of dollars if we had an active passport and we could get our butts to the East Coast. That's how piss poor this operation was planned. Right. And so to sit here and pretend like people hanging off the side of a C-17 and falling to their death was somehow a great operation and we managed to properly vet everybody is a joke. It's an absolute joke. Even Mayorkas admitted in a separate interview with Lindsey Graham for a congressional...
It's like every day now, isn't it? What the fuck? Trump makes an announcement at the White House. What's he going to say? Is he going to be up at Venezuela? Every fucking 5 minutes, I'm like, he's going to announce the war with Venezuela. We'll go over the timeline in a minute, but it's looking close, man. It's looking... whatever... I think we're going to know by the end of this month whether it happens or not. But... quite bizarre.
Inquiry.
Even he can't legally. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. Never mind. Stop. Never mind. Stop what you were doing. Go home. He can't do it legally. Don't worry. Tell Maduro to chill. To stop deploying the defense lines.
He admitted there is no way that he can 100% state that we have vetted 100% of these people. Not properly vetted, just vetted. It just didn't happen. It didn't occur.
Fuck me.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and
How long
Optimum
is that?
Night all natural supplements. 30% off with the code PEERS. Final point. The final point I'd make, Matt, before I go to Destiny, is there have been, of course, numerous examples of American citizens who've served in the armed forces who've gone crazy, right, because of their time serving, because of war, having an impact on their mental health, whatever it may be, and they do commit appalling acts. That has happened. We don't know yet really enough about what this person did, Lekamwal, other than it appears he was deteriorating in his own life, stopped talking to his wife, his kids, and so on. Clear red flags being put up here, but may have been going. We just don't know. I don't want to suppose what it was, but it may have been that he was just going through a severe PTSD style reaction to his warfare, whatever, and then went crazy and commits this terrible act. No,
you can't really vet for that though, can you? You can't vet for that shit.
Amount of vetting. I don't know if he was vetted or not yet, but no amount of vetting would pick up that. Do you think there's also a failure of duty of care ongoing with veterans of all kinds, whether they're US citizens or foreign nationals who served with the US military brought back to the United States?
Yeah, I think there is a real misconception on what PTSD is and how it actually works. I'm a huge PTSD advocate for our veterans, and I do think that there needs to be a hell of a lot more care that gets poured into our veterans. At the same time, using PTSD as an excuse doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Why would he go target 2 U.S. service members if he was having problems with PTSD after disappearing for several months? Because he was fighting side by side with them, he wouldn't certainly go shoot them in the head, right?
So you think he got radicalized?
And we have had...
How would you know? Like, the whole point of going fucking nut, like, he could have felt betrayed by them. He could have felt like, what the fuck?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. You know, we know that probably he got out around 2017, 2018 estimated right now until we get all of the paperwork that ends up coming out. So you have a big time gap right there, right? A huge time gap. Now, those guys over inside of Oklahoma that ended up getting arrested last year for the election day plot, they were also here on SIVs. Some of them allegedly didn't have proper paperwork when they came to the country. Biden administration ends up granting it to them anyways. Now, at the same time over in Afghanistan, 2016, 17, 18, we got really hot and heavy into the war against ISIS-K. How Nadine ended up saying that, listen, the Taliban aren't the people of Afghanistan. That's a lie. I hate to tell you that, but it's a lie. The Taliban quite literally are the people of Afghanistan. Unless you're talking about the Pakistani Taliban, then it's a different story. But then we can go into history.
Well, we're flexing our knowledge. Let's go.
We can talk about the border issues that ended up happening with a drunk British officer and Russians going into Afghanistan and pushing them across the border. The people inside of Afghanistan, 100%, are the Taliban. In 2012, when I was over there, it was very rare to see a Taliban flag flying across the villages. In 2016, 17, and 18, when I was over there, they were everywhere. Pierce, my very last operation, driving off of a target back to the base, there's Taliban flags just flying all throughout these villages. They have
It's that goddamn clear and hold strategy. It's also, it's funny that he's mentioned those years, 16, 17. We're really digging into that kind of period when Trump was relaxing the rules of engagement and the number of civilian deaths under American strikes was getting doubled. Loosening restrictions on the use of landmines. Dude.
With Taliban flags planted, everything. You had police officers, military, everybody that was like affiliated with the Taliban in one way, shape, or form. We couldn't even get workers to come onto camp with proper vetting because they also had affiliations with ISIS and the Taliban. It's not a joke. This needs to get looked at. And absolutely, the people that served side by side with U.S. veterans over there have every right, in my opinion, and most veterans' opinions, to be in this country because they have done more for this country than most Americans. But to sit here and try to claim that we're going after Muslims or that we're going after anybody else is a lie. Those same Muslims that myself and my brothers invited into this country and signed our name to would stand side by side and vouch for the exact same things that I'm saying. That there is evil in that country and that it is involved within the civilian population, and trying to claim otherwise is a freaking lie. And it's doing absolutely nobody any good. And those types of lies are what gets people killed inside of the United States of America.
But we're going to assume he's a terrorist,
the US made
regardless of any evidence.
the problem worse, because in your own statement, you said when you first started going into there, you didn't see the Taliban flags. And then by the time, decades.
Oh, she got him. If she knows about the, she's not going to know because she's a fucking retard, but if she knows that when Trump was president, he was relaxing rules of engagement in Afghanistan and generals were literally saying that we are killing too many civilians. Like, we're going to lose this war because we keep killing civilians. And also, it's not just that, though. It's also, he might argue that it was more the clear and hold strategy because it just produced too many targets for the Taliban. And also the fact that Pakistan was a safe haven for them is kind of made a much more difficult opponent than they otherwise would have been. But nah, Trump did. Like, the roots of the failure of that pullout, or the way the pullout went, are quite easily traced to Trump failing when it came to him basically believing that rules of war were for bitches and it resulting in just more civilian deaths, which was much easier for the Taliban to ride on for public support.
Later, it's worse, and it's the
How about, you want to talk about the real
destabilization, the
problem?
power vacuum.
Let's talk it. No, it's not destabilization in a power vacuum. There's a power vacuum and destabilization that existed before we went there. That's just a fact, right? The Taliban ran the country. We ended up putting in a government. And the United States government has absolutely zero business, as far as I'm concerned, or most veterans are concerned, going in and trying to conduct a regime change in any type of country. We suck when it comes to nation building. Our record's horrible. Even if we look at Iraq and we talk about what's going on over inside of Iraq and them trying to pass laws for 9-year-old girls to be able to get married to grown men, all right, that's not exactly what I would call a huge victory for democracy. All right. But over inside of Afghanistan, the moment we pull out, we have 6-year-old girls getting married off to grown men. 10% of the girls inside of Afghanistan under the age of 15 end up getting married off. And I think it's an absurd number. It's like 60% or something like that end up getting married off before they're even 18. And this is their family selling them off to older grown men. And don't even get me started on chai boys. To sit here and pretend like we should be better.
I do want to bring, okay, listen, hang on. I do want to bring in, hang on, Nadine. I will come back to you. I do want to bring in Destiny, who's been waiting very patiently. Destiny, you posted on X, the National Guards, weren't protecting DC. They couldn't even make arrests. They were sent there to die by Donald Trump and his cronies, so they could rile up the base.
He is let on because of the tape. Yeah, he is. That's why he's let on every time. Now, Destiny, you tweeted some unhinged goblin mode. Trump sent them to die.
To distract them from the monumental failing of every single part of this administration. Now, people have criticized you for this because they say it just shouldn't matter whether they were there for legitimate reasons or whether you question the politics behind it or whatever. That shouldn't mean that they are a target for terrorists.
The main point is that Donald Trump is using whatever he can to expand his power over the executive, to send more troops to whatever state or district he wants for no other reason than to just antagonize the population. The idea that you can send 1,000 National Guardsmen to DC or to California, 2 places where he's currently losing federal cases about his authority to even do this, and somehow magically fix all the crime there is the naivety of a 12-year-old. None of what's been said so far about all of the people that were brought here passes any basic sanity test. There were some 77,000 people that came from Afghanistan. The idea that we didn't vet any of them and only 1 or 2 extreme instances of any kind of violence or planned violence has happened just doesn't pass a basic sanity test. Well, where are all of the terrorist attacks that should be happening if we really brought over almost 80,000 people and didn't vet them at all? Also, the idea that there was no vetting whatsoever is contraindicated by the statements of our own government.
Well, nobody's saying there was no vetting, but they clearly has been. Well, they're not saying there was no vetting. No, but hang on, just to be clear,
there's no way.
Nobody is saying there was no vetting. But what
Vinny literally said there was no vetting. He said there was no documents. Like these guys were just faceless fucking what? Like no what? So they just said what their name is and you take their word for it. He said no documents, let alone vetting.
What is crystal clear is that they weren't all vetted. And what is also crystal clear is that some of the people who were brought over have clearly either were radicalized to start with and slipped through the net or have become radicalized since arriving in the US. That is a danger to the United States
why
citizens.
This guy shot the 2 National Guard. We have no idea why this shooting happened. Anybody jumping on your Nancy Maces, the 2 gentlemen on this panel.
Okay, then how do you account for the guy last week that was planning on building a car?
Pierce never lets Destiny fully speak. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he takes him on because he takes him on whenever he does a crazy tweet. Like that's it.
Bomb literally talked about putting explosives inside of a car over in Fort Worth and attacking Americans that were against the Afghans and against the Taliban. The reason why you haven't seen massive
the guy that shot the 2 National Guardsmen.
Who's this? We have a caller. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that when they just unmuted. Hello.
What's up? I was coming to talk about immigration, but
oh, you gave me stuff to read yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
I can't. Okay, I'm lazy, so I'll read it maybe tonight. Yeah, or I'll put it in my doc. But one of these is a. Yeah. Okay.
It's good.
What were you going to say though? What was your?
Oh, well, if you're busy with this, it's fine. I can come back later. But I just wanted to talk about the immigration debate you had with the American guy.
Okay.
I watched some of it, and it was The guy was wacky.
Yeah, yeah, but he's not too different from the average British voter talking about that
No,
issue.
no, for sure. My main thing I wanted to say, and I don't know if I didn't finish the whole thing because it was driving me crazy. But at the very beginning, his basic argument was like something like, "Oh well, even if Muslims have the same rate of violence as the rest of the population, by definition, that means that by bringing them here, that means that it harms society."
Yeah, that was a bit mad.
I felt like there's like a really easy way to counter that, but I just felt like,
well, it's like arguing to sterilize fucking poor people because their communities might commit higher crime. So if no men are born in these communities, it'd be less crime. It's so stupid.
kind of, but not even, right? It's just basically saying any population growth harms society.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like the clear kind of rebuttal is that, well, if you concede that any population growth harms society, that's just ridiculous.
I don't know. It's just fucking Malthusian shit. Weird.
Yeah. Malthusian, what do you mean?
Am I retarded, or was Malthus the one that said we shouldn't have as much population growth? I don't remember.
He was kind of, he was more probably descriptive than prescriptive, I think. He was just like, this is going to happen.
Okay, but when we talk about Malthusians, don't they nonetheless...
Yeah, it's kind of Scroogey.
Yeah, okay. The same way that like Marxists aren't necessarily, like followers of
Karl
Marx. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, no, if you read those later, I can jump in and talk about them because they're pretty good resources for economics regarding migration, not necessarily cultural.
Oh, that would be good. That's a gap. That needs a few. That has some spaces. So that'd be good. Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Right.
Take care.
No idea why.
No. We're talking about vetting Afghans. We're talking about vetting Afghans here in the United States of America. You want to talk about that guy. You don't want to talk about the Afghan that was planning on building a car bomb.
If you want to talk about responsibility,
no. The topic isn't about that guy.
Who was the one who negotiated the pullout from Afghanistan?
You're so far off.
I'm curious. Who negotiated that plan? Who negotiated that plan? Tell me. Can you even say who negotiated the plan? Can you even say who negotiated the plan?
I'll tell you that Donald Trump negotiated the plan, and on congressional record in November, and this comes from the former Joint Chief of Staff, in November, Donald Trump planned to do the pullout. Then when the Joint Chief went to him and told him, no, you can't do that because the Taliban's going to take over, Donald Trump immediately rescinded the order within 24 hours. It was under Joe Biden that he decided to pull out of the country. That is fact. It's on congressional.
Yeah, he finished the Doha agreement, and he delayed the pullout exactly for that reason because he knew that Biden would take the fall for it.
He didn't withdraw.
Go look at the congressional record.
Biden withdrew on.
You might not like it, Destiny, but it's a fact.
Are we just here to
the
write
Doha
fan fiction
agreement
and to
was
lie
on
about? If we want to
the
just make
Doha
up stuff,
agreement was
cool.
on there.
Yeah.
The Doha agreement was done by Trump. Then the Taliban violated the Doha agreement, so we weren't going to pull out. That's why Joe Biden fell into the situation that he did. Now, you might not like facts, Destiny, because they go against your narrative, but they're facts. And it's congressional record.
But hang on. Okay, let me jump in. Look, what is inarguable is that when the withdrawal happened, the president was Joe Biden, and he had been for many months. It was on
Who
his.
Granted the shooter asylum?
He
granted the shooter the
asylum? He could have ripped up any plans if he wanted to. He went ahead with that plan, and it was a total fiasco. And we all watched it on live television. Let's not try and let Biden off the hook. He can blame Trump if he wants.
We're not letting Biden off the hook.
I
right
like
now,
holding.
Piers, I don't know
I like holding presidents.
in
Destiny.
The UK,
I like to hold.
Trump is
hang
the
on.
president right now.
I like to
Donald
hold
Trump
presidents
is the
for account
president.
for what happens on their watch. I think it's a fair thing to do.
And this shooting happened on
whoever's in
Trump's
power.
watch. Yes. The shooting right now happened on Trump's watch.
Yes, it
correct?
did. So the question. So the question then becomes. The question then becomes.
Prior to that, he said we need to. In the week prior to the shooting, he said we need to go through and revet everybody, didn't he? Didn't he not?
Didn't you just say there was no paperwork?
Didn't he just say that we needed to go through and revet them?
When you said there was no paperwork.
That's exactly how you revet them. I said that they have photocopies of paperwork, and that comes from testimony of Marines and soldiers that were on the ground saying that they were photocopying paperwork, and that members from the Department of State would go up to the soldiers that were on the ground, screening the paperwork, and at times told them, don't even worry about it because it's all screwed up at this point. That's what ended up happening. Now, again, you might not like facts, Destiny, but they go against directly what you want.
Facts. Where are
There's
all
over
of the terrorists
100,000
here? If there are 80,000 of them,
I just explained it to you.
That I saw brought in under this particular program.
Why would you not want them all vetted, Destiny?
Where are all of the
Are you
terrorists?
Destiny?
Why don't you want more vetting, you piece of shit? Why you want more people to die? You want more people to die? What the fuck, man? Why don't you want more? Why are you so against vetting, dick?
Not want them all vetted. A vehicle-borne IED.
Well,
Are you not going to
hang on, Matt,
just
hang on.
acknowledge the fact there's a vehicle-borne
Hang
IED?
on, Matt. My question for Destiny is, why would you not want all of them re-vetted in light of this appalling attack?
Well, because this is security theater. It's a waste of time to say we're going to re-vet. We're
A
going to
waste of
reanalyze.
time.
It's like when Dove
A waste
said
of
we're
time
going
to see
money.
Wow, you're against more vetting of these Wow. That vet could have saved that National Guard soldier's life. Wow. Oh, God. Whose side are you on, dude? I know what side I'm on.
USA.
But you, what the fuck?
More have been radicalized, given they weren't.
Are you going to re-vet every single? It doesn't mean anything. What do you mean re-vet? What does that even mean? They just
You
there's no real
you
paperwork.
check their credentials to see if they're here on false credentials, and if they are,
Why would they have
that
been
raises a
granted-
massive red flag.
Why would they have been granted entrance into the United States?
Trump granted him entrance. He was granted asylum in April. So after April, they should have been like, okay, he was... okay, yeah. So 4 months ago, 5 months ago, 6 months ago, this guy, he passed all the vetting. Okay, it took a while, but let's do it again. Like, what the fuck? Never stop vetting. Send people to his house for a fucking wellness check every single day. ZJM, thanks for for the 5 gifties. I saw the 2 next to your name. Shit. Thanks for the gifties. Wow. More vetting. Are you against more vetting? You can never have too much vetting.
States if they were here under false
Destiny,
credentials. That doesn't make
do
sense.
you-
I mean,
Many of them
do you
came
know how
in
the
with false
SIV
documents. That is well known.
No, Destiny, do you know how the SIV program works? The Special Immigrant Visa program works for these Afghans that were coming here to the United States. What they needed to have paperwork-wise in order to vet them. Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
Okay, perfect. So guys like me who put my name on an official memorandum and said, this person should be here, here's my contact information. Now, if somebody sends me an email that says, is this the person you vouch for? And the face looks like somebody else, and I say no, that's how you properly vet them. There's a lot of different ways you can go about doing it. And when there's multiple copies of the same paperwork for different people that ended up coming into this country, somebody's getting kicked out. And when we have...
Did you notice the lower his volume when he talks? Yeah, because he's like Pierce's fucking punch bag who says something provocative on Twitter, and they bring him on to be like, do you stand by these words? Now, Destiny, you went on Twitter and you said... How can you say that? How can you say that? Yeah, that's it. What? That's the entire fucking... That's the routine.
Somebody that planned on conducting a vehicle-borne IED attack in Texas just a couple days ago that got busted for doing it. You don't think it's important. You
stand by those words.
Yes. Rather watch Americans get blown
You're
up
trying
and
to
get killed
make the claim
than
that this is an
offend
attack
somebody.
that could have. Please stop with the virtue signaling. You only have so much time. You're making the claim that we could have. You're making the claim that we could have vetted this stuff before it ever got to the United States. Again, for this recent shooting, we don't even know what the motivation was. There's no guarantee. This guy had 5 kids and lived in Washington. How are you gonna? What are you vetting for to even know that these guys?
We know
have
what
been
the
caught by any
motivation
amount of
is for
vetting?
the. We know what the motivation is for the 2 guys in Oklahoma, and we know what the motivation is for the guy down in Dallas. All Afghans here on SIVs.
And what would
We
you have
know that
vetted for to
motivation.
catch
Is
these
that
guys?
enough
What would
for
you
you?
have
Let me
vetted
bring
for?
in
Is that
Vinny.
enough?
I want to bring
What
in
would you have
Vinny.
vetted for?
Let me bring in the others. I want to bring in Vinny. Vinny.
Well, I want to say one thing, with all due respect. I'm not going to call a grown man Destiny. His name is Steven. So, Steven, I mean, Pierce, who are we going to listen to? An actual U.S. soldier who's been there, that's been in the shit, or a guy that plays Fortnite? You play video games, you have no idea what the hell you're talking about?
Yes.
How about this, Steven? How about not let...
Yeah, get back to your video games, you fucking dork. All he does.
0 of them in here. 0, because we were bombing the shit out of them for 20 years, and you can't vet them. He's actually making a good point. You can't vet them because people have different freaking motives. And out of that 80,000, Steven, you're acting like every day they're going to be bombing and everything. Trump's been in for 1 year. This is the tip of the
Mr.
iceberg,
Tomato Head,
and it's going to keep on happening.
This guy was here for
hold
6 or
hold
7
on, hold on,
months.
Steven, let me
That's a
finish.
gamer insult, that is. Wow. Talking trash. Calling him names. Like a gamer. Like a raging gamer. Drinking his Red Bull, eating his fucking Pringles. Watching his hentai. These fucking gamers. Get them.
Base? How many people do you need to see?
Steven,
if there's a single bad immigrant from any country, you ban all
Steven,
of them? Is that it? Is the standard
Steven,
crime is
it's
0
guess
on
what?
every immigrant?
They might be They might be biding their time, Stephen. They might be biding their time.
Biding
and I'm
the
sorry, with
10-year
all due
sleeper
respect,
agents.
I don't
My
want to
God.
listen
Are
to
they also
any.
deep state
I don't want
Hillary
to
Clinton
listen to
assassins? Were they
any.
part of the Senate
Let
Ridge
me
assassination
finish.
squad?
Let me finish. Stephen, are you the guy that was celebrating the fireman Corey Compatore that was shot?
Aren't you the guy, Corey Balamori? The guy who took a bullet for Trump? Because that's how.
You were celebrating that he died at Butler. You're the same guy that
Nobody
said
is
conservatives need to be
celebrating.
afraid.
The only
You're
person
a
that
piece of
celebrates that in the
shit.
United
No,
States is
Stephen.
your guy. It's
I know
President
exactly
Donald
who you
Trump.
are.
It's President
The public
Donald Trump.
needs to
It's
know who
President
you
Donald
are.
Trump.
You're
Who was the
blaming.
shooter on
You're
that? Wasn't that
blaming
guy another
Trump.
registered
Yeah.
Republican?
You're
Crazy how they
blaming.
all seem to
You're
be coming from
blaming
your side.
Trump
You guys
for
have
everything.
nothing to say about it.
Listen, Stephen. You are a scumbag. I don't even know why they're listening.
I need you to pop.
What did Pierce call him? The young fireman. He was like 50. Hang on. I remember I looked at this, but then I decided not to make a big deal out of it because it's, poor guy, Putin fucking simp. People said that he was like jumping in front to defend his family, and that's why he got shot. The footage didn't show that, did it? The footage did not show that. People just kind of said it because it sounded nicer. Am I misremembering, or did it not look more like he was just continuing to film? He was filming. Did it not just look like he was just kind of standing there and just kept filming? I'm sorry. Fuck me, man. Surely someone has a compilation, little video showing the timeline.
To listen to your opinion on any matter.
He was the only one who didn't duck. Shut the fuck up. Okay, I don't believe you. He was the only one who didn't duck. Everyone ducks and he's just standing there like a fucking Christmas tree. Shut up. Give me that in Discord or I don't believe you. I do not believe you if you're going to say that he just kept... he was the only one who... like, everyone around him... You're telling me that there's footage of everyone else sitting down and he just stays there like the last face on a fucking Guess Who board. And that's why he got shot. Shut up. That's not what... you would be... That would be all over the internet if that's what it looked like.
What?
Stop.
It's the tip of the iceberg. And guess what?
Vinny, let me ask Vinny a question. Vinny, here's the problem I have with simply saying don't let any of them in, and if they're all here, throw them all out. A lot of these people, as we've heard from Matt, who served alongside some of them, a lot of them are good, decent people who were properly vetted, who have lived in America now for a number of years with their families, committed no crimes, giving no indication they're going to commit any crimes, are not radicalized. And we all know if they get sent back to Afghanistan and they are identified as people that worked alongside US forces against the Taliban, we may as well execute them before they even get there, because that is what the fate will be if they get back to Afghanistan. So I feel very uncomfortable, because the same situation applies to people in the UK. I feel very uncomfortable about these interpreters and other service people who may even have fought alongside our troops, right, who were fighting the Taliban because of this one incident, and others. And Matt's right, there have been others too, but it's a small number so far that we take thousands of people, many of whom, most of whom, would be completely blameless other than they helped us, and we throw them to the Taliban wolves. Would you be comfortable if we suddenly see scenes on television?
We got to keep Americans safe.
USA!
Released by the Taliban of them executing all these people who risked their lives for us.
No, I wouldn't feel good, Piers, but you know what? All that aside, I'm an American first, okay? And I don't want one American dying from anybody from another country that we've been bombing, Piers. With all the compassion and that suicidal empathy
why should anyone ever help us again? Why should anybody... Vinny,
would you kill 20 Afghans to save one American?
Would anyone ever help the United States or the UK in a war again in the way that they helped us in that war against the Taliban if we just throw them all to the wolves and it leads to them being executed? Nobody would.
No, Piers,
Look, at
then
the end
guess
of the
what?
day-
Don't get into these stupid ass wars then. Well, I agree with her. No, I agree with her.
Oh,
Then
it's the
don't-
Drew Pavlo argument. Don't get into these. We can't. It's been done. America left. What the fuck? Don't do that. That's like, oh, fuck it. What do you do with these refugees? You know, they're coming into Australia on the boats. Do you keep them and process them, or do you send them back to Indonesia? Oh, Indonesia. Okay, so you're okay with them getting sent through the Indonesian detention system with no human rights and get their lives fucking ruined and just become these fucking like non-human vegetables for the rest of their lives, tortured and shit. No, get Indonesia to change. Okay, what if they don't? Get them to change. Okay, what the fuck?
Don't get into these wars, Piers. But at the end of the day, Piers, America.
Hello?
Yeah. I just cannot fathom this like weird dichotomy that everything is either we deport them or they will kill us or some shit like that.
Well, there's also just
There's-
endless. We just keep vetting them forever, every day.
It's almost like there's absolutely no other policy that anybody could ever do to prevent something like this from ever happening.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh my god. Like this is the same fucking bullshit we're also going through in Germany because we also have like a bunch of terrorist attacks from like anyways, it's like people don't understand that like mental health is a thing.
Yeah, we just don't know though. We
Right.
don't know if he was planning something for fucking 8 years or whatever it was. We have no, but we don't know if he snapped. We don't know why. We don't know if it was like a recent thing that maybe he did have a political motive, but it was like against the National Guard being in DC. But we just it's so stupid. Like, why are we trying to guess? But yeah, it's annoying now that it's like it's quite scary that it's becoming a lot more normal for people to actually bite that bullet and say yes, it is actually worth doing this to this many innocent people to stop one person getting shot in a terror attack.
It
It's
makes
really
no
fucking mad.
sense. It's way more expensive to do that as well. Instead of
Yeah.
like
Well, how much is the cost of human life? Of a British
Right?
life, a beautiful white British life.
oh my god. It's actually like just mind numbing. Like just the amount of like weird polarization around this when clearly there's other ways to fix this. Like for some reason they just are so fucking stubborn about this one issue that in reality you could solve this in a very easy bipartisan way than just like wasting a bunch of like taxpayer money, a bunch of people sacrificing a bunch of people that have helped us in the war against terror. What like dude, what is like you guys are supposedly a party for like making sure everything is like going correctly, like you're like Christians and whatever the fuck, right? Oh, we're so Christian. Oh no, the Christian genocide. Oh, right? And then they do this fucking bullshit. Like it makes no sense to me. Like what about this is like Christian?
Did people ever
What
make these
about-
arguments before though, right? Because like in the 2000s, like for the last few decades, there have been like people from Vietnam, like Hmong people or Laotian people, whatever the fuck you say, who have come over to America because they fought on the American side in the war, and then some like one or two of them end up committing murders, right? But did they really say people didn't suggest to deport them all, did they? I think it's a really new thing that's actually acceptable now.
I'm not sure if this is new. This is I mean this whole like collective punishment against a group of people that you think are your enemy or something like that like is not new. Like this has happened in the past, like with like Japanese detention camps and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was some time ago. Not good coming back to those days. Also, I really need the bathroom, so if you want to keep talking, you can, but I need to... Is it all right? Did you have anything else quick? or-
No, I have nothing new.
Okay. Well,
you want to put on your
yeah,
little
I'll put my screen
video
on.
things?
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh! Ooh, that's a high testosterone strike if I ever saw one. Like when I'm talking to you guys, I usually talk at I can see the chat and I can see my OBS, I can see my face, or I can see here when I'm seeing the other stuff, I can see notes. I don't always look like this to talk at you guys, do I? Why are you all freaking out at the fact that she's looking away from the camera when this is what streamers do all the fucking time? It's not actually very often when a streamer will just look right there, you down into your fucking soul, and have a good stare while they're telling you things. Would you prefer that? Would you prefer that I just gave you a good fucking... gave you a good little checking out before I tell you what's what about international politics and history and the Soviet Union? What? Let's goop.
First, American lives. While everybody was eating turkey and having a good time, think about that girl's family, Sarah's whole family, grieving and burying their damn daughter. I'm sorry, Piers. I am so sorry. As a veteran, as a child from legal immigrant parents that came in through the right process, I'm sorry. I want that many Americans to die. Can you see that number? Zero. So we have to take everybody out and re-vet them. And I actually do agree with Steven too. How are you going to vet? There's no paperwork. How do you know? You just bring them in and go, oh yeah, I trust you. You love America.
All right, let me bring...
I'm sorry, Piers.
All right,
I'm sorry. It's a shitty situation that Trump didn't start.
All you hear, just you know what Vinny could do? Is just get them to prove that they would vote MAGA. Just get them to prove they're not Democrats.
USA.
Okay, Nadeem, your response to that.
How do you feel about the war he's starting in Venezuela right now? If you want to do no more wars, and you've got Donald Trump on the precipice of trying to do regime change in South America.
So 100%. No Steven, are those boats fishermen? Steven, are those boats fishermen? Are those guys fishing?
Now we have the excuses.
Now it's the narco-terrorism. This is a WMDs. You think nukes kill a lot of people? How many people die from drug overdoses every year? You have no idea. Those are chemical weapons. That's the biggest, baddest chemical weapon of all. Put drug deaths next to military deaths in any country in the world. Add them all up. You got no chance, man. The thing is, if you guys want to know about the situation in Venezuela where we are right now, Trump had a phone call with Maduro on November 21st, so almost 2 weeks ago. We only know what happened in the call because of staffers talking to the press, so it might not be true, whatever. Apparently, Maduro requested amnesty, sanction removal, and the end of an ICC case that was against him. And he'd be willing to leave Venezuela. He also wanted, there's 100 officials that he wanted sanction removal for as well. And he guaranteed that they wouldn't get arrested or taken to the US or whatever, because it's a bunch of people who are accused by the US of human rights abuses, drug trafficking, corruption. But Trump said no. He gave Maduro a week to leave Venezuela. He gave him a week to leave. Maduro didn't take it because Maduro is a big strong man. He wants to hold on, even though he has said that. So Maduro's offered to leave, but for reward, basically, for relief of sanctions and for immunity, amnesty, and for the ICC case to end somehow. I don't know how Trump can do that. Trump gave him a week. He didn't leave. Trump has obviously pushed a lot of U.S. military personnel within distance for striking Venezuela. The only problem is there are so far 15,000 U.S. troops within striking distance of Venezuela. And in a very Trump move, that is ambiguous because it's way too many people for a drug operation, but it's not enough for a ground invasion. So we don't really know what he's doing there. And obviously his approach to handling this situation is very Trumpian. The no-fly zone was announced through a social media post, not the Pentagon. 80 people have died so far, roughly, 82, 83. 21 strikes on boats, not 22 now. You've also got the double tap on a boat where fucking Hegseth is talking about potentially saying kill them all, but then they're walking it back or taking responsibility away from themselves and saying it was actually Admiral Bradley, and apparently he worked completely within the law and within his authority. Hegseth and Caroline Leavitt and the White House are all defending him. But yeah, that's where we are now. We really don't know. But the fact that they're doing this at all, no, like literally no one. It's one of the few things actually that the entire IHL community would agree on is like you can't bomb a boat because it's got drugs on it. You can't do that. You can't call it a terror weapon. You can't do that. That's a new thing. Narco terror, just calling someone a terror group by one country's designation because of an executive order does not make them targetable under IHL. Definitely not double tapping by any law of the sea if they've survived the first strike. Because I think that strike killed 11 people total. 11. It's just such an insane move that he's making, and I really don't know what's going to happen next. Maduro has said that he's ready to dig in and defend the country or whatever the fuck else, but even though he was just recently talking about leaving his vice president in charge before having elections and trying to get amnesty to leave, but I don't know. That's where we are now. Trump is being ambiguous. There are currently not enough troops, I think, to launch a full-on ground invasion of Venezuela, but there are way too many troops. There are way too many of them for a drug op. So, who knows?
Hold on.
Accountability for this guy.
Is the shooters in the U.S.
Yeah,
Okay, let the Dean speak,
trying to
please.
say stay on topic.
Let the Dean speak.
No, I think one thing that people haven't focused on enough is the fact that the violence begets violence. That the violence that the U.S. Imperialists, take on abroad will come back to the U.S. Whether it's through immigrants or people, whose families go back generations in the U.S. Look at the attempted, Trump, the person who attempted to assassinate Donald Trump. Look at the person who assassinated Charlie Kirk. These aren't migrants. These are people, who've lived here. So the U.S. continuously being involved in violence abroad has only made this situation worse. And there isn't these types of mass shootings happening all around the world. This is something that we see exclusively happening in the U.S. And instead of that being addressed, mental health being addressed, pulling out of wars across the world, we have ICE raids that are basically just a show of force.
For the head of an organization that's supposed to just do propaganda and soundbites, she's not very impressive, is she? The fuck? Stream of consciousness, almost.
Havoc on cities like New York City. An ICE raid was thwarted here just a couple of days ago from protesters, and then Palestinian activists like Mohsen Mahdawi, like Mahmoud Khalil, being targeted. So at the end of the day, this isn't about
Nadine,
vetting.
do you think that
Nadine,
do you think that undocumented immigrants in America who commit crimes unconnected to their immigrant status should be deported?
I mean, that's not what's been happening, though. They've been going after people.
I know. I have the
no.
same concerns about those who have not committed other crimes. But do you think specifically that if they're undocumented and they commit another crime, they should be deported?
I think
you just say if they can go to a country that where they won't be persecuted, then yes, that's probably fine. Not if they've come from a place that you can't guarantee they won't get fucking tortured or killed or whatever by the state or by some drug cartel or whatever the fuck.
At the end of the day, these things should, play out.
It's either yes or no, isn't it? I mean, I just think there is universal agreement pretty much.
Pierce, back to basics.
I mean,
not
sure,
universal.
but people are being accused of crimes that they didn't commit.
But if they're convicted of a crime,
accused of a thought crime.
If they're convicted of a crime,
if they're convicted of a crime, he was accused of a thought crime. So I'm not going to say that somebody
if they're convicted of a crime
should be deported.
Right. Okay. But that's a problem.
A masterful dodge, eh?
Well, if you're in the United States on a visa screaming globalize the Intifada, your ass needs deported, period, end of discussion.
Exactly. This
Would
is
you like
why.
to explain what the first and second Intifadas are? Would you like to
Because they want to say globalize the Intifada is a crime, and that's a deportable
explain what the
offense.
first and second Intifada
This is why
were.
your
Go ahead,
question
explain
is
what
The first Intifada ended with Israel being like, "Oh yeah, this occupation thing, we probably shouldn't do it." Like that's what the response to the first Intifada was after it ended. I don't know why he's bringing the first. The first, it was generally the rule was to use cold weapons, mostly throwing stones at soldiers. Hamas used hot weapons, but they were much smaller back then. They barely had any support from like 3% of Palestinians. So
second Intifada were. Go ahead, explain the first and second Intifada.
They were resistance, mostly nonviolent. Actually, the first Intifada also, like, it wasn't just throwing stones and fighting people. It was also a lot of, once they had removed a lot of the Israeli occupation bodies, because remember, this was when they occupied and they were in charge of schools and like infrastructure and things like that. When they had chased a lot of the Israeli administrators out of some areas, especially in Gaza, they set up like parallel governance structures as well. There was a lot of like civic action that happened in the first Intifada. So him conflating those two is a bit weird.
And we'll discuss
Intifada
why they
means
shouldn't live here in the United
uprising.
States.
Intifada means
I don't
shaking
care
off
what
of
it
oppression.
means. Explain
And a
what it
Holocaust
actually
museum
means.
actually used
Explain what it
Intifada
actually means.
to-
Explain
to
what it actually
translate
means.
the Warsaw
Okay, you
Ghetto
want to avoid the
uprising in
question. I'll
Arabic.
say it for
The
you.
Holocaust Museum did it. Okay.
It's twice when
Okay, I speak
Palestinians
Arabic. I
decided
don't
that
know
they
if you
would go
speak
into
Arabic.
Israel.
Intifada
And I
means
speak Russian. What's your point?
shaking off of
Okay,
oppression.
and I don't care what it means. It's also what it means
just
in
asked me what it
context, right? So when a
means.
Palestinian calls and claims globalize the Intifada, they don't mean globalize the resistance. They mean go after the oppressors and start killing people. Palestinians also believe that the land of Palestine is all encompassing of
The
Israel.
first
So when you talk about
Intifada was
occupation
strikes. It was
and
women's
Hamas,
groups.
and
It was
Hamas
student
is talking
groups
about what happened during the
organizing
second.
protests,
And it doesn't
organizing
matter. They go in
strikes.
and they murder
That's what it
people. So
was.
you're talking about going
you
in and
don't want
murdering
the
people.
answer. You
That's
just want
what
to
it's actually
contextualize
talking
it in the
about.
way
That
you
is
want.
the answer.
Oh, wait, what
No,
happened?
it's not
The fuck?
contextualizing. It's what legitimately happened as part of
You
history.
just
They went in
brought
and they
up
murdered
context.
people. That's a fact. They went in and they murdered people.
Okay.
That's a fact.
And
so when you're
Israel has
screaming globalize
murdered
the
way more
Intifada,
All right,
here in the
we're
United States
moving
of
off the
America, you can
topic.
take your Intifada and you
all
can
right.
go to Palestine
Let's
and you can
not
go
move.
kill your own people.
This is
We'll
why your
debate.
question
You know what?
becomes
We'll
so
debate the
loaded here.
Intifada a
Because
different
people
time.
like him want to
We'll
create
debate that
thought
another time. I want to give a final word to Destiny. You've not had as much.
Isn't that when they started shooting off those crude Qassam rockets in the first Intifada? No, the first Hamas rocket was fired in 2001. The second Intifada was not. Rockets were not a very prominent feature of the second Intifada either. The rockets were not that frequent. Second Intifada was suicide bombings, infiltrations and suicide bombings.
Time as the other. So, what would you finally like to say, Destin? I mean, I would ask you the same question. This all comes back to the overall immigration policy of the United States right now. It seems to me most Americans agree with the pretty well shutting down of the southern border. They think that's a good thing for American security to not let millions of people come in illegal on the southern border. And most Americans I've talked to on this show and privately agree with deporting people who are undocumented and commit other crimes. Do you agree that those first two things are a good thing?
Yeah, like broadly speaking, yeah, I think we have to have a secure border. We have to know who's coming into the country, and we have to be able to remove people from this country, especially people that are committing real crimes. If you have a traffic ticket, I don't know, but like if you're a felon or you're committing any kind of violence, of course, absolutely. I think almost every American would agree with that. The issue is that one is that people aren't always honest about their immigration positions. So you've got Tomato Vinny over here who wants no immigrants or wants to, what's the term they're using now, re-immigrate, wants to deport every non-white immigrant or everybody from a country that they don't like and then restart the process or realistically just not bring any of them back at all. So when you try to have the conversations, you can't even give any ground because the people on the other side aren't even honest about what their positions are, number one. And then number two, even if you have strong feelings about immigration or what immigration policy should look like, you should hate the way that Donald Trump is doing it because Donald Trump has taken a position where there is, Charlie called these 80-20 positions, right? Deporting people who have committed violent crimes is a position that almost every American would agree with. If Donald Trump would have gone to every state and had said, let us into your state prisons, let's go through who the illegal immigrants are, who have committed felons or Class A misdemeanors or whatever, and let's deport them, that's a policy that any Democratic governor standing against is going to be incredibly unpopular. But instead, you've got Kristi Noem, who doesn't even know what habeas corpus is, who's lying left and right about almost every part of everything in her job, is standing on a building with a camera showing the horrible protest with like a guy in a frog suit and 7 people recording with iPhones. You've got the most ineffective administration ever. Their deportations are not on schedule. They're never going to deport the amount of people that came in under Biden. They lie constantly about the number of people that came in under Biden. The last number Trump said was 30 million. They would have to deport like 20,000 people a day for 4 years to even hit this number. All of it is just ridiculous and absurd. So if you really wanted to deport the people that were here illegally, even if that was the thing that you wanted, Trump has been one of the most ineffective leaders ever when it comes to those deportations. And every single time he talks about it,
It's really interesting you say that because I suppose it reminds me of maybe you don't know this, but who was the deporter in chief? Who deported more people than any other president in American history? You don't know, do you? It was Obama. Do it, Pierce. Oh God, it would be even better if Pierce did it now because he's already done it, I think, in Destiny's presence. It would be so good.
Word out of his mouth is Biden, 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 Biden. It's Biden's fault that this guy was that did the shootings was brought to this country, despite the fact that it was Biden's Department of Homeland Security that ultimately granted his asylum. It's Biden's fault that all the illegal immigrants came in, despite the fact that illegal immigration was tending up under Trump even more than Obama. It's everything is Biden's fault. The buck has to stop with the president at some point, and Trump has failed on every single metric.
You know what it boils down to, though? What it boils
down
down to, and this terror attack is actually part of the problem, is that, as you say, every country needs a border, or it's not a country, just de facto. But also, you've got to know who's coming into your country. And that's the bottom line. Everything, actually, all roads, whether it's the original part of our debate or the way it's moved, all of it comes back to...
4-star deporter.
Who should be in the country? How do you vet those people? You know, I've repeated this many times this year. When I apply for my visa, it is a long, laborious process of paperwork and lawyers and money, and I do it the correct and proper way. And then I get my visa, and I'm very happy and proud to have it. But if people just waltz over the border, it doesn't just piss people like me off who've done it the hard way, it pisses off everybody else in the United States who's come in legally and properly. And we have the same issue in the UK. And it's the same issue in many countries around the world now.
How is it the same? The small boats, is that the issue in the UK, really? 4% of immigrants in the country. Fuck me, man.
You've got to protect your border, and you've got to know who's coming in, and you've got to get rid of the people who do not suit the values of your country, or hate your country, and want to commit crimes in your country. And that's how you get a stable country. On that bombshell, I'm going to leave it for now, but thank you all very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me.
Hey, let's go. The only boss around here is Piers.
Yes.
Okay, wow. Brilliant. What a good show. Trump makes an announcement. What's Trump announcing? Where is it? Is it literally just one of those, let's fucking gawk? Destiny has last word. I don't believe he does. I think the show ended, but okay. What's he doing? He's eating his McDonald's. Fattening up. Still talks at 4. 4? Wait, what? You mean that's GMT? We've done that. That's finished. Go back. He's trying to give attention to a matter. That's exactly what he's doing, yeah. What is this story in the UK? Have they actually started bringing down fucking... Have they started bringing down... What do you call it? Jury trials cut in half in the UK. It's just going to be a judge. Huh. You know what? I might want to watch the... Fuck it. I might want to watch the Your Party conference. Apparently there are just too many memes. There might be too many memes to pass up on. Actually, I've streamed for 5.5 hours and I've got stuff to do, so I should probably just... I haven't even bothered with the Jenks giving. Trump called Vance incompetent. I hope so. That's really funny. I just want some highlights. That's what I want. I want highlights from the Your Party conference. Would that be okay? Are there any... Where are the good highlights? Let's see some highlights. Come on. I'll get interrupted rudely by this fucking Trump announcement.
For being tolerant and patient. The first person to option A, please.
Hello, conference. My name's Luke Heppenstall-West. I'm one of the founding members of Democratic Bloc, and I've come to you from London. Conference, as you will know, over the last 3 weeks, There has been
There's no way this was like an open. No, they haven't done that, have they?
an online submission portal
Like members. Or...
where any member can submit amendments. To my knowledge, 600 amendments were submitted. Only 100 of them were ever published. Those of us who have spent months debating
Comrade,
and writing...
can you please stick to the motion? Please?
I am speaking
yeah,
to the
but
motion.
It's not your...
Comrade, oh man, the fucking state of these people. Oh god.
I am speaking to the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Let me continue.
Thank you.
We've spent months debating thoughtful suggestions to make our party accountable to its
It's called Your Party, actually, dipshit.
grassroots members. Of those 100, yesterday only one was discussed. Instead, we've had stage-managed debates about whether or not we're a socialist party.
Fuck! Uh-oh.
Or whether we're an anti-austerity party. We have not discussed a workers' wage for party officials.
Shit. Uh-oh.
Can you cut the mic, please?
A worker's wage for party official.
Can I ask?
No, we're not. None of that, buddy. Get the fuck. Who is this guy? What?
Cut the mic, please. Can I ask? Excuse me.
Fuck me, man. It's so Reddit. It's Reddit to the gills. I think the really annoying, the really sad thing for me is that I used to watch Novara Media a lot, and they are trying so hard to push this fucking organization, to try and see the good in this organization. Oh, fuck.
I will not allow, I'm sorry, I will not allow people to speak outside of the motion. If he has now, excuse me, this is not fair. This is not fair. It's not for individuals. We are not here for...
I've literally put in Your Party conference. I don't want to watch Darren Grimes, thank you. Don't want to watch his favorite clips. I want longer ones. What is this?
Scare of left-wing groups, of the people who have been on the streets building these roads.
Wait, did they pull a plug of her? What happened? Oh, it's like an edit. What? They edited in the fucking Swan Lake during a coup. Okay, whatever.
So, and it's blasting the Enya, so I won't be able to hear you anyway, but I can still see you. And this is nightmare fueled for me, honestly. I'm voting for option B because I believe that it will help safeguard us from ourselves. I came into this founding conference with an open mind and an open heart. I witnessed members shouting over and intimidating speakers, booing at comrades when they disagree with them. Sorry. I've also witnessed prominent and impassioned subgroups who make up the whole of your party coaching each other on how to be disruptive to this process as possible. To me, this undermines...
Why does she have headphones on? Probably because she has like sensory thing going on. She's clearly... Man, I feel bad watching this shit. Oh, God. It's just... I can't enjoy this. It just makes me really... It just makes me sad.
My name is Joseph. I use she, they pronouns. And I come from West Yorkshire. I recently moved to Edinburgh. And I'm speaking for option A, to stand candidates as widely as possible. First, I feel like it's most important to address people's concerns with this option, that it will allow...
Why is it saying three main pronouns when it was actually she, they? Whatever. Trump! Trump! Let's get a real political party. Let's get some real political leadership going on here. Come on. I want to empower the Council of Dads with that Your Party footage. I don't want to make them feel like they've got a point about the youth. Fuck. Me. Like what was Navarra saying about it? I'm curious now. Hey. Where are the short? The fucking volume. Hey, thank you.
Save this country from fascism!
I would like to remind speakers that they need to remain on the subject of the motion or they will be asked to leave, I'm afraid.
Who are these people who decided to come to Liverpool for this conference?
You can't just have a party conference and just let a bunch of fucking random geezers into the fucking state. Punters. You can't do that. You'll get all kinds of nutcases.
And who is still left? You've been expelled.
Yeah.
Why?
For being a member of the Socialist Workers' Party.
We're all going to be kicked out. All the left is going to be kicked out.
It's figuring a lot of stuff out, and that's important. The disagreements are important.
To find that the debate today is all about expelling a tiny group of people, it frightens me.
Shit.
Okay, so this is the big vote. This is the big one. They have voted for option B, that's collective leadership.
I'm very pleased about the way all the votes went.
We had some massive wins with the voting on like constitution and stuff.
You know, I feel a big, confidence in our ability to make change and make people's lives better.
It's incredible that I finally come to a party where I'm able to be part of the democratic process, 100%.
Are you feeling hopeful?
Extremely hopeful.
Your party is the name of your party.
Now, it's the wheels are on the road now. So
the wheels are on the bus.
Yeah, they go round and round all day long.
All day long.
I don't know. It's hard. What even is democracy ultimately?
Save this country!
Okay. Was it total chaos or the future of democracy? I don't know. Let's hear from these
Welcome
guys.
to Liverpool and your party conference. Over the next 2 days, 2,000 randomly sortitioned members of the 50,000 or so who have signed up have come here to debate, discuss and ultimately vote on the party's foundational documents and, at some point, a name. Formally, the conference starts at 10 a.m. this morning, but last night there were already quite a few dramatic events.
Yeah, his name's Richard Hames, not Richard Hamas, you fucking freaks. Jesus.
The implication is
you're not that special.
The Socialist Workers' Party as a whole is not welcome.
We're all going to be kicked out. All the left is going to be kicked out.
And by the left we mean like trot groups.
Well, I'm not a Trotskyist.
Okay, sorry.
Both Jeremy and Zara held sort of dueling rallies on the eve of the conference. At Jeremy's event, which consisted mostly of poetry and music with a bit of politics on the side, people were evicted from the hall from the Revolutionary Communist group. Across town, a second pre-drinks has hit the Your Party conference. At Zara's event, things felt a bit more urgent. We heard a whole panel of speakers give their impressions of what the political moment now demands.
We can turn your party into a force that can win.
Zara gave a rousing speech and then took a question from our very own Stephen Methan.
What would be the top 3 policies that you would take to the country whenever that is?
We need a wealth tax, but we also need to nationalise the entire economy. Obviously, like I said, utilities, transport, energy are important, but we need to look beyond that. We need to look at the banks, we need to look at construction, we need to look at the entire economy.
Under Zach Polanski's watch, the Green Party has spiked to 150,000 members. And so, for your party, regaining some of its earlier momentum.
I can't get over fucking Owen Jones having his little moment with.
You asked yesterday about kind of policies for the country, and you said nationalise the entire economy. So just wondering, what does that look like?
That looks like a socialist transformation of the country where we nationalise utilities, we nationalise energy, we nationalise transport, we nationalise communications, including the internet, but we also have to broaden our horizons.
But not the entire economy, though.
So we
She
have
said the entire economy.
to have a socialist economy that includes workers running their workplaces through cooperatives. It means public services run for profit, not need, with, workers and users on the boards of those organisations.
Democratic ownership.
And it means the entire economy run by workers, not the billionaires and the corporations that run it today.
So that mean I'm just interested because I mean like kiosks, like small little cafe kiosks.
Workers' cooperatives.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just interested because you said the entire. I'm just trying to. I think it's
I
fascinating.
don't know, Owen. Like, maybe you should ask some people these questions when they talk about fucking ending Zionism or globalizing the Intifada or even the one state solution. Like, yeah, maybe you ask a couple of elaborating questions. You'd probably get similar levels of fucking confusion from these people. But okay.
The entire economy under the control of workers, whether that is nationalisation, workers' cooperatives,
Socialisation.
and when we look at especially things like food, that means looking at the entire food production system and that being under the control of workers.
Okay, come on. Let's hear it from a real. Okay. Listen, let me tell you something about political power. Okay, that's nice. The little fucking reading circle. I want to hear from the man with power. Thank you. The fucking daddy-o of the free world.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you again. That was a long news conference we had before, wasn't it?
Yeah, you sound great with all that academic speak and this talk of socializing and worker cooperatives, all these fancy little ideas and Karl Marx and shit, all these writers from the 1800s. But let me talk to you to the guy. Let me introduce you to the guy with real power in this.
Yeah, but it was a good one.
Fuck's sake.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and we're thrilled to be joined by one of the most successful business leaders and people anywhere in the country.
This is how it's done, Sultana. Listen very carefully, okay? This is how you talk to. This is how you talk to an English-speaking nation.
Whether it's technology, no matter what business you're talking about, there's really nobody quite like him. He's chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies. Make great everything, great computers, great everything. Michael Dell,
great,
very much of a legend,
everything.
who's here with his really exciting announcement. It's so amazing, and much more importantly, he's here with his wonderful wife, Susan, and they have a special relationship. I think I can say that, really. It's very nice. I don't see too much of it. I see the opposite, but I don't see too much. I have two special people.
Oh, God,
And
the denture noise is properly fucking coming through. Yeah.
I've seen that. I've known that for a long time, and I think it's a tremendous thing. Also, the CEO of Altimer Capital, Brad Gerstner. Where are you, Brad? Brad Gerstner is a terrific fellow who's very much involved in this incredible thing that we're doing today, along with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Treasury Secretary, Scott Besson, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce and Science and Transportation, Ted Cruz, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Blake Moore, as well as the Chief Design Officer of the United States Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia. I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group. And I guess a potential Fed chair is here, too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that?
So
potential.
shaky.
He's a respected person, that I can tell you. Thank you, Kevin. Today is Giving Tuesday. I don't know if anybody's heard that one before, but it is indeed Giving Tuesday, one of the biggest days of the year for philanthropy and charitable giving. And this afternoon, Michael and Susan Dell are committing to one of the largest private donations in American history, which will directly benefit the next generation of American children through the.
I'm not much of a tech bro, okay, but I do really want revival, cloning, whatever technology. I want to bring like Lenin or Stalin or Mao back from the grave to be like, here, do you want to see how the revolution's doing? Okay, let's get started. Okay, so in the UK, we've got the closest thing to a well-known national Marxist-Leninist party. This is their conference. They're basically just letting any old stage fright-ridden, autistic, fucking quivering mess onto the stage, and they're having to shout them and shut them down and sort of bully them to stay on topic of their 15 minutes at the microphone. You got Sultana talking about nationalizing the economy and just giving a fucking deadpan stare to her socialist comrade about worker co-ops and how we're going to turn the mom and pop cafe into a worker co-op somehow and nationalize the whole economy. And over here in America, America is the most powerful country in the world, by the way. They dominate militarily, economically, everything. This is their leader, okay? He's literally struggling to keep his teeth inside his face. He's about to invade Venezuela because he's decided that people who ship drugs on fishing boats can be considered military targets. And he is really... he doesn't even think he doesn't even believe in the results of the last election that he lost. And he's talking now about how Mr. Dell makes the best computers and beautiful computers, and computers are everything. Great computers like you've never seen. Also, I hate new wars. I've ended all the wars. Also, we're going to redesignate every criminal south of the border so that we can target them militarily in a war. And okay, well, that's fine, but how's China doing? Well, there's this like popular socialist streamer in America who is a millionaire. I'm telling Mao this, by the way. He's like a millionaire. He loves consumerism. He's very opulent. He lives in a city. And he flew over to China and basically just acted really surprised and impressed by all of the things that have equivalents that can be purchased in the United States. He saw a flip phone, but because it was a different brand, he acted like it was really novel. It was very funny. And he really loves trains and is quite willing to forsake discussion about civil liberties being squashed in favor of trains. He was bought by the trains. How do you feel about that, Chairman Mao? The more I was reading about Mao in the last few days, it is difficult to exaggerate just how... You know that whole thing about consumerism and all that not being incompatible with socialism, and people can have all of the excesses of capitalism but still be socialist? No Marxist-Leninist thinker I've ever read in my life would disagree with that more than Mao did. Mao was very unique in the sense that while most Marxist-Leninists believe that history is on a very set trajectory, broadly speaking, you've got feudalism, which will be replaced by capitalism with the advent of industrial technology, and then technological abundance created by capitalism will bring socialism, and socialism will bring communism. It'll evolve into a sort of world where everything is kind of shared around based on people's needs, and the need for a state and for social classes and military and all that just sort of slowly evaporates. But Mao didn't really believe that so rigidly. He was quite fluid. But the main belief that he had was that, unlike most other Marxists, Mao didn't believe that you needed technological change to bring about the new social stage. So Marxists believe you need steam engines and you need urban machinery and heavy industry to have capitalism. You need it. And you need the abundance created by capitalism to have socialism. And you need socialism to develop to a particular point before you can have communism. Mao didn't believe that. Mao believed that even without the technologies, especially in the countryside, he believed that they should go the other way around, that people were basically masters of their own destiny as a collective, and that even before the technological base was there for what they could still just socially rearrange and ideologically adapt first, and the technological growth would come afterwards, which is why collectivization by Mao was done before they had any of the big agricultural machinery and technological revolution that was needed to make these massive collectives even work efficiently. So he kind of put the cart before the horse quite directly. And all throughout that, his big enemy, once China had become a socialist country, according to them, he believed that the revolution was still ongoing and that class warfare was still ongoing, but it was happening ideologically in people's hearts and in their heads. And the thing that he really railed against was not bourgeois classes necessarily reemerging. He had issues with that as well, but it was with bourgeois mentality, as in, this new system created bureaucracies and it put party officials in positions of power, and it created a new technological class to build up the economy. And these people got financially rewarded. They got slightly richer, or they started to change their tastes, and they started to enjoy luxuries. And Mao hated that. He thought that the problem was that he actually believed that a more backward economy was better for communism, because if people were more backward, they had more drive to see radical change. But he thought if people became too urbanized or too consumerist, that would crush and dampen their revolutionary spirit. So it's just very ironic that someone who fawns over China would say that you can still be a hyper-consumerist communist and all that. But like, as far as Maoism goes, and like the whole founding ethos of Chinese communism, the whole message there was that it was the opposite. It was that bourgeois lifestyle and mindset and consumerism and just day-to-day activities was a problem. It was actually seen as very counter-revolutionary to think and behave in that way. But just interesting, very interesting. He fetishized the sort of simplicity of peasant life, and always saw that as like the vehicle for revolution. But anyway, whatever.
Trump Accounts program that we created in our One Big Beautiful Bill. Michael and Susan.
So ironically, he might have identified with Trump in some ways, like disdain for experts, the way that he spoke and the way that he promoted even the Great Leap Forward. I think one of the slogans was like cheaper, faster, stronger. Like it sounded like a Trump quote. What was the slogan again? I can't remember now. Fuck. Hang on. I want to find it. More, faster, better, and cheaper. That was that was one of the slogans of the Great Leap Forward. It was the whole thing about simultaneously growing the agricultural and urban economy at the same time, even though one was understood to have to take from the other. But we're going to do both, and we're going to do more, faster, better, cheaper. It's like something Trump would say. I don't know, it's just funny. Anyway, are you going to do another China research stream? Maybe. When I'm pulling stuff together, I should probably do that, yeah.
Came to see me along with Brad, and they said, this is an idea. And I said, I think, it's just so good and so unique. But that's why he's been so successful, and they've been so successful in life and in business, because they're unique.
Wasn't Mao really good at simplifying messages for the masses? Yes. I mean, he was a poet, right? Poets are good at that. Yeah, like reading Mao quotes is always quite pleasant. Like he was good with his words, yeah. And yeah, he did a lot of sloganeering. Oh yeah. Very good sound bites.
Trump Accounts will be the first, I guess you could say, real trust funds for every American child, allowing family members, employers, corporations, generous donors to contribute money that will be invested and grow over the course of a child's life to be used for their benefit after they turn 18. So in other words, these are children that are an investment's going to be made. That investment's going to continue to grow, we hope.
Do they translate well? Some of it's so simple, right? So when Mao was getting, I'm so sidetracked. Fuck, I've read so much about China in the last few days. After the Great Leap Forward failed, obviously the famine. After it failed, and a lot of Mao's radical shifts in, especially agriculture, but also in the city as well, a lot of it was rolled back. A lot of it was calmed down, slowed down. A lot of old sort of class dimensions were reintroduced, like the middle class was kind of re-empowered and the technological class was re-empowered. Mao was sidelined by the party, and to a great degree after the Great Leap Forward, because I guess he was already losing control, and he just voluntarily almost had quietly withdrawn from his role in making decisions. So when he was out, obviously he quickly became dissatisfied with being out, and he was dissatisfied with the way the party was becoming more moderate and allowing a lot of like capitalistic practices to start. But yeah, he complained about this, and the phrase that he used was, he said that talking about turning up at party meetings and only having a very formal role, like they all still revered him. He was a big national symbol, obviously, but his ideas were obviously a little bit fucking tainted by the Great Leap. So he said that his role was that of a dead ancestor, which I just think it just rings so well. He said that he basically turned up and they were like, yeah, we love Mao. He was a great leader, God bless, or whatever, atheist. Great leader. Thank you for your service. We'll put your picture up everywhere and statues of you, but also we're letting other people make decisions now. Fuck you. Yeah, he was treated like a dead ancestor. Just like simple things like that, I just think they're funny. Very funny. Very catchy.
Right, we hope. And but it will, and they'll feel like Michael Dell someday. But at 18, they'll have a lot of money, a lot more money than they would have had, and potentially a lot of money. But these accounts will track the overall stock market and will be 100% private property controlled by the child's guardians. In honor of America's 250th anniversary, the Dells are announcing today that they are giving 25 million American children $250 each to save and to invest in their personal Trump account. Now, that's the equivalent of $6.25 billion. In other words, to put it succinctly, Michael and Susan are giving $6.25 billion in total, and as a total contribution. That's big stuff. I don't care who you are. That's big. Come here, give me a hand. Let me have a little of that luck rub off. That's fantastic, Susan. These gifts will be available to the first 25 million children aged 10 and under the zip codes where their median income is $150,000 or less.
Are you still watching this, Comrade Stalin? Your guys versus their guys. Fuck. MH, thanks for the $5. Also, we have 8 more super chats required, guys. Pick up the slack. You're making me look bad. Making me look weak. Weak men. Hard times.
So they're giving them to children that won't be born particularly rich, and they're going to be hopefully very rich someday. This will give millions of dollars, millions of children, middle-class families a stake in American prosperity, a benefit from the rising stock market, and a better shot at the American dream. It really gives them a shot at the American dream. Michael and Susan, I want to thank you for this extraordinary act of kindness and patriotism and charity. This is truly one of the most generous acts in the history of our country. I mean, you don't hear about things like that, and we got to let people know he doesn't want and she doesn't care about that, but I do. I think when somebody does that, you got to let them know about it. As I mentioned, this gift is being made possible by the largest tax cuts in American history, which our Republican majorities passed earlier this year, and the Speaker worked so hard, and John Thune and Jason and all of them, every one of them. Ted Cruz is with us. He worked so hard getting that done. That was the biggest, most consequential bill they say ever passed. And if they remember, Michael, they thought we had to put that in 12 to 14 bills. I said, I don't know if we can hold it that long with the Democrats. And we said, let's try doing it once. So we did, and people were surprised, but we got it done. So I congratulate you guys. Amazing job. Under that bill, the federal government will also automatically be making a one-time seed contribution of $1,000 into the tax-deferred Trump accounts for every newborn U.S. citizen, fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign. Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18, and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old. We think it's going to be something really unique and really special. We hope many others will follow Michael and Susan's example and make their own contributions. I'll be doing it too, to the next generation, including businesses, churches, philanthropists, family members, and parents themselves. I think we're going to have a lot of people, Susan. I think a lot of people are going to be contribute. A lot of people are watching us right now. They might not be $6 billion plus, but there'll be a lot. Not too many people that are in the 6 billion range, but there'll be a lot. A lot of friends of mine have already told me they're going to contribute a lot of money, and a lot of them are going to leave a lot of money in their wills, so that's very important. And as you watch us today, I hope you'll be doing that. Contributions to Trump accounts will also be a great benefit for employers to offer their workers, which they'll be able to do tax-free. It's tax-free. We expect hundreds of major companies to announce plans to contribute to these accounts in the coming months, and we've had tremendous interest in that regard. So The Trump accounts will be available starting on July 4th next year.
But I don't even know
and
what
Michael
these
and
fucking
Susan, to you again,
announcements
it's
are anymore. What the
an
fuck?
amazing act of just incredible everything. I mean, the life you've led to be able to do this, even to be able to, even a lot of people have a good heart, but they can't give $6.250 billion. And Michael, probably knowing you, it's not the last of it either. It's not the last. But on behalf of the United States of America, I want to thank you both. And I want to thank all three. But I want to thank you both because you've been friends of mine. And it's a spectacular couple. This is really an amazing people. These are unique. And I'd like to have you come up and say a couple of words and tell us what you have in mind, because what you have in mind is good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be with you here in the White House. And, you know, when you passed the Invest America Act on July 4th of this year, we were really inspired to see that happen. And this is something that, you know, Brad had first mentioned to us in 2021. We thought it was a great idea then, and it's amazing that it happened. And we also saw that this act would become a platform. And, you know, we believe the smartest investment that we can make is an investment in children. And this act has created a platform for families and friends and communities and companies and philanthropists to contribute to these accounts to create a savings and opportunity and hope and prosperity for tens of millions of children in this country. And Susan and I are super excited to announce our $6.25 billion gift to 25 million American children, 10 and under, and our gift will cover most of the children that are 10 and under that are not part of the federal program, the 0 to 2-year-olds, and who also live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And I have spoken with a number of other wealthy Americans, philanthropists, and we are confident that others will join us because we all understand the incredible impact that a gift like this can have on the lives of young Americans. So again, it's a great honor for us to be here to be able to announce this. You know, when I was 8 years old, I got a passbook savings account and I had, I think, about $8 in it. And you go to the savings and loan and you give them a quarter and they'd stamp up your account. And I got to see the power of compound interest early in my life. And that has brought me here to this moment. And hopefully will inspire that kind of opportunity for many more young people in this country. So again, thank you for the privilege of being here.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Thank you very much. Susan, would you like to say something?
I'd just like to say how excited we are to be a part of this. We believe that when children have a future that they can see is worth
Oh shit, did they deliver my stuff but just leave it outside the door? Is that why I heard? Fuck! 1 minute.
saving for, then that will help build hope and opportunity and prosperity for generations to come. So we're so excited to be doing this and hope to have many people join in our efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. So beautiful.
Well, first, it's an incredible honor to be here, and we wouldn't be here without the passage of the Invest America Act. And everybody up here today played a role in getting that done. The Speaker, Ted Cruz, in drafting the legislation so that when the president placed the call to the Speaker and said, let's make this happen in the big, beautiful bill, Congress was ready to act. They had the legislation drafted. But I couldn't be more grateful for the friendship and the partnership.
Fuck's sake. What the hell? There's some valuable goods out there. Shit.
Of the Dells that really show the best of America. Today is Giving Tuesday, right? And the fact of the matter is, for decades, we've talked about the wealth gap. We've talked about too many people left out and left behind. This president was elected on a Main Street agenda to get the rest of America into the game. And that's exactly what this does. It gets every American child, 3.7 million children born every year, will now start life off with an investment account, seeded with $1,000. And then you're going to have great philanthropists, great Americans like Michael and Susan, who are going to add money to those accounts.
Please, people. I know I'm not good with DMs, okay? But I will be accepting of everyone who cares about this to spam the absolute shit out of me until I do it. I need to remember to send the fucking final request to the district court. Because the one I went to first directed me to a different person, because it's like a funnel system or whatever the fuck. There's a court of appeal that I need to access. And someone needs to remind me to do it for fucking Drew Pavlou, that lying fucking pig cunt belongs in a Chinese fucking re-education camp prick. Someone needs to remind, please, just everyone spam the shit out of me after this stream and tell me to get these documents. I need to request them. I need to put in the formal ask with a document number and everything. I need to do it. I keep forgetting. Fuck. Because I made the request, but it's like a fucking It's one of those things, bureaucracy, okay? I'm becoming chairman now. It's like they process your request and they're like, oh yeah, it turns out you actually need to ask these guys. So just give, but the information they require might be a little bit different from the stuff we required. So good luck. You need to send me to these fucks. I need to do it after this stream because that asshole is antagonizing me on Twitter. And there's no point in me responding. He tweets so much, man. Where the fuck is this? Where is it? 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 Fuck me! There. I need to, bro. He's antagonizing me again. I'm not going to go into a great replacement debate with him. What a fucking racist piece of shit. The indigenous population is going to be a minority within 25 years. Yeah, according to fucking what? Okay, whatever. You think people should accept that because you only think people should accept that because you're ethnically Lebanese. Oh my God, you racist piece of shit. You fucking fat pig. Unemployed as fuck cunt. This guy basically owes the government or the local municipality of New Zealand, wherever the fuck he's from, no, Australia, he owes like $25,000 to the government because he did a fucking shitty protest without a permit and then kept protesting after they told him that he didn't have a permit. And he pretends that he had a blank sign because he flipped the sign and then made sure somehow that the video of him doing it only shows the sign when it's blank, even though the court documents quite clearly say that he would flip the sign. So he's just lying about it to get fucking sympathy points online. But to get the exhibits, because in the court documents, they say the exhibit shows the writing on the sign before it was flipped, but the exhibits are separate. You have to request them. You have to pay money for it. So rather than showing a court document with some text, which doesn't really have the same... I need to get the actual exhibit. I just want to see it and post it and stop him from... I know that's petty. Okay, I need to pay for this as well, but I don't, whatever. I know I'm very petty, but fuck this guy, man. He's a liar. He is a lying snake. People support him because of his lies as well. They think he actually is just getting constantly fucking barraged by the Australian government because of a blank sign protest. He's not. It's because he protested without a permit in a shopping center area and was even told that he could just leave and get a permit and come back and do it. And he didn't do it. He was political advertising. He had a political party. He was running for office. It was called the Drew Pavlou Alliance. He's a fucking retard. But it's just really, I need that picture. I need that exhibit. The text in a court document is just it's not enough. I need to put this to bed once and for all so that everyone on the internet can access this picture of him clearly having a piece of writing on his bullshit fucking sign. Fuck me. But yeah, please just remind me if anyone wants to breathe down my neck when I'm finished stream.
We're overwhelmed with a number of companies that want to contribute to these accounts.
Do it now, don't procrastinate. Yeah, but have to do it off screen with like potentially using personal details and
companies from Uber to Nvidia, T-Mobile to Charter Communications, Dell, etc. The list goes on, and every day more companies are calling us.
It took a while to do the first request. That's why I was fucking annoyed. Like again, I even remember if is it civil or criminal. Fuck. I can't remember where the docs are. Shit. No, it's criminal. Yeah.
Raising their hands and saying, we want to be part of this. It's like a 401k from birth. It's a benefit for the kids.
Is the appeal current? I don't know if it's current. I don't fucking know. How do I know if the appeal's current? How would I know that? I thought it was rejected. How do I know if it's current? Wait. September 2025. Is this new? I don't think it's current. This is not the document. This is not the appropriate, unless this mentions the exhibit. Exhibition, no. Okay. Okay. It should be this then. This is what, fuck. I think this is the lawyer who's against him. This is a judgment. It's not an appeal. But it is an appeal. Okay. How do I know if it's current? It's not because it's a judgment. Fuck. Okay. No. Are you a party to the proceeding? No. What do you require? Associated primary court file. File number. What's the file number? Is it this? QDC 73? No. That's the file number. Thank you. Give me it. Is file name? Pavlu. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Details of requested material. Exhibits! Oh my god, it's easy. It's doable. Exhibit number. It was C. 3. 4 photographs of the appellant with a appellant, I don't know, with a sign, nothing happened, June 4th, 1989, changed my mind. A Senate sign and a political brochure were taken and tendered as Exhibit 3. The fucking brochure is there. The political advertising that you need a permit for. Oh, boo! Boo! Exhibit number. Okay, number Exhibit 3. Type. Image. Description. I can just copy paste that. That's all of it. Okay. I want to inspect the file and have copies of the document made. Both. How would you like to receive the files? Email. Can I get it in the post? Imagine. Never mind. Attach file. Attach a copy of the court order. Do I have to download it? Yeah, I should make it easier for them. Yeah, be considerate, please. Yes. Okay. Download. Desktop. Okay. I will get this man. I will find the photo of him behaving like a total fucking fanny. For the good of all mankind, for the good of the internet, okay? Servant of the truth. Desktop. Thank you. Yes, give me that. What's the reason for your request? There is an other option here. If I say the reason for my request, because he keeps lying about it on the internet. Media request, obviously. Public interest. Okay. Thank you. Given name, email, phone number. Okay. Company name. Should I give myself a company name? Box Limited? No. Submit. I think that's it. Is that the request? It's a media request. That's exactly what it is. Memes. I will have to pay for this, but it's 4 pictures. It's not going to be that much. And this is where I'm supposed to get it from. Okay. Reason. Have you fucking seen this guy? What if I said reason? I'm like, have you fucking seen this prick? And just put a video of him spurging out when his dad tells him to get a job. Thank you. Okay, they did it. Okay. It takes 3 business days to prepare my documents. Drew, I'm coming for you, okay? I hope he knows. Should I tell him? Should I email him and be like, listen, just so you know. No, don't get overconfident, because they might not give it to me. They might send me to another person to request this document from, in which case I will be very, very sad. Fucking Drew Pavlu. Look at the reply. Dear white people, if you don't let us genocide you, you're racist. Based? What the fuck? Tell Drew. I want him to know it was me. I'm not going to say anything, okay? I will absorb this blow. You only accept this because you're Lebanese. Man, what a disgusting menace. Criminal.
Our employees, right? Major philanthropists, but I think what this is going to unlock is the power of families. Moms and dads, Venmoing and Apple Paying and $5, $10, right? And getting these kids into the game. When we had the roundtable at the White House earlier this year, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber, said, after fleeing Iran at the age of 9 with nothing, he came to America because it was the land of hope. And he said, what the Invest America...
This is absolute fucking nonsense. Fuck off. These surprise announcements are getting a bit stale, right? A lot of them are just so unnecessary. racist that's a 20K burden on his country. He's not even a 20K burden on his country. He is, as of now, a 77, I think, grand. He's like over $75,000 burden on his country. The fine is not for all of the costs. You understand that, right? Drew Pavlou is currently going through, his initial fine was for the permit and for the political advertising, right? No, it's for the lack of a permit and also for not stopping after he was told. And it added up to $1,000. The only reason it's gone up to 25 is because he keeps appealing it and keeps saying his free speech is being suppressed. And he even said that he offered to go to jail rather than pay the fine, which they were like, no, why would we spend more money to keep you in jail? The whole proceeding has cost the state $75,000+, and the fine is only 25. Even if he pays the full fine, which he won't, if he pays the full fine, he's still not going to, he will still have cost the state that much money. These poor people. Whilst he goes on the internet from his dad's fucking library or whatever the fuck where he's streaming from and complain about the economic costs of migrants. It just makes me really angry. Fuck. Few people on this earth make me more angry than Drew Pavlou, okay? I just need you guys to empathize with me for a little bit. Anyway. Get the kids into the game. What? I thought he was a lawyer. No, he is a law student who has yet to graduate. I think he's been a law student for like 7 years. So anyway. Well, do I need to finish this? Let's see.
Term is going to be key. Decisions are going to be made at this conference. Will the party set up branches now or wait a bit until there's a committee in place? Will it be an explicitly...
Who do you dislike more, Drew or Hassan? I probably dislike Drew more. Because with Hassan, the amount of validation that he gets for being that fucking retarded is like, that would affect anyone, you know? He's got so much incentive to believe and say what he does. So Drew literally is just a drag to himself and the rest of society. Like...
Socialist Party, will it have one leader or a collective leadership? The two-leader option has been taken off the ballot. And what will it be called? Who are these people who decided to come to Liverpool for this conference? And who is still left? Lewis Nelson, you've been kicked out of your party. How are you feeling?
I think it's a bit of a shame, really. I think
if
you
look
at what is happening in Britain, we've got Farage coming to number 10, we've got Starmer and his miserable government, and the people running your party have decided to turn their fire on socialists who have been building your party and want it to succeed. I think it still can succeed, but it needs to change course and build outwards rather than inwards.
They went through so much fucking stress and public decision making over this name, and it's just not even a good, it's not even a good name. God.
Socialist Workers' Party is a famously controversial group, right?
Yeah.
A few decades back, or a decade and a half back, there was, of course, the Comrade Delta rape crisis.
Yeah.
Right. Has the party
I remember
changed?
that.
Yeah, definitely. Look,
They basically, because they don't trust the bourgeois systems, there was these women who were complaining of sexual harassment and sexual assault. But because they don't believe in bourgeois systems, they held their own court, kangaroo court. And obviously the men, the high up in the party, were, you know, all good, bro. Misunderstanding. She said, he said.
Since that happened, I've brought in a whole series of procedures that have made our procedures much more robust to issues of sexual harassment and abuse. And we have a zero tolerance policy in our organisation now. If you look at the response to the people who have tried to ban us, actually, everyone on the left has supported us. They might not all agree with the SWP, but they know that up and down the country, we're the people who have been central to the anti-fascist campaigns, building solidarity with Palestine, supporting strikes, and wanting your party to succeed.
You've been expelled?
Yeah.
Why?
For being a member of the Socialist Workers' Party. Yeah. It's people that have lived their whole life, trade union bureaucrats, and in the Labour Party that want to think that the best way is to just try and cut people out of a broad organisation.
So some of the groups around here, we've got RTG over here, we've got Counterfire, we've got the Socialists, we've got the Spartacist League, we've got the Socialist Workers' Party, right? Like, the culture of...
isn't it? But the story's 800,000.
I know. I totally get that, and I want to get back to the 800,000.
So let's get Jeremy and Zara to co-lead this thing on those 5 principles, stand candidates across the country in May, let's get organised. Well, what's stopping that? We ain't stopping that. The people who are wrecking it isn't small groups like this. The people who have wrecked it are the people who are running it so far. I think Jeremy and Zara want that vision. We've all worked closely with them. Let's get it to happen.
We've interviewed 2 people. Both of them turn out to have been expelled. They're both members of the Socialist Workers' Party. Yeah, maybe we'll find someone who isn't a member of the Socialist Workers' Party and hasn't been expelled. I want to ask you, what the point of the party is. What's the purpose?
The purpose of the party is we just want a change. We just want a process where they said we have democratic government and you want to see it in operation and you want to see that it is being practicalized. So all people here, they come from...
What's their level of Russophilia? I don't know about the Socialist Workers or your party, but my guess is neither of them are as much sympathetic to Russia as Farage is and reform. I don't believe anyone in your party has been sent to fucking jail for taking Russian bribes for talking points on TV. That did happen to a reform guy. So, rip.
Change that, a party that people will be involved, is for the people and is working with the people. People makes the decision and not the MPs or the people at the top.
A different kind of party, and that's what we need. A socialist party, one that's fighting for the working class, one that's totally anti-NATO, anti-imperialist, and anti-Zionist. Those are the lines. That's why this witch hunting stuff is happening.
Anti-imperialist, anti-NATO, and anti-Zionist. Those are the 3.
And
which one of those are the Socialist Worker Party?
Working class.
Which are they not?
For working, the working class is moving to the right. They're looking to Nigel Farage and et cetera, because out of disgust with the status quo.
Well, basically what we want is an open democratic party, a socialist party, party that allows factions and tendencies, that allows groups like the SWP, the Socialist Party, to bring the whole left together. And we want it to be a democratic in terms of the members having the say, members having control.
Within, both Zara and Jeremy are both able to articulate different arguments around the left, but one thing they do have in common is solidarity with workers, and that needs to be at the heart, but also for ordinary people to have a say. I want to in a party where what I do and say counts and contributes and I'm listened to.
Have you been kicked out?
Not yet. Doing our best to stand.
So we're in the
this guy's inside.
We'll be talking in a bit to both Zara Sultana and to Jeremy Corbyn about what this party is for and indeed who should be in it.
You mean your party? Retard. I'm sorry. I can't help.
This movement is not bigger than any one individual. Please join me in welcoming Jeremy Corbyn.
I introduce myself, Jeremy Corbyn, political activist from Islington North.
Lots of this conference is kind of about procedure, but you have a vision for this party. What is that vision?
Grassroots, open, broad, democratic campaigning, and above all, bringing people into political activity who've never been involved in anything political before.
These guys think there's it does make me. Well, I guess Polanski is more like the Zoran candidate, right? Like a bit less of the fucking 20th century socialist aesthetic, for sure. A bit less of the man. Zara Sultana is a fucking nut job. What the fuck? I've never seen a party have so many fucking issues like before they were even formed. Like, how did they? I don't know. The Green Party, they zoomed in at the right time. Labour were tanking. There's appetite for far left politics for at least 15 to 20% of the British population. Zach Polanski just fucking hoovered them all up. Done. Very quickly as well.
And that, to me, has been the eye-opener and the illuminating part of the local assemblies. I've been to quite a lot of them. They vary in size and attendance.
Never mind, sorry, give me a minute. I'll watch this fully, but I'll just watch it in doses. For the meantime, it's slop o'clock. Can't believe it, guys. Cannot believe it. There's another long one today. Loads of context, apparently, about
just a lot of chatters have made jokes about how
working class backgrounds. Tell me about it, Mr. Piker.
I have not had a I have not had a credit card for most of my life and refused to get it. Okay, but you know, there is a principle behind that too. It's not even like an ethical thing. It's just that I've always had the mentality where it's like the idea that I have to like take on debt specifically so that people can realize that like or institutions can recognize that I'm good with the debt is so stupid. And it's
yeah. Well, up your credit score. Yeah, that's a standard thing. Yeah, you need to prove that you can pay a debt back. Yeah, before you get more lent to you. Yeah, it's not the only factor though, right? It's not the only factor. It's also your income matters. I've never had that. Never. Not even once. But that's also, you know, need to get some. If I'm going to buy a house or take out a loan for whatever the fuck, they're probably going to. Is that even like a problem? What's the logic behind being against that? Surely you would need to show that you can pay a debt back to get more debts later if you want to borrow more money or do a mortgage. Not even student debt. No, I didn't pay anything for my degree. They paid me. They gave me SAS. Hell yeah.
It's weird because like must be nice. No, I'm talking about when I was broke, dude. What the fuck?
Oh, he's broke.
There should be Hassan. You were not broke. Okay, no, I was. I know that a lot of people say that that's not the case, but I absolutely fucking was. It's so crazy that this is. Oh my god! I do not have a billionaire parent. You fucking losers. Okay.
I love how he hinges so hard on the billionaire thing because it was actually a multimillionaire, right? It's just so stupid.
Oh my lord! It's so funny because all of this is straight up on camera. Okay. I know, but you still were not. I got money back from the American government my first year of employment. Okay? I don't know why people think that they know better than myself about my actual existence, my living circumstances. I lived in the fucking kitchen of a frat house the first year I lived here. Even
man, living in a fucking student goes to fucking like Oxbridge or some fucking fancy like St Andrews, like, oh yeah, but do you know that my first year I lived in halls? And yeah, loads of fucking rich people do that, you fucking retard. What, you lived in a frat house? Oh, that means you what? Because you shit as a fucking student. What the fuck? What kind of fraternity was it? Was it like was that a working class fraternity?
The point where I was on Twitch, I was making 60 grand a year, which is literally nothing for Los Angeles.
I'm going to fucking kill myself, man. He is so spoiled. He is such a I love it that he named a number. God, he is such a spoiled fucking brat piece of shit. What a fucking baby, man. 60,000. Are you fucking kidding? That the median income in California. You know what median income means, right? Median income. Median. The median income, for context, for my own fucking sanity, median income in the UK is 37,000 a year. That is plenty. That is plenty. London, hang on. Median income in London is 50,000. Bro, you are, oh God, hearing that as a Brit as well, thinking like median income in context. Oh my fucking God, man. Broke. As a youth. What is this, your early to mid 20s? Fuck me, man. Check LA. Okay. That's a good point. In when? 2012. No, that doesn't make sense. Hang on. This is household income. Wait. For an individual, there ain't no way. I'm gonna ACS. Okay, let me see. Don't tell me. The metro area. It was 57. Is there a census reporter here? Oh, this is census. Okay. 2012. He was above the median. Am I missing something? This one is showing something slightly different. No, this is 2023. This is 23. In 2023, he was still not far off the median. It was 69,000 for household income. What? You could start calling that broke. Man, it's so offensive. It's so fucking cringe. Ugh. Yeah, median is not struggling. If you're in the median income, you are not struggling. You are not struggling. Median's good. Man, fuck me. Hang on. I wonder if I can find 2017, let's say, or let's say 2019, 20 or 2018, 18, 19. In UK, dude, can I go and find my tax return, actually? I probably could from then. Spreadsheets are on a different hard drive. Where would I find my income for this year? Because the median income in the UK was 28,000. Do you know how much I earned for most of my 20s in music? I was earning. I was lucky to, I think, to get like close, like to get 20K. I think I was probably on like 18 or some shit. Like, yeah, fuck. And I worked a lot to do that. Like, that was hard. Running around town doing fucking gigs with a guitar on my back. Fuck me. Yeah, 20K, you're laughing as a musician. Yeah, that's poor. Yeah. But you know what? It wasn't even like, even I didn't complain about being broke because there were other fucking musicians who like earned less, and I had everything I needed. I had enough to buy my like shitty little fucking instruments when I got good jobs with the fucking council or whatever, like low rent. Man, where is this clip?
Okay, you don't have a billionaire parent, you fucking losers. Okay. Oh my Lord. It's so funny because all of this is straight up on camera. Okay. I know, but you still were not. I got money back from the American government my first year of employment. Okay. I don't know why people think that they know better than myself about my actual existence, my living circumstances. I lived in the fucking kitchen of a frat house the first year I lived here. Even at the point where I was on Twitch, I was making 60 grand a year, which is literally nothing for Los Angeles. Okay.
He's talking about when he started on Twitch. And he's saying he keeps saying literally nothing, but it's median income. Like median income for a city is not literally nothing. The only time you ever say that, the only time you'd ever say the median income in the place that you live is literally nothing is if you're a spoiled brat fuck. Like that's the only time you'd ever do that. Like, or if you're just part of that stupid fucking millennial whatever youth culture where everyone likes to just say they're broke even though they're not. Like fuck.
3 roommates. Anyway, none of this actually matters. People think you're saying you grew up poor. No, I didn't grow up poor. I never said I grew up poor. I grew up very affluent. I'm talking about the period of my life when I was in fucking college, or post-college rather. Right? Simply because your parents had money, people will say you couldn't have been broke, regardless of whether you had access to it all the time. No, but my parents also no longer had money by the time I got to college. So it's wrong. It's something that I've talked about quite a bit. Anyway. Ay. Regardless, I don't know why we're talking about this. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, there's like clips that you can find from back then.
Just like getting this chicken out of the little container. And unfortunately, a lot of people use like organic chicken and whatnot. I use whatever kind of chicken I can get because I'm not very wealthy. So that's part of the reason.
No, but I'll have you know, I was actually lying. I was faking it. I was actually a billionaire at this point.
What? So you pretended to be broke as a fucking youth, therefore... How could you be pretending to be broke as you're 10 years later? What the fuck?
But I just...
Yes, it's not an unusual thing for people from very wealthy families who basically have everything in life fucking fed to them, like spoon-fed to their fucking fat, rich mouth. Yeah, it's you. People like that will usually go through a period where they're having to start maybe going a little bit on their own, or they start experiencing living in a smaller space, and they'll be like, oh, I'm broke. This is not what being broke is, motherfucker. It's not being broke.
I just chose to lie and continue along with this lie by living with 3 roommates at the time.
Because I said I'm not very wealthy when you're in college. Okay.
It was a deep 5-head infiltration move. You know? Lol, that is the kitchen of a rich person? Yeah. But this is when I was like explaining the process of using manager special chicken. That's what I did to get high protein. I would eat chicken, but
did Hassan address your clip about the Nazi command structure? Yeah, he said it was out of context, and then he said, actually, I was 100% correct, and the only example he gave off the top of his head was capos, and then people started sending him links of the couple of generals. And then he grandstanded about how he's on the right side of history. That's an accurate characterization of the whole timeline of that. Yeah.
I would go to Ralph's or Pavilions and get manager special chicken, which was like about to expire. How'd your experience becoming rich differ, if you don't mind explaining? I mean, I am obsessed with doing the same shit that I've been doing. When I was making 60 grand a year, I was doing the exact same thing that I'm doing now. So the only thing that has changed is that like there has been a tremendous quality of life improvement in terms of things that I can pay for, right? I no longer have to do the same calculations that I used to have to do, like, you know, paying for Uber and whether or not I will be able to actually pay for rent at the end of the month, right? Like those are the massive. I used to describe it as such. Okay, being poor is very.
Do we know that if he had a job when he was in college? Because you know a lot of people, like if you're poor or if you're broke, you usually have to have a job when you're in college or uni. Paying for Uber. Fucking kill me, man. Oh God.
Pay for rent at the end of the month, right? Like those are the massive. I no longer have to do the same calculations that I used to have to do, like, you know, paying for Uber and whether or not I will be able to actually pay for rent at the end of the month, right? Like those are the massive. I used to describe it as such. Okay, being poor is very costly. Okay, being poor is incredibly expensive, and it's like a consistent weight on you. Okay, there's a tremendous amount of weight on your shoulders at any given moment, and a lot of rich people, especially a lot of rich people who have been rich for a very long time, lose sight of that reality. In the past, if I had to travel, I would.
Why are you telling people what it's like to be poor? Like, what? I don't. Okay.
Have to make the travel arrangements myself, right? I would have to make travel arrangements myself. And I wouldn't have enough money to make those travel arrangements, so I had to like nickel and dime it. I had to like literally talk to the you know, university that's sending me there to make sure that they made sure that my travel arrangements were decent. And if they didn't have money to fly me out, then I would have to, you know, pay for it myself or the hotel myself and stuff like that. And then I had to figure out which hotel I could stay at and how cheap the travel accommodation would look like from the hotel to the university, stuff like that. These are all of the things that you have to worry about, right? I know.
What the fuck is he talking, dude? Man, it's making me so fucking mad. Like it's because I remember being between jobs and being like at the poorest that I was, and I don't even think I was actually, like, I had support from my family, so I could never get into this, like, because there are different types of poor, right? There are different types of broke. There's actually broke, which is like by the standards of your country, where you are fucking waking up at 3 a.m. because you had a fucking bad dream about missing a bill and your entire financial stability system collapsing before your very eyes, and then you get to the fucking laptop or whatever, and you're like, oh yeah, no, I actually paid it. Fuck, okay, you got back to sleep. Yeah, or having to accept like ridiculous work hours, very flexy hours. So maybe like 2 days of the week, you're waking up at 4 a.m. to get in for 5 to open the shop, and then you're gone at 2, but then you fall asleep at 2, and then like the day after you're in at 2 in the afternoon until 10, or your boss kind of like pressuring you to do fucking extra time when you've already done like not even had like the legal, on paper at least, gap between your clocking out and clocking back in again. To the point where you actually start doing things that are seemingly counter intuitive. Like I remember the only time I ever took up smoking was the time when I was poorest, like because I couldn't go out with my friends. That was too expensive. I never had that much money in one go to go out for meals or for drinks and all that. Same with like musical stuff. I couldn't like buy whatever piece of equipment I wanted, but what I could do is I could buy a pack of cigarettes. That was like one thing that you can, it's the one thing you get to say yes to, right? The one vice. Yeah, it's like it turns your brain to fucking goo, like being in that condition. But even then, there's different levels of poor, but then there's like a middle class broke, right? A middle class broke, which is maybe when you've maybe just spent a bit too much on fucking a holiday or gifts or fucking you maybe tried an investment in stocks that didn't work out or whatever, but like, or you're just earning a bit less than you're used to, and you need to start like budgeting in ways that you didn't usually have to. Like you might have to look at your monthly subscriptions and take away a few that you've forgotten about, but you'll describe that as broke anyway because it's not what you're used to. But and then there's fucking rich kid broke, right? Which is just like, you know, you're at any point in life going to have something to fall back on. At any point in your life, you will have something, some lifeline from an uncle or a dad or a mom or like a family friend. There will always be something to fall back on. But you've decided to go to college and live in a fucking dorm room for a year. So you feel broke. And you feel a bit embarrassed. So you stop asking for an allowance for a little bit. Like, fuck. And especially in the UK as well, because being poor in the UK as well, you don't even need to be that poor. You could be like maybe a relatively like lower middle class family, but you've gone to uni and you're living in a flat because your halls was too expensive or it was just too much fucking nonsense. You're a bit older. Yeah, wearing like multiple layers to go to sleep because the heating's too expensive. Like shit like that. Like going to bed with fucking with your joggies and your trousers on with a fucking jumper and a t-shirt because the fucking single glazed window is so fucking shit that you can literally like light a candle and take it to the window, and when you're within 1 foot of the window, the fire will burn out because of the draft coming in. That's like British poor. Hell yeah. But fuck me. What was I saying? Yeah, I remember having a partner who lived 2 hours down the road from me. She had moved. And I remember having to budget to get like 20, 25 pounds for the bus back and forth to go and see them. Like maybe either weekly or monthly or every 2 weeks. Yeah, I remember having to budget, or like having a bad week and be like, yeah, sorry, I can't afford to come down. And then having to get it lent to go and see, like, yeah, fuck, it was, but just hearing this guy describe whatever the fuck this is. Oh God, stolen valor, man.
To fly me out, then I would have to, pay for it myself or the hotel myself and stuff. And I wouldn't have enough money to make those travel arrangements, so I had to like nickel.
What was this? 2 hours down the road. Yeah, like 2 hours of bus travel. Yeah. Or with a bus, it would be 3 hours. On a train, it would have been 2.5.
In the past, if I had to travel, one, I would have to make the travel arrangements myself.
What is it? What is this? I missed the beginning of the sentence.
On your shoulders at any given moment. And a lot of rich people, especially a lot of rich people who have been rich for a very long time, lose sight of that reality. In the past, if I had to travel, one, I would have to make the travel arrangements myself, right?
If he would make travel arrangements for what?
I would have to make the past, if I had to travel, one, I would have to make the travel arrangements myself, right? I would have to make travel arrangements myself, and I wouldn't have enough money to make those travel arrangements, so I had to like nickel and dime it. I had to like literally talk to the university that's sending me there. to make sure that they made sure that my travel arrangements were decent. And if they didn't have money to fly me out, then I would have to, pay for it myself or the hotel myself and stuff like that. And then I had to figure out which hotel I could stay at. And
I'm even just thinking, like, God, if someone wanted me to go on a holiday, man, do you know what I did in my fucking 20s when I feel so bad now? When I had a fucking partner who was like, you want to go on a holiday? Do you know what the answer, you know what my answer was? No. No. A flight in a hotel? No fucking, are you serious? Are you serious? A flight in a hotel in this economy? Fuck you. We're going for a fucking walk in the country. Maybe we'll bus it out to the country, you know? Fuck's sake.
How cheap the travel accommodation would look like from the hotel to the university, stuff like that. These are all of the things that you have to worry about, right?
All of it. Why is he? It's so fucking funny, man. He could surely just like do the. Do you know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of Patrick Bateman's little speech. You know the whole thing about, because maybe you guys don't get this because you're not sharp like I am because I'm the streamer, but when Patrick Bateman is talking, right? It's very clear that sometimes he's just saying things because he's heard other people saying them, and he just thinks that's a good, that's what people say, that's what normal people say, right? So when Patrick Bateman has to say, I have to return some videotapes, right? It's very clear that like the point in that is, and you get it from the book as well, is like, yeah, he's saying that because he probably heard one person saying it to get out of something once, and it just makes sense to him to say that. So he'll say it in the most ridiculous context. Or his fucking speech about South Africa and Sri Lanka and how we need to provide food for the poor and everything. Like, it's obviously just stuff he's heard from other people. It doesn't really mean anything to him, but he'll just say it because it sounds like, yeah, it's like, well, yeah, this is what you say. But Hassan's doing that, but he's got the fucking hubris to think he could just make it up on the spot, or even just talk about a real example because he thinks it'll click. When I had to travel somewhere, I had to sometimes book my own flights and hotels. What the fuck, man? Like, that's a relatable experience for a fucking struggling person, a broke person.
I no longer have to worry about that at all. And that is a major fucking burden. That is a major, major, major burden that is lifted. As far as like my own personal experiences goes, a major burden has been lifted off my shoulders as far as like having to nickel and dime every single thing that I do. And also beyond that, I have people that I pay that can deal with this stuff, right? That's another fucking major burden. Lifted off of my shoulders, that I don't have to like make these arrangements and things of that nature. And also, instead of like flying economy as a 6'4", 240-pound guy, now I can fly business, which is infinitely more expensive than economy.
Oh my fucking
but when you fly
God, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's the fact that he used like I guess in America, is that like a relatable phrase, like budgeting, nickel and diming? Fuck's sake. And I'm just thinking about nickel and diming in the sense that you have to think about how much more laundry you're going to have to do because of having to wear your clothes to bed because the heating's too expensive. Like, nickel and diming. God. But no, nickel and diming is actually when you have to book your own flights and hotels to travel for, fuck me, man. For university.
business, then now I can sleep.
The thing is, if he was broke when he started Twitch, doesn't that mean that Destiny also lifted him out of poverty by making his career? It's not just the just chatting politics video game streamer. Here's more than 100 viewers. Shouldn't there be another thank you in there for also lifting him out of poverty? Dude, just don't say anything.
But interestingly, people, when sitting around a table like...
Pinching pennies, I've never heard that. Although I do remember, I don't know if it's a Scottish thing, but in Aberdeen the phrase was grippy. You were grippy with your money.
This, who've never met each other before, asked to talk about what they want in society, they come up with broadly the same things.
You've got a vision for what this party could be. What is that vision?
A socialist party that doesn't just give people hope but materially improves their lives.
What does that mean in concrete practice, though?
In concrete, it means we have a party that doesn't just focus on electoralism. It is about building social power in our communities. It's about increasing trade union density. It's about being on picket lines. It's about...
I think in the UK it was that you have to scrimp. You have to scrimp and save. And the nickel and diming, the scrimping, and that was whether or not you could even travel that year and get a hotel room. Fuck. All right, let's go to holiday in this place because I know someone who lives there, so we can stay in their fucking flat rather than get a hotel. That's our fucking scrimping. I know you'd rather go to this place, but this place we'll have to get an Airbnb or a hotel. It's just too expensive. Fuck you.
And not when the fascists turn up in our communities and fighting back. It's about supporting the Palestinian people in their fight for liberation, and it's about making people's lives better.
Democracy is hard. Right? It's difficult. There are complications. There are difficulties. Lots of things go wrong on the way. How do you understand what has gone wrong in your party today?
Well, first of all, what's gone right is we're here. What's gone right is we have a conference. What's gone right is we're now voting on the Constitution and how that's taken forward. That is an enormous development and a great success. What's gone wrong is the time it's taken to do it, and there's a huge debate about that, which we talked about earlier. What's gone wrong is that too often the activists have descended into lengthy, sometimes slightly rancorous social media debates. Now, social media is a brilliant place sometimes to get messages out. It's also an utterly poisonous and depressing place at the same time for people. And so could we and should we have handled things differently? A lot of things could and should have been done differently. They weren't. I regret that, but we are where we are, and I'm determined that we go forward from here.
Well, none of us have ever set up a new party before, and obviously it's had its hiccups, and that's putting it lightly. And none of us have designed structures of a party, so we are learning on the job. And I think what is important to understand is that we've got a lot of trust to rebuild. We need to convert those 800,000 people into members, into organisers in their community. And many of those people haven't gone away. They haven't disappeared or vanished into thin air. Many of them are waiting, ready to make a jump and join us and fight back. And I think it's about us establishing the party, getting its structures in place, making sure.
That's not true. Hassan was only making 21K in his first year, Young Turks. How do you know he had allowance? I know he had an allowance if he was only earning 21K, while at uni or just after? Because no one who had to live in LA in whatever 2013, 14, 15 on 21K would look back on that period and talk about, and the first example that comes to their head is, oh yeah, when I was going to travel for uni, I had to book my own flight and hotel. Like, that's fucking retarded. That is so fucking retarded. Jesus Christ.
There's maximum member democracy, and this isn't a party that's a top-down machine that's led by MPs, and its members are just treated like volunteers, knocking on doors, leafleting, raising money, and actually not allowed to make decisions. So it's a transformative, democratic culture that we are building.
There are two classes. There is working class, there is ownership class.
Yes.
We are expelling the people who have been at the forefront of building working class struggle in this country.
Yeah, thanks for the €5. Today I learned that the Australian opposition leader recently said that wearing Joy Division t-shirts is anti-Semitic. That's not good, is it? The fuck? Why? Aha, thanks for the $4.99. Goo me up barkeep. Nice. Oi, oh, $5. Thank you very much. Helping out Broke Box the musician. 13 more minutes to get 3 more super chats, guys. Thank you. Because I could never say I lived in poverty or I could never even really say broke, man. I had support. The fuck. But I did struggle, okay? A little bit. Okay, I was definitely working class, okay? Definitely Definitely below the median. Well below the median for many years. Give me money, thank you.
We can't, from day one, fling the door open to every sect when we don't even know what we stand for ourselves.
I would have spoken in another debate, but I'm disabled, and some people that could run faster jumped up and took the spot and then surrounded.
Holy shit.
All this infighting from an unelected clique.
That is an enormous kafia, Jesus.
Each other, and we need to put power back into your hands, into the members' hands.
Save this country from fascism!
Time. I would like to remind speakers that they need to remain on the subject of the motion, or they will be asked to leave, I'm afraid.
Fucked. Stay on point.
So behind us is a group of people, including Zara. We had some intel, maybe something will be happening with her trying to enter the conference hall with people who've been kicked out. Not sure that's going to happen, but let's see.
Intel.
We are not here to expel people. We are not here to build a culture of witch hunts. The decisions that have been made today have been undemocratic. They have been imposed by nameless, faceless bureaucrats, and conference is meant to be making those decisions. Our members are meant to be making those decisions, but they've been made, from the top by appointed people, and that's not acceptable.
If you want to join your party, you can't be a member of another political party. That's pretty simple and straightforward to me. Now, there are comrades from the SWP, the Socialist Party, maybe a number of other, the Workers' Party, who say, no, we should all be together. And in those circumstances, that'll have to be sorted out.
How much are you raking in now? Well, I like to be transparent. The fact is I'm not actually entirely sure because I haven't done my tax for this year yet. I haven't looked at expenses, obviously paying editor. But I know for sure that it's going to put me into the higher rate for the Scottish tax bands. It's going to put me into this rate here, 42% above 43,663. No, not six figures, you fucking freak. What the hell? Not advanced rate, though. Not this time. Maybe next year. Maybe next year I'll be advanced rate. Not today. Not even close.
Entryism is a thing of the past. You're talking to someone from Liverpool who lived through the militants and who was very close to militants. Still close.
Depends on how well you guys can meet that goal, really. That's right. It all depends on you guys. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do some budgeting and think about maybe go down to 2 takeaways a week instead of 3. Can you imagine?
The Socialist Party, but they are their own party, democratic centralism, their own structures. To start to say we want to now join your party, where Jeremy Corbyn is offering an alternative to ordinary working people, I just think is wrong, and I'm hoping that they will see that.
Day one is now coming to a close. People are now filing out behind us. And I want to get an impression of how people have found this whole experience today. Was it good? Was it bad? Was it hopeful? Was it disastrous? Her feelings?
Yeah, I do think that the events of yesterday, people being kicked out of the party, that never looks good. And, it's not really right for the unelected present leadership to be making those kinds of decisions.
How did today go in 3 words?
It was informative.
Based.
Niggly.
What the fuck? Uh-oh. It's a little close to the sun, isn't it? The fuck, man. She does not look like the kind of person who would who would drop a bomb like that. Sorry.
Was informative. Niggly, but hopeful.
Informative, niggly, and hopeful.
Stop saying it! Fuck me. I didn't know fucking Anthony Fantano was influencing these people. What the fuck?
Okay, right. And is that what you were expecting?
Yeah, it's imperfect, but that's okay, because it's starting.
I could never, I feel like if I say that word, I might stammer and it might sound like the N-word. I can't fuck, man. Jesus.
And we're
bold.
It's figuring a lot of stuff out, and that's important. The disagreements are important.
really sad in a place where we have had to fight so hard to stop reform from dominating the debate, where we've had to really go out and take down flags and do the stuff that's been difficult after they targeted our town, to stand up against racism and to stand up for people, to find that the debate today is all about expelling a tiny group of people. It frightens me about who runs this party, that people would be expelled before we have a debate.
I'm from Bristol, and in our branch in Bristol, if we hadn't had the members from the SWP, if we hadn't had the members from the Communist Party, if we hadn't had the members from like all these different organisations who have been doing it for a long time, if they hadn't stepped up, we'd still be doing stuff, but it wouldn't be as good as it is at the moment. But I'm also feeling hopeful. It did feel like there were a lot of interesting. I changed my mind quite a few times today between people were talking. I got persuaded again by somebody else. Like it was, that part of it was good.
You've got a bunch of committed like socialists and like leftists and organisers, and you've got a bunch of people who just never participated in politics before. It must be a very confusing space for them. But that's why the deliberation is kind of like needed, so that those people can be brought into these things and they don't just see a big fight emerge on a podium, which could have been avoided. I think very easily could have been avoided. I would be so angry if leadership fucked this up again, because they're steering it. They're not empowering us.
It's terrifying for me that we are not in absolute unity and allowing anyone and everyone.
Why is everyone kaffied up? Because they support you, Sev. They support you. They want you to be happy.
Speak, and we can decide. We're not stupid in our local branches who's helpful, who's not. So if we don't have democracy, maybe I'll join the Greens instead.
I don't know. It's hard. What even is democracy, ultimately?
Lots has happened today. And one of the main themes in
Good one.
the room,
True.
certainly in the media, has been expulsions. Last night, people from the Revolutionary Communist Group were expelled from Corbyn's event. And today, Samira
more than
Ali,
one.
who we spoke to earlier, was expelled physically from behind the Stand Up to Racism stall she was sitting at. When I asked Jeremy Corbyn about this, he didn't know it happened.
Stand Up to Racism is something I absolutely support and endorse.
We saw the Stand Up to Racism group being removed.
Well, they've got a stall here, Stand Up to Racism.
The person on the stall was removed from the conference.
I didn't know that.
So the question is, who is ordering?
Did no one brief him? Surely if you kick someone called Stand Up to Racism out of the building, you need to have a reason. I didn't know that. Fuck me, man. Poor Corbyn. Corbyn, I think he had so much more promise. Gosh.
These expulsions. I spoke to the head of security who was standing there, and this is what he told me. Who asked her, sorry?
Her name's Carrie, so she's the event organiser.
When I asked him for a full name, he said he didn't know, but that it was a Scottish woman. So from what it seems like, this particular expulsion was ordered by a Scottish woman called Carrie, who is the event organiser. But I don't know who that could be.
Turn around and say, "Are you Carrie?"
The other expulsion that happened today was a kind of self-expulsion, or a boycott, as you might
No. Carrie did the kicking out.
Call it. Zara Sultana didn't come into the conference in solidarity with the people who had been expelled. Zara is scheduled to speak tomorrow, so I guess at the end of day one, we find ourselves with a new, but in some ways quite familiar, standoff. Good morning, Sunday morning. It's day 2 of the conference. And we've got a couple of questions. At the high level, who are the players, what do they come with, and what have they left with?
2 more for the goal, guys. We got 4 minutes left. 2 more super chats for the goal. Teal or above. Get on it. Pie Week, thanks for the $10. Here's to raising your tax bracket. Thank you.
After this conference has concluded. There are also some key announcements going to be made. One of them is right now, which is the question of whether or not there's going to be a single or a collective leadership of the party. That's a really, really key question, because on the one hand, we've got Jeremy Corbyn, who supported a single leadership model. Zara's gone for the collective leadership model. This is in some way a test of their overwhelming support inside the party. And from 5 p.m. today, when the conference ends, people here are going to have to start looking out at the country that has Farage on the move towards Downing Street and seeing what they can really do to make a difference there. Those are the stakes. We will continue to assess. Qu'est-ce que c'est le vibe? How did you find the conference yesterday? What was the vibe?
I think I was a bit dismayed at the
fractious nature of some of the discussions.
I think yesterday.
Usually what happens when you are kicking people out, especially people who claim to come from the same political ideology as you would have a leader or a spokesperson or an organizer or someone with a line, with some spin and a talking point just to say why it happened. Surely, but why can they even get that? Apart from Corbyn being like, I didn't know that. Fuck. Hey, Dwayne and YOLO Swag, thanks for the donos. Really appreciate it. Can't let me be broke. True. I'm the opposite of broke now. This is rags to riches. We started with 0 and now we got 2 Super Chats goals. Fuck.
Was quite outrageous. Okay. So we spent the first half of the day arguing about non-issues.
How did you find the conference yesterday?
I enjoyed it, but it was quite difficult to work out which group was which.
Which groups are which? Have you worked it out now? What are the groups?
I don't think so.
You know, I think this is supposed to be a grassroots.
Okay, apparently Ethan settled with Casey Tron.
Long time. It seems like a terrific value.
Interesting. I haven't watched H3 podcast for a while.
Need like a permit.
I probably can't watch it live because there's no fucking
said this
timestamps, is there?
Oh, can you run real quick?
What happened?
We found out she.
Let's go from here.
You guys are getting a divorce? Me and Eli are not getting divorced. Oh. We're doing great.
Oh, this seems like it.
Whatever you say. And then on Monday, yesterday, we engaged in court-ordered mediation.
Okay.
With our... You guys are getting a divorce? Me and Eli are not getting divorced.
Trump Giving Day Investment Fund donation.
Hell yeah, that's just $20. Rusky, $20. Thank you very much. Wow. What a nice dono. After we did the goal as well. What a gratuitous thing. Thank you.
We're doing great.
Yes. Shut up. What are we doing?
Uh-oh. Marriage on the rocks. Show me. Show the God shot. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Look at that posture.
Wait, if they settled, we surely have to think of a number that we would have thought is acceptable, right? Because obviously if you settle, that's potentially taking obviously less than you might have got by going all the way. So I doubt that's the case here because of the amount that Casey Tron could give and the legal costs. But let's make up our own standard, okay? Let's just decide how much we would be okay with. Where is it? Oh yeah, here. I think it should be $5K for every lie she tells about me in this video.
Literally, who is this man? This is Loner Box.
Okay, that's correct. Okay, we're on a solid 0 right now.
He's one of the Destiny orbiters that...
That's more of an opinion and a statement of fact. I don't really talk to Destiny anymore, but I guess his community still watches me, so... Okay, 0. We'll stay 0. Be nice.
was paid by the Destiny APAC.
Okay, that's slightly off. Paid by the Destiny APAC. Okay, that's 1. 5K?
To spread Zionist propaganda.
10?
Whenever Taylor Lorenz was talking about influencers that accepted dark money, she was talking about this guy.
15?
Somehow this guy got paid, was it $8,000 a month?
20?
And it's like nobody knows who he is. He has like
25?
400
Hassan knows about me, I'll have you find. 400 viewers. 30?
viewers, which there's like nothing wrong with that. Like, I'm not like...
35. There is something wrong with having 400 viewers because that's how many you have, Casey. You're projecting. Fuck you.
some big popular streamer, but it's like, how is he getting like $8,000 checks?
That's the same lie twice. Am I feeling forgiving?
Like, from the you know, like, literally who...
Yeah, that she 30K. If it's less than 30K, I'll be upset. I feel like justice was not done.
It still looks kind of fucked up, doesn't it?
No. If you could maintain that, that's perfect. No.
Really?
Yeah.
How about where's like like this is really bad.
Yeah.
How's this?
The first one is 2, paid by Destiny and Destiny APAC. Well, I'm not gonna. Okay, so it's lies she tells about me. So if she says I was paid by the Destiny APAC, I don't think I should be charging double just because the Destiny APAC isn't real, right? because that's not a thing. That's not fair. I'm not entitled to compensation for the fact that she invented an organization.
Yeah, that's good.
That's fine.
Yeah, you just have to kind of roll your shoulders back a little bit.
You don't It's so always do hard, it. Though.
Not
Can
like
we all
no, no,
agree?
no. Not too much, but
Can we all agree how hard it is to have good posture?
Oh, yeah.
Posture.
It's so annoying.
I do have scoliosis, by the way. I know Ethan was joking that he has it, but I do.
Oh, do
yeah.
you? Yeah, you
I
look
do.
good.
Oh.
And so my,
She's a freak.
My spine not only like has a curve this way, it also has a curve that way too.
Oh, although it hasn't gotten worse as you've aged, luckily.
No.
That's good. Some people it gets
Yeah.
straight up question mark.
Yeah, it is a
And then you
slight.
beat
It's a soft
questioning.
question mark.
No, yours is you'll be fine. If not, I know a great chiropractor.
Yeah.
We'll fix that shit. Yeah. So yesterday we engaged in court-ordered mediation with our friend and contemporary, Casey Schron.
Okay.
And I am happy to announce to all of our great surprise that we were able to find an amicable solution.
Oh, really?
And settlement. And you might gauge by the fact that I am here wearing a suit, which generally signifies some type of thing. And so...
What, that you've taken up geography as a special interest? What is this suit? Is this supposed to be a celebration suit? What the fuck? Okay.
While I have nothing to show you at the moment, there will be something forthcoming, hopefully, I believe, during the transmission of the show.
Oh.
That we'll be able to view together.
Oh.
And
they're waiting for the
honor,
court docs.
And say thank you, and say that it's all good, you know? Yeah. Hey. You know what's funny? I see this anti-Semitic conspiracy. I see it all the time where it's like different American presidents touching the Western Wall in Jerusalem.
Oh yeah.
And they're like, look how they pledge their allegiance to the Jews. And then if you know, it's funny, if you type president, U.S. president on Great Wall of China, there's more. There's more presidents touching the Great Wall of China than the Western Wall in
These aren't
Israel.
These aren't contradictory things at all.
Is that because, wait. Is that because American presidents didn't really start visiting the wall regularly until what, 70s, 80s? But were they visiting the Great Wall of China before that? Like Nixon, Mao? I don't know, whatever.
Nobody says, Ethan. Nobody says, oh, look at all the slaves to China over there on the Great
Some
Wall.
people do. Some people have woken up. Some people who listen to our great Secretary of Health, RFK, and understand that there is a Jewish-Chinese alliance.
Are you talking about how we're both into COVID?
Yes.
What?
Well, he didn't quite say that, but he did say.
He said that Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people didn't get fucked up by COVID, and that is because they are in.
The settlement will be announced soon, I guess. Maybe we'll get it tomorrow. Well, we've put our number up, okay? We got our bets on 30K. What if he does the thing? What if he gets the settlement, then he's just like, okay, new goal. What if he pulls that trick?
Party from the ground up, and that doesn't mean people who are already activists for other parties necessarily. There might be activists for things like...
It's around 2 p.m. PST, which is half an hour from now, right?
Saving their local library or their youth club or something like that. And I think there's an argument going on of, oh, well, these people are the best activists. No, they're not. They actually, sometimes they cause a lot more damage than positive, and that's what...
Here. Sorry we missed your payment. We're sorry if you've had to book your own travel recently.
Yeah, well, tell me about it. Back to my roots. Back to my working class roots. Booking my own hotel as well was a nightmare.
They did in our town. They did a lot of damage.
So we got a key vote coming up, an announcement of the results of the single leadership versus collective leadership. What did you vote for, and what do you want to happen?
I've voted for single leadership just because I think the way that politics works in this country, it'd be really important to have a figurehead in the party who can show leadership. I think that just translates well to, you know,
yeah, especially like you can talk about horizontal leadership all day, but I feel like the more disorganized the movement is, the less of an attractive proposal that is. Oh, fuck.
I'm broadly in favour of collective leadership as a... I liked the idea at the beginning of Corbyn and Sultana. I thought they were a good combination, but unfortunately they haven't managed to get on very well. So if it was a single leader, I would hope there would be somebody who wasn't either of them, to be honest.
I listened to Zara's petition for a collective grouping, and I listened to some groups around Germany who wants a single leadership, and personally I favour the former, thinking that if we're going to differentiate your party from the other options, then having a more republic-style, democratic, different socialist party is what's more likely to form grassroots movements.
I want to support collective leadership, but given the history of the party thus far, it's a question as to whether that would work or not.
Yeah, clever.
So maybe single leadership is best, but personally I voted for collective leadership.
La dimanche.
What?
La dimanche avec quel vibe. Massive cheer here for the question of whether or not your party should be an explicitly socialist party.
Finally, conference on the leadership model.
Yeah.
So this is the most important one. The leadership model.
Conference.
Tension in the room. Not tension. Anticipation in the room.
Conference, you voted option B. You voted for a collective leadership.
Okay, so this is the big vote. This is the big one. They have voted for option B. That's collective leadership. So not a single leader. So what that means for the next few months, we're not going to see that sort of staged battle between Zara and Jeremy, but in fact a sort of much more nebulous process of developing, hopefully, a new cadre, a new layer, let's say, of leaders who can take the party forwards into the future. Extremely small majority, 51.6%. The big vote this morning was, well, the big announcement this morning was whether or not it would be a single leadership or a collective leadership. How did you vote? What are you feeling about the results?
I'm happy with the results. I was looking forward to collective leadership of the party, and that's what we've got by the skin of the teeth.
Collective leadership, if it's been allowed, then that allowed to work. Then they should, common sense should prevail, and for us to find a way forward that will unify people on the doorsteps.
I'm not sure, because obviously this is quite new, this collective leadership. So I'm a bit worried, but that is democracy, so let's see.
I suppose I'm very pleased about the way all the votes went. I'm a member of the Socialist Party, so obviously the dual membership, that was good. Well, all of them. I'm very pleased. I seem to have got the backing of most of the comrades around me.
What are you hoping to hear from Zara, though?
That what has happened this morning and the day before, months before, that's in the past now. We've got to look for the future. Now it's time to unite and take the fight to not just reform, but Tories and Labour, and give the British people a real alternative.
Because he remembered the shambles of Evans, who he as joint manager set up at Liverpool during the 98-99 season.
Yes, thank you very much, Razor Fringe, for that wonderful joke. That joke, for all 2 people in the chat who might understand it. Very good. I like a good niche joke. I like someone who's so confident in their comedy that they're basically just going to tell 99% of the room that they do not matter. Fuck them. Get them out. Barbas, thanks for the $5. Plot twist. Instead of Reform winning, it's the Greens and Lib Dems in a surprise upset. Even the king is surprised. Okay.
Yesterday, boycotting the conference.
I would support that. I would go all my toes down.
reputation of the
That was
party?
not a stunt. That was a stand for democracy and not allowing
She's so fucking grumpy, man. I love her. She's such a sour fuck. Like,
faceless
God.
bureaucrats from making decisions that only the members have the right to make.
What decisions do you think they should make today? You've got a speech later. What will we be calling for the party to do?
So collective leadership is an important win. Having an executive council with no MPs and councillors, having reserve positions is an important win for maximum member democracy. And today is the start of a party that will go out, that already has 55,000 members across the country, that will go out and build power, win in elections, and beat the forces of fascism that are gaining power in our country.
Are you feeling hopeful?
Extremely hopeful.
Obviously, optics-wise, her fact that she didn't come in yesterday made this arrival just now dramatic, a big news splash, a big kind of, a big moment. Whether or not that's what you want, when much of the conference has been slow.
Yeah, I was wondering about this. I was wondering about this earlier. Thank you. I knew this existed in the IDF. I don't know why people were stirring up so much shit. Yeah, the idea that you're supposed to not comply with illegal orders is that's very standard. I thought. I was like, if the IDF does that, there's no way. Like, I didn't actually know where to find it in the DoD manual, but there it is. Duties of individual members of the armed forces. Each member of the armed services has a duty to 1. Comply with the law of war in good faith, and 2. Refuse to comply with illegal orders to commit violations of the law of war. Yeah, okay. It's not that complicated. Okay.
Deliberative, really well considered, according to some of the members we've spoken to. That's not entirely clear to me.
And the shocking sight of a Muslim woman being manhandled and dragged out of conference is something that should shame any party that claims to stand for equality and justice.
Oh yeah, she's turning the membership against the party bureaucratic apparatus. Man, she's a fucking Maoist. That's what Mao did. It's the Chairman Mao move. When you're struggling for power, what you do is you rile up and you glide on the revolutionary zeal of the masses. In this case, the membership against the bureaucracy. That's what Mao did. That's how he kind of got consent for the Great Leap Forward. You know, most of the party didn't want to do the Great Leap Forward, right? They thought it was mad. They thought it was mental. It wasn't like they were all, Soviet-style urban 5-year planners, right? That's what they wanted. Measured. And Mao's just like, no, we're going to build everything everywhere. And we don't care if we don't have the means of production for it. We're going to build massive fucking rural communes anyway. No blueprints or anything, just vague utopian fucking gesturing. So the party wasn't really that keen on it. They thought it was a bit kooky. So Mao, drummed up the fucking masses and lower party members, and he was like, these faceless bureaucrats are bringing back bourgeois politics into our country. They're reviving capitalism through their bourgeois practices of earning a bit more money and becoming kind of corrupt and having a taste for the finer cosmopolitan way of life. And then the leaders were like, oh, fuck, man. She's doing the Mao thing. Genius.
This party must be run by its members, not MPs. This party must never be captured from above. This party must never become a Labour 2.0. And that is why we are here, to build a new kind of politics.
Impressive, very impressive. Undoubtedly an extremely skilled politician.
Now is the moment you've all been waiting for. We have a party, we have rules.
Would you just vote SNP, Loner Box? In my old constituency, probably, but this one I don't think he's even close to an SNP safe seat. I'd have to do more research into my area. It's all just tactical voting at the end of the day. But yeah, I would just tactical vote for whether it was Labour, SNP, Lib Dem, even Green. If Green were set to win, I'd vote for them. But I don't think Green are popular. Are they? No, I don't think Green would win in a general in my constituency. No. It would probably be Lib Dem, I think. I can't remember.
We have a constitution, we have enthusiasm,
A lot's going to change,
we
so...
have principles, and above all, we have a name.
Jeremy Corbyn,
he's so cute.
About to announce the name.
Your party is the name of your party.
He will forever be known to me as York.
What a wonderful weekend, what a wonderful conference. Safe journey home, everybody.
So the conference is over. There have been two big stories here this weekend. The first one is the politics, the high drama, the expulsions on Friday and then Saturday, and then Zara's boycott of the conference yesterday, all that stuff. But there's a second, slower story here as well, which is a party of the left trying to stitch itself together democratically with all the difficulty and trouble that implies. But has this process, messy, democratic, hard, sometimes very confusing, actually produced something of worth? Well, this is what we heard from the people we spoke to as they filtered out at the conference at the end of 2 days.
We had some massive wins with the voting on like constitution and stuff.
You know, I feel a big, confidence in our ability to make change and make people's lives better.
I thought Jeremy Corbyn was fantastic. I wish Zara Sultana would stop throwing drops and causing division by boycotting the conference.
That's part of being a leftist, right?
Oh, shit.
Once there's a...
That's a bit of bourgeois misogyny there. Fuck.
Once there's agreement and there's consensus, then a voice of disagreement has to rise, and that's how we keep moving. That's why we're progressives. Being in consensus is regressive in a way.
It's incredible that I finally come to a party where I'm able to be part of the democratic process 100%.
Now, it's the wheels are on the road now. So
the wheels are on the bus.
Yeah, they go round and round all day long.
All day long. So as you can see from the people we spoke to, an overwhelmingly positive set of associations with this conference, and indeed a great deal of confidence they can take what they've learned and felt here out to the country. That is not what I would have expected had you asked me what this conference would feel like 3-4 days ago. With the amendments that Zara Sultana had supported, passing collective leadership, dual carding in place, we're looking at something pretty much...
That's what I don't get. Like, I can't even tell what Novara are trying to do. Are Novara trying to sell this party, or are they trying to make them look like a bunch of disorganized, LARPing Reddit mod goofballs? I can't tell what he's trying to do. Is anyone else getting that? Is anyone else getting, like, what's the intent of the creator? What are they trying to... Because that last bit, that sounds like he's trying to sell it. But all of the footage they've chosen, maybe I'm just that disconnected from this fucking wing of politics anymore. I can't really tell. Although I am warming up to Sultana now, because actually the thought, watching her try to do like a Mao-style coup in the party with that rhetorical appeal to everyone who's opposing me is actually a faceless bureaucrat, and using that rhetoric to, and we don't want to be Labour 2.0, which is also reminiscent of Mao saying we're watching the slow revival of capitalism creeping back in. That was something that he used to say to, fuck, if she's doing that, that's fucking banging, man. That's really cool. If she's doing that, yeah, because leading up to the Great Leap Forward, he said that the big struggle now for China was the two roads. And the thing is, the difference between him and the rest of the party wasn't even, I guess at this point it was big, yeah. Because Mao wanted to fully reject the Soviet 5-year plan, urban industrial growth strategy. It was all very calculated and very blueprinted and very much like loads of numbers and charts and things like that. Lots of commandism from the top down. Mao kind of like wanted to dismantle most of the bureaucracy, and he did. He dismantled a lot of the bureaucracy and left it up to local self-governance with just kind of like ideological support from the top to collectivize all of these farms and to build them up at the same time as building up the cities. But he did it by, appealing to the faceless bureaucrats to get the peasants riled up, and also to talk about the two roads, the creep back of capitalism. And now I've got Sultana talking about the faceless bureaucrats, and we don't want to be Labour 2.0. Man, if she's actually, if that strategy is inspired by Mao, that's so cool. That's funny. I would totally back her for that. Fucking villain. Hell yeah. That's a good villain. It's all LARP anyway, so the fuck.
Like what she wanted. The people in this conference hall will now have to take these ideas, this message, this feeling out to the country. Can that politics, defined explicitly now as a socialist politics, be something that can regain the momentum of the British left to the level it was when Jeremy Corbyn...
Don't populists all say that these days? Yeah, but what's she doing? She's literally doing it to try and get her own voice more prominent within the party, right? She's doing it internally. I don't know, man. She's going. I swear, I'm onto it now. I need to watch more Zara Sultana because maybe I'm just doing. Listen, I'm just doing the thing, right? You know, when someone reads like one self-help book and they just relate everything in their life to these new concepts that they've learned, like when someone learns about a new mental illness, like they learn about BPD, and then suddenly everyone they don't like becomes BPD. Maybe I'm doing that, and maybe I'm just seeing too much of Mao in Sultana because I've just like read about him. But I don't know, man. That strategy, the word that she chose in that speech, and the strategy she's been adopting for the entire time to, you know, get her fucking to throw her weight around in the party, it just seems very, I don't know, seems to be a bit close to home. I think there's maybe a little bit more going on between these two ears than I originally thought. In which case, I will completely respect it because it's good memes. Very good memes. Why on earth are you giving me Hassan Abi Twitch? Are you giving me... Bah! That's me! No, not unmute that. Unmute that, please. Thank you.
For my friend and former client, Tucker Carlson. But we have a free country.
He's literally just eating.
Still.
Like he's just got a bag of shit.
Nothing is guaranteed.
So
It is
forever,
always one generation away from being lost. And thanks to Elon Musk acquiring Twitter, we have a free platform in America on X.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks to Elon Musk acquiring Twitter, that is quite literally the direct reason for why Nick Fuentes is popping off right now. Like, he single-handedly did that. So, hey, there's your fucking answer. But a lot of you dumb fucks are so busy hyper-focusing on Elon's pro-Israel sentiment to actually see the forest for the fucking trees. Like, that first guy's question can be directly answered with, well, Elon Musk bought Twitter, and there's not really anything you can do about it. Okay?
Why am I watching this? What? Okay. Wow. Yeah, Elon Musk's Twitter was quite helpful for all of the Nazis. Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's quite obviously, yeah. Man, Zara Sultana. I'm onto it. Man, I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. I don't normally do the long ones anymore. I'm not usually in it for the long haul. Call Daniel Soyman. Why? Is he crying? I haven't heard from him for a while. I feel like he's got his last I heard from him he was doing his anything else thing with Mutin right now, so he's probably I feel like he doesn't need to do his broadcasting anymore on my street. He doesn't need to come and do his fucking what? He's got his outlet, you know? He's no longer the caged animal that he once was. Just to say hi, get the latest Hassan update. Should I just mention Hassan a few more times and then you'll show up? Tough Mittens, thanks for the $4.99 for the long haul. Thank you so much. Wow. Wait, I guess I can do the breaking news thing because they said at 2 p.m. Pacific time, yeah? That means we're going to hear about the thing. We're going to hear about the fucking settlement. Maybe I should stay for that and then leave? Should I do a Lookner? This is my Steve Lookner. Watch my meme. Oh. Is your meme what? The one that's me talking? That one, the clip of me. The box clip. This.
Am I carrying? Woo! The Wokies are around me. Stop talking, Parker. The Wokies are around me. Stop talking, Parker. Am I carrying?
Wait, where? Fucking Pierce. What? I'm just wondering. What if the settlement is just if the settlement is just no money but just an apology, man, I will fucking cry. If that happens, I might start harassing Ethan Klein, call him a terrorist, give him it from both ends. I'll find them. I'll find Zionist Twitter and turn them on the guy. I will set them on him like a fucking like my beautiful flying monkeys. Tears. What's happening in my own country anyway? What's happening with the actual politicians? Oh, not a 36-minute of that. Denims. What's happening with because there's still a denim suit and there's also a fucking, what is it? Who's the other person that Ethan's suing? Denims.
Hello?
Hey, hi.
No reaction?
I'm tired.
You're supposed to tell me, oh, nice meme, Stardust. Oh, very funny meme, Stardust. Nothing?
I said nice one.
I didn't, you didn't say it loud enough.
Okay. Should I have shouted it?
Chat, did you hear him say nice one? Did you hear him say nice one?
I'm just not really like yeah, I'm very boomer, okay? Like my style is very like, I don't know, like the you do the thing and then you repeat the thing and then the music, it's not really my thing. It's not my sense of humor. My sense of humor is very random though. It's very specific.
But that's not even like, that's like absurdist humor, right? Okay, fine, if absurdist humor isn't really your thing, that's fine, okay? But like, don't misattribute it to Zoomer stuff, okay? That's more like Vic Berger style, okay? So,
okay.
You just don't understand art, Loner Box. You just don't understand.
Right, where's the destroyed? Ooh, these faceless bureaucrats. If I ever need to coup Stardust, I'm gonna call her a faceless bureaucrat editor. I'm gonna go full. Oh, it's Frogan. What's happened to Frogan? Fuck. Fuck. Get me out of this place. Okay, am I gonna be okay? Let's go. Hang on. I need to know. I don't think I can stop stream and not know what the settlement is. What's he saying? Why is it fucking quiet? Why are you at zero?
Like umbrella of issues, and like.
But one thing she talks about in that video is that you also have paranoia, which you don't.
Like we're
Right
she's
after-
just
Oh,
making
is it
shit up.
fucking
Dude, I
Cruel World Happy
pray-
Mind? Oh
I
no,
pray
she's
that your
back.
child grows up with all not going through any of these difficult issues, because if they have such a disgusting, God, it's.
Why can you not stop?
If I'm not happy with this settlement, I already know what the attack line is, right? I just get to say, listen, Ethan, you tried to tell us for so long, okay, that you were on board, but now it turns out that you just love settlements, eh? Zionist. Wow. Letting her get away with her crimes. Must just love settlements, eh? Isn't that surprising?
Side supporting husband, by the way, who probably fucking went on a. Well, he volunteered. Let's just say that.
Willie Mack said he's calling her Cruella.
Cruella?
Yeah.
Wait, is he in the chat?
Wait, was
What do you
that
mean?
the
Video.
original video she posted? That's what that was from.
Yeah, so we never like sat down and watched the whole thing because it's too much. It's so long.
It's 3 hours long, and it's just
we went
all
over
so upsetting.
selected points that people thought were the most important. But every once in a while, like another clip comes up from the original video, and we're like, oh my god.
But do you see how upset
It's
this
just-
gets me? Because
Yeah, I mean, right.
never in my life,
Why is he slouching so low?
the most deranged, unscrupulous, conservative white nationalist or whatever who my whole career before.
Okay, I'm gonna
October
do a
7th,
fucking bear. What?
Were the people shitting on me? Never in my fucking life has anybody ever
Yeah, weaponized.
dug in so
your
deep and
Tourette's.
weaponized such fucked up things. Like you are worse.
If anything, it
You
was always really inspiring because Ethan was this guy that does have Tourette's, but he barely talks about it, and the people online barely even mention it. So that was kind of inspiring to a lot of people.
Yeah,
We would always get
absolute-
messages like that from.
Absolutely. As a fan, when I would watch the show, I got in the habit of like when I met new people, I've been in the habit of saying like, if you see me doing something weird to my face, like I am doing it, but I have Tourette's, and I like watching Ethan so confidently and comfortably be himself. It's such a wonderful thing, and a lot of people just assume Tourette's is, what they see in South Park, like people swearing.
Yeah.
Like
But that's
the
not the
curse,
reality. That's
yeah.
that's an extreme case. So yeah, it's disgusting for her to weaponize it.
And
against
talk
you.
about like
Okay, I need to game.
spreading
Can
harmful
someone just
sti-
tell me? Can we just have a sleeper cell in there, or an observer? Can I just send a source in there to tell me when they give us a settlement? I just want to play video games until the settlement comes. Fuck that. I can maybe have it on in the background, I guess. Picture in picture kind of thing. But that's a lot of stuff on the screen. Don't know if I want that. Hang on. Someone said 1700. Well, I don't think anyone knows. I think 1700 is what she offered. But I thought he said no to that. Don't you have 30% of your audience from age? I have no idea if it's 30%. Hey, what's going on? Why did I fucking start? Hey, start game, dick. Why is my controller? Oh my god. Like, what? Oh. Jesus. Why is my controller not working? What the fuck? It is working. Oh, I know. I understand. I'll do that. There we go. Okay. Let it play in the background. What, just as a podcast, like with no video? I mean, I guess I don't need to see their faces, do I? Fuck it, let's put it
Let
on.
you just-
Just
and
evil.
by the way,
that's just evil.
after she came on this show, cried, apologized,
Cried.
and then went on Cuntler's show and
Cuntler?
took back
That's
everything
mean.
and doubled down.
Don't say
She
that.
She started posting on her Instagram stories. She was donating money to Casey Tron Frogan and Denham's legal defense. Like, more on that
later.
soon. Yeah, more on
Yeah.
that soon. What?
We
a
almost had the
stunt.
breaking
I'm-
news
I'm
there.
I'm at a lack of words. Fuck you forever.
I think you said it.
I feel
made
I
yourself-
feel that I didn't articulaate myself well enough.
No.
Because
Getting it.
it's really like it's hard to express such anger. But yeah.
Like, how dare you
Airstrikes.
sit there and moralize and theorize and LARP like a fucking mental health professional of any kind. You don't know anything.
Yeah, I don't know if she thought because her delivery wasn't like super aggressive that it makes it any better. But like the shit you were saying was fucking horrible.
It's
Just because you
horrible.
were like, casually reading it off, from speculating about them being pedophiles to
Yeah.
fucking talking about someone's actual disease is fuck.
That's so
Ah,
like, next
bug.
level, bro.
Well,
I'm
bug.
gonna have to sit down and watch this whole thing one day. I don't know if I want to though, because it's just gonna be like a whole fucking 10-hour episode of me yelling like a lunatic. That's why I'm putting it off.
Cruel Minds.
So it hit home. for me
Cruel
in that
Minds.
aspect.
Shut up, you liar! Why lie to my face, you coward?
Jewish.
She comes on this show, lies to my face like the coward, the shallow, loser, zero principled coward she is, and then cries
Zero
and
principled
bitches,
coward.
retreats to her snark hole with Chris Kuntler, and then
I don't believe that's how you pronounce his name.
Kuntler. That's what it's how
I wonder how Chris
How's it spelled?
feels
Oh, no,
about these fully grown fucking
A-N-T-L-E-R.
adults calling him Cutler. Yeah, I don't know if it sets a really good example. Fuck me. I mean, he does behave like a. He does behave quite a little cunty, so I guess it's reciprocal in a way. Chris Kuntler.
Kuntler. I am standing
Okay.
back and standing by because this thing should be hitting the airwaves any second now.
Why can't I
I'm keeping
wait?
an eye out.
Can I not get up
Be
there?
up by 2.
Spit out, brother.
Howard.
Hey, a really
She comes on this show.
a really cool super chat just came through from Katie Halliday, $100.
Hey,
as one of the sound effect editors on Stranger Things.
Oh,
okay.
I
We
hope
have to
you
be
do a
really
review
quick.
Dressed up as once the season airs. I've listened to you guys working through every season, and it kept me sane on this late
clever.
night.
Oh
and
my
while we're
God.
finishing the show, love y'all, family. How
Oh,
cool!
Wow.
So if you're doing the sound design, then I have to congratulate you
Bug.
because you guys.
You were just citing a specific.
Yeah, I was
Bug.
just saying
Yeah.
that the sound
It's so
engineering
good.
was. It's incredible. This is something I appreciate
Fuck.
in my editing. The sound, to me, the audio. It's
Another Zionist of
as
Stranger
important
Things.
or even sometimes
Oh, no.
more.
It's half.
I had no
I would
idea.
sp- I would
Yeah.
spend
What's this?
hours looking for the perfect song or soundbite or something because it just
What's in the hole?
It's one of the biggest things
it's
that
so important.
people
Bench?
miss out on when they're
bench?
first getting started too.
I don't have
in
okay.
any form of media is to skimp on sound. They think that the spend all their money on
Where are my
camera
beats?
and do sound as an afterthought,
Yep.
and it's the biggest.
It's so
the biggest noob trap imaginable.
Yeah.
It's so
Beat me
important.
up.
It's
baby.
yeah. I mean so anyway, tip of the beanie to you. That's excellent work done.
Okay.
Very cool.
What is it? What does it
Ca-
do?
Cacod,
It's a heart.
demon. Thank you for the donation.
What did
They
it do?
said, I don't have Tourette's, but I do have autism
Buh.
and ADHD, and I really hate how much people downplay how much of a disability it actually is. It took me a very long time until I was
True.
confidently myself.
Look at me.
Because of fucking pieces of shit like her. Don't let an idiot, worthless moron like her bring you down.
Sorry. Okay, thank you, Zach. I also just wanted to say, because I saw somebody send a chat saying nobody talks about how physically painful Tourette's can be, and I even recently was
Okay, we
asking
don't travel. That's
Ethan
good.
about it, but I'm very similar to Ethan in that I
It's
don't
down
like
here.
to talk about it or think about it because it makes it
Nothing?
makes it worse. But it can be super, super physically painful. I mean, there have been days I've even gone home early here because I have some tick in my throat and I don't even know what I'm doing to my tonsils. I just know it hurts, and it's just. I don't know what she had to clearly Google search something to find an angle on it to use it against you.
Yep, she was.
And you're responding to it, and you're having to think about it, and it's a really mean-spirited thing to do, and it's also not like.
It's evil.
I'm sure there is overlap,
Oh, there's a place
Tourette's, like
here?
it falls into a.
That's totally normal with
right,
like psychiatric
right.
stuff.
But
like,
she's bringing it up to imply something about you.
Absolutely, 100%.
And that's, it's just.
She's not trying to teach us something. She's trying to impugn my character.
Right.
By saying I have a neurological disorder.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But don't let her get you down, Queen, because you are amazing in that Michigan beanie.
Dude, that fucking
You're so
shit
great.
stain, that cum stain of a loser chair. Her chair had a giant cum stain on it, not her.
Wow.
But
Misogyny.
she will never bring me down. Not even.
She will never
fucking
have a
millimeter.
beanie like that.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Never.
Jesus Christ.
It turned into a very like strange shape where it's kind of like coming into a point.
How'd you even
It's
do
like
that?
a uncircumcised penis.
Yeah.
almost.
Shout out to the gas station at Warren and Schaefer.
I finally got my foreskin back. How
Look like
Daddy got his. What's it called? How I got my groove? How
I'm such a
Bella got
moron,
her
man.
groove
What am I
back?
doing? I'm gonna die to this fucking
Ethan got his
platforming
foreskin
bit.
back.
Jesus.
That is.
Where's the bench?
Nobody born after 1988 knows what the fuck we're talking about right now.
Well, you know. it
Just
is
don't
what it
bother
is.
with the fucking.
All right, hold on. I'm standing back and standing
I'm gonna
by.
do a bathroom break.
Fuck me. We were so close.
Okay.
You're like actually standing by? Do you want me to read some?
Okay, come on.
Because you're just.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna
Yeah.
do
That's
that.
perfect.
You want to talk
Let's
about
take a
Mike
look.
Straw?
What?
Want to talk about Mike Straw?
No thanks.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mikey.
I'm
you're
so,
good.
I
love my
gotta go
stuff.
back and catch up. I'm so far behind on all
Oh
that.
yeah, Evie
you
wasn't
don't
here
know
for the
about
I
Mike
don't
Straw.
nothing.
Oh, we got a mask
Yeah.
shot.
No.
You know what? There's nothing. We've left it all
Okay.
out on the court.
Wait, what's
There's
the
nothing
fucking-
left to say?
Bah.
Now,
Oh shit.
time
he
now
kinda-
time will be the judge, won't it, Nate?
He kind of doubled down because he said it's still
This is
happening.
trouble.
And
All right, I don't
this
wanna
is-
talk about
he
it
also
anymore.
gave a release window of spring 2026.
He gets so
He's-
upset when we talk about him. We have to stop talking about him.
I need to be
Mike
careful.
Straw, you're an idiot.
No, leave him alone. He will be
Okay, I'm
vindicated.
close to healing.
That's right, I said
Can I
it.
take
and
this
your
guy out?
mustache, Your mustache is dumb, and you're bald.
Fuck me.
Mike
He will be
Super chats.
vindicated.
I'm moving on.
Mike
No, I didn't
Straw.
have range
If that
for
even
that one.
is
Excited for
your
live on my
real
birthday.
name.
This is from Keeb, $10. Excited for live on my
fine.
birthday. Happy birthday, Keeb. Love you, fam. Wearing my Teddy Fresh Godzilla sweater to celebrate. Hey, good on ya. Moonchild said, "Love you guys, Elo. You look so beautiful." She's not here, but she might hear me on the speaker. Thank you, Moonchild.
We're going up. Okay.
Camden said, "Wait, love is here. What are your thoughts on the WoW
Oh, yeah,
housing
there's
that is
the
dropping?
taunt.
I'm
I
usually
forgot
in
the
bed
taunt.
by the time you stream, so I might have missed it." No, we have not covered the
Wait, what?
WoW
Ugh,
housing.
fuck.
market
I
yet.
just go to a gauntlet. Oh
It's
shit.
exciting.
I'm so
It
fucked.
looks like they're doing it the right way. And it's like one of those childhood things. Always in World of Warcraft, I've thought, what if I had my own house in World of Warcraft? Well, now,
Bah.
It's kind
now
of
I
crazy. It
can.
took them this long to do it.
Yeah.
A lot of MMOs have that
Shit.
already.
I'm excited. Fun.
They don't have it like where there's a limited amount of housing and you have to like apply for it.
No.
So
Jesus
in
Christ, I'm gonna die again.
The other big popular MMO right now,
How do
Final
I-
Fantasy 14.
I need a bench. I'm fucked.
They have pretty cool player housing,
I'm
and they're in
so
these like
fucked,
neighborhoods, like
Oh,
these
no.
dedicated zones where it's like a
Wow.
whole neighborhood. Except, there on each server there is a
Oh,
limited
no,
amount of
we're
them,
so cooked.
and people have to like compete
That's cool.
and like apply for it. It's not cool. It's
No
like getting a
focus.
fucking apartment
No
in real
chill.
life.
No, I like it.
Spear
I like,
throwers.
horrible.
Oh
I
no.
like when
Hang
everyone
on,
doesn't have
hang
the same
on.
thing.
We're
You know
doing
what
it.
Okay, yeah.
I like
We're-
rarity. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll look into it later. I'm curious how they're.
it's cool.
they're
That
handling
was
all
insane. That was bad.
But thank you, Camden. Riley, I graduated from college this Friday. I've been watching since
Also,
high
I've
school.
saved most of my rosaries.
Lots changed
They're
since
all
then, but I don't know where
bundled
I'd be
up.
without the show. Love you
We're
guys,
fine.
family. Thank you,
The fuck?
Riley. Appreciate it. Matthew said, "Hey fam, peace and love. Can you wish my girlfriend Rebs a happy belated birthday, please? It was on Sunday. Thank you for many guante on your body. Thank you so much. Rebs. That must be a nickname. I guess maybe I shouldn't assume. Maybe their name's just Rebs. Rebs, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Belated birthday on Sunday.
Also, I just want to say happy birthday to my son.
It's too
Oh,
too
yeah.
bright.
But it's his
Beautiful
birthday. It's a
Rocky.
cute. It's a cute
Oh,
photo.
it's not
trust me.
showing.
Oh, he's too.
It's
We'll
His
just send
birthday,
it-
though?
Drop down the camera a couple stops.
You know what?
If you lower the
That's why
brightness.
you make
Fuck.
the big bucks, Ethan.
That's
I was about to walk
Send
up
the
and
picture. We need to see it in the full.
He's so cute. You guys
Full
got him in a
resolution.
cake. You love to see it. You do.
It is very, very cute.
Sweet.
That Rocky. Let's
And he's
see.
not trying to kill you.
Kendra, first time chatter here. Hoping I get lucky. You got it. I'm celebrating my birthday this weekend. I would love to get a "I like it, I fuck with that" soundbite, please.
Fuck me.
Love you guys.
Don't
Thanks
die
for being
again.
you.
You don't need the soundbite. Can I fuck with that? I'll do it.
We'll do it live performance.
Doing it live.
We'll do it
Speaking
live.
of
Fuck.
sound bites, I guess just to put it on everybody's radar, we were having a little meeting this morning about the upcoming soundbite tournament. It is right around the corner, and we'll have to talk. We'll talk about it after the show, Ethan. But we had a pretty fun idea for this year.
One thing I do want to impart on everybody watching is that I think people should bear in mind the effort. And I say this not as an endorsement, but more so as to alert you of a tipping of the scale of Zach's overt and continued publishing of Nate soundbites. Now, I'm not telling you not to vote for it, but I do want you to know that there has been
What are you doing?
A bias and a tipping of the scale by Zach intentionally to get Nate soundbites to win.
Time out. No, there's not. That is complete. That's
off.
hogwash. Just because this man over here says funny shit, I can't help that. I can't help. I can't help. I have 108 Nate sound bites. I can't help.
No
that.
way it's that many.
Can I just run past it? I can't even get past this thing, man. He's like literally blocking the way.
That side was fun to play.
Well,
fuck.
Whatever his facial expressions tell me.
Listen, I need to raise a concern, Zach, and it's not that I'm going against you in this.
It's okay.
But
it's fine.
Traditionally,
we'll get up there.
when
I didn't even need to go there anymore.
I
was on my way back.
Soundbites,
Wait, my ghost is still there. What?
And we present
Why is
them
my
in
ghost
the
still there?
tournament as a package. You know, like a bunch of Keemstar soundbites. That's the Keemstar package. I don't think any of those packages ever even approached 100 plus soundbites. Those packages were like 10 soundbites
at most.
So is it really fair to package 100?
This is not the breaking news I was
think what
expecting.
We
The
should
fuck?
do is we should pick the top 5
Ah!
out of
Fucking fight. Wrong way.
I mean, there's one that speaks the most to me. It's Guante.
It's Guante.
Fuck.
One day is good.
I mean, it's Guante is everything. Guante is love. Guante is life.
It is.
No Guante, no love. You know.
Be honest.
Do you think Guante could just win on its own?
Very well could. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Maybe I won't.
Oh, people are pointing out you dropped the dog whistle with that 108.
No, that's
109.
I said 108, not 109.
I shouldn't even have gone that
Yeah,
way.
but 9 is the
Wait, that
more,
one's
right?
really good.
Or whatever, or was it 110?
It's 109.
It's 109. Would you forget your talking points?
I said 108.
No, I know. It's just it's awful close.
Speaking of, dude, I got terrified before the show because of a Reddit post that said I shared Nazi Holocaust
I got
denial.
scared too.
Yeah, there was a Reddit post talking about Alberta, Canada, and it said AB sharing Holocaust denial.
It's at a barber shop in Alberta.
Yeah.
Comma. AB shared a Holocaust denial post, and I saw that and I was like, I don't know what got cut out, but I said I'll tell the story over.
Yeah.
There was a post on the subreddit that said, this barbershop in Alberta, comma, AB, is posting Holocaust denial. And I saw the post, and I didn't really understand it, but I just saw Alberta, AB is posting Holocaust denial.
Whoops.
I was like, heads up, AB, just so you know. I don't know what they're even trying to say, but... And so I went to the comments, and I immediately saw that it said, if this is about Alberta, the province in Canada, not AB, the crew member.
Oh.
So
clever.
So
good.
Go ahead.
Hey, wrong button, man.
The second
I was-
tower. He just whispered, we're under attack, sir.
I'm too clumsy. Well, we got our coin back. That's fine.
It's happened.
Now we just go back again.
It's happened.
It's dropping. It's dropping.
So,
fuck.
Casey Tron, bless her soul.
Okay, fuck this stupid fucking game.
What?
Jesus Christ, get me out of
Live
there.
stream, apparently. And we'll be up in 5 minutes.
Not in the mood
Well,
today, actually.
So it
Is
should
that
be
okay?
on X and Twitch, I believe. It should be on X. That'd be an easier.
X.
Send both links just in case.
Yeah.
Okay, it's time.
I'm watching
Breaking
the
Now-
breaking news. Breaking news. We have the results of the Ethan Klein Casey Tron lawsuit. They have settled. We're about to find out more detail. Let's go.
It's 3 minutes long, and I think we should watch it together.
But
before I do, and
they
again,
filmed it.
I want to thank Casey Tron for being a good faith negotiator. I think going into this, we had low expectations, but I think we both came out of this happily surprised that we were able to kind of put this behind both of us and move on
It's on her
amicably.
Twitter.
So I do want to thank Casey Tron.
Yeah.
I think
What was the
ultimately
settlement? Did they have an amount?
her apology was heartfelt and sincere. And I really appreciate everything she said. And I do. So I want to just say thank you to Casey Tron.
Same. I'm
public
happy we can
apology.
put it behind
This
us.
has been
2 minutes.
unpleasant for all of
It's
us.
coming.
Yeah.
And I just wish you all the best. And and that's it. So that's it. Nothing but goodwill to her. Now, that being said, send this snark link first.
What?
The one, check the chat. Because there's this there's this snark post that they posted, somebody sent me when they heard that Casey's making an apology.
Where's the money?
And I think it's very interesting.
How much money?
Before I
Is there
watched
no
the
money?
apology.
No money.
Let's see here. So here's what's going on Snark. Thank you. So they says, Casey's a free woman. Ethan announces a settlement was reached. Seems like he's not allowed to speak ill, in my opinion. Now, I will say this, part of our, I can call her a bitch. I can call her a horrible person, but I would never do that. I would never say that. And I mean that. I only use this harsh language to exemplify the fact that I can say whatever I want about her. That's not a thing that I'm limited to.
The amount won't be
the reason I say that is because I
No
want people
way.
to know
Maybe.
that it is my own volition. It is my own.
It is your choice.
It is my choice to accept. And sorry, I shouldn't have used that.
This is his Gilad Shalit. He's given her 1,000 prisoners, one of whom is Sinwar. Oh no!
That's strong of language because I genuinely
shit.
don't mean to
Yeah.
put that on her. My words.
He's
are
releasing
sincere.
Sinwar.
But again, the reason I use that harsh language is so people know that I can, but I choose not to.
Okay.
Right?
What
And
if she
that's
copyrighted
that's what
the
grace
fucking?
is.
Oh my god! What if she copyrighted the apology? 13 seconds.
Right. That's what forgiveness and grace looks like, Dan. Seems like he's not allowed to speak ill of her, so Zach cheers him up with Hassan's Mal karaoke soundbite. Now, you guys know you love that soundbite. That shit kills. Hey, play it, Zach. Yeah, I apologize for the language. I really don't mean it. I don't mean it. I didn't mean to. I genuinely, from my heart, I want you guys to know that I accept her apology, and I do believe it was
We're gonna
made
play
in
it.
sincerity. And
It's
I
on
do
Twitter.
hope
Shall I
that
just go
she
to-
moves on
shall I just go
amicably.
to
I just want to
Twitter?
make a very clear message to them. This is more about Snark than her. That I can say anything I want about her, but I choose not to.
Shall I
because
just
I'm
go
a big, I'm
to
a big man.
X
I'm
and
a
watch
big-
it?
I'm
Or-
very
45
masculine.
seconds.
What's that being said? Now, that being said, let's look at the apology. What, Nate?
It's almost live. I'm telling you to. Around 30
Oh.
seconds it's going up.
Oh, it's not out yet.
No.
Oh, nobody's seen it yet.
Yeah, click it.
Okay, it's
Oh,
now. Right?
okay. Okay, so let's watch it. She's doing a live stream. Now, of course, this was the reason I say that is because I have seen it.
We're here.
And I just want to say that like I said, it's very heartfelt and it's very meaningful, and I appreciate it. So we're gonna enjoy this here, and we'll watch it all together and move on all together.
What did they not mention? What they haven't mentioned whether or not there's a settlement amount, did they?
So you can see. Okay, here
Here
it
we
is.
go.
Yeah.
Begin by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke.
Yeah, start it over.
I want to begin by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins.
Whoa.
This lawsuit has given me a greater understanding of copyright protection, people's copyrights, and the importance of protecting copyrights in the online content creation community. It is important for the entire content creation community to respect the intellectual property rights of other creators, and I will adhere to the lessons I've learned throughout this process going forward.
I'd rather pay 30K.
I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support.
Oh, so before she gets into that, because I love this part. No, it's gonna stay up. Oh, so then anyway, it's only 3 minutes long. But I want to say that I really appreciate.
It's just also yeah, she's obviously reading it out because I mean you probably have to for a public apology anyway. But the aesthetic is very much like a hostage video, isn't it?
She really turned a leaf on the copyright stuff, and I think that's really important, right? Because the purpose of this was the activism aspect of it all. Oh no, I can go back.
Should we treat it with the same energy though, right? You know how people said that the Israeli hostages were actually really happy because Hamas told them to smile. So I just be like, look, she said it, yeah. What? This Ethan Klein terrorist has literally taught Caseytron valuable lessons in copyright. He's a good teacher. He's a rehabilitator.
I can go back. You know what? I should just let it play
sorts.
for you guys, right? And we can go back and enjoy certain moments of it. Or, I mean, not enjoy, because certainly that's not the right word to say, but to appreciate. Dan, don't rush me. Should I play it? Okay, Dan wants me to play it. All right, we'll start it over because, you know.
Oh, yeah, let's hear it again. That's good. Good for the boys.
And by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content.
By the way,
I
do not want to see any negative. I don't want to see people being rude to her.
Yeah, don't do that, guys.
genuinely
No, absolutely, yeah.
have forgiven her. I'm moving on, and it's water under the bridge. I don't want to see anybody being. I'm being dead serious. No, let's not be nasty to her, guys. This is it. Okay, it's over. We won. That's it. We won, right? So let's just move on and thank her. Thank you.
For infringing
I'm being
the
dead
content
serious.
nuke.
Please do not.
The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins. This lawsuit has given me a greater understanding of copyright protection, people's copyrights, and the importance of protecting copyrights in the online content creation community. It is important for the entire content creation community to respect the intellectual property rights of other creators, and I will adhere to the lessons I've learned throughout this process going forward. I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from
the state of
Hassan
Israel.
Piker.
Oh.
Hassan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me behind the scenes. It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for him helping me without providing any. As to the GoFundMe money, to the extent there are any remaining funds after I pay my attorney's fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the Kleins. The funds will not go to anyone else, including Denham's or Frogan, to defend their lawsuits. For the record, I have agreed to cooperate with the Kleins in their litigation against the H3 Snark mods for promoting my live stream to the extent that I am able. I will offer my support, including testifying under oath to everything I have just stated, to help their cause. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge other misconduct and bad behavior I have exhibited online.
Yes. Oh God, if she doesn't apologize for the Destiny APAC comment, we're coming down. Okay. She'll do it. She's gonna save me, save my ass.
For example, weaponizing the death of Asmongold's mother was inexcusable. I should know better because I have 3 disabled people that rely on me. Moving forward, I will do better. I also want to apologize to the crew of the H3 podcast, particularly AB and Olivia.
Yeah.
I apologize for calling them cowards for not quitting their jobs. That was a shameful attack on 2 people who deeply care about Palestine and Palestinian people. AB, along with his wife Lena, have done more than I have ever done for the Palestinian people, including raising over $100,000 in charity. I recognize that they have actually made Palestinian lives better, and my online antagonism and trolling has not.
Holy shit.
I apologize to Ethan and Gila personally. I have said extremely mean and cruel things about both of them, particularly my misogynistic attacks against Gila that never should have been said. I also want to acknowledge the pervasive problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. It should concern all of us. I condemn it and will not participate in it. To that end, I wish the Kleins success in enforcing TED Entertainment's copyright and protecting the legal rights of online content creators.
Fuck. Wow.
Just sit on that for a sec.
Wait, where's my fucking apology? Hey, it's not finished, is it? Asmongold gets one, but I don't. She lied about me 6 times in 45 seconds. Dude. This is Nuremberg, where half of the fucking Nazis get away with it. Like, oh, and they're just like, oh yeah, well done, guys. You live and you learn, eh? Sorry about that. No. What the fuck?
Check my phone here. Sit on that. You know, just we'll,
it all in.
We'll look at it. You know, it's just sit on it. What a heartfelt. I mean, like genuinely, and I'm gonna say something. Casey Tron, we've said it continually throughout this. You are extraordinarily funny and a very talented person.
True.
And I wish you all the best in the future, in your future endeavors. And I know you will continue to make people laugh, and to and to continue to bring joy to people in that regard. I do. I think you are extremely funny and very clever. So, and I accept your apology. I do. And I appreciate all the sincerity and just all the specific. A lot of the stuff in there was really.
I'm assuming they dictated what needs to be in the apology. Well, yeah, obviously, because there's certain things that they want addressed and acknowledged, which is why it was obviously someone who is not Casey Tron's idea to apologize for misogynistic comments, because obviously that's her number one weapon. Everyone who attacks Casey Tron is an incel or a misogynist. That's like her number one thing, right? She loves that shit. And obviously, I think people knew that, and that's why they've decided to throw that into the apology, because that must leave like the more bitter taste in her mouth, right? Like, yeah.
I think warranted, and I'm glad that she's, come to terms with a lot of it, and I appreciate it. I really think she's turned a new leaf. I do. Now let's watch it. Now I can pause it and stuff, right?
Yeah, now that we've watched it, you can do whatever you want.
All right, so now one part that really stands out to me is the part about Hassan, because he really did make it. And do we have that clip right of when Hassan was making it sound like?
Can we watch that?
Yeah. When Hassan was making it sound like he was going to help them. And I mean, rightfully so. If I was him, I would have reached out immediately and offered my support, emotionally and financially, right? And that is something I have done, in other instances.
It's incredibly stressful, both emotionally and financially, to go through a lawsuit.
It is.
Everybody
and I
knows
appreciate
that.
the situation she's been in, and that's why...
which is also why I'm so glad to at least put one behind us.
Yeah.
And
I know it was difficult on her, and I'm glad that she's
It
free
was
of
difficult
it now.
for her.
She can
Yeah,
just move
it
on.
was.
We can all move on. I really do. My heart.
Turn a new page.
I have appreciation
Reparations. Yeah.
for Casey Tron.
Yeah. Rehabilitative justice.
And I thank her very much for the
Chairman Mao
very,
struggle sessions. No, not
thorough
that.
and sincere
Not that.
apology.
Stop. Not that.
That being said, let's watch this clip of when Hassan suggests.
Oh no.
He will be helping them behind the scenes.
He has also admitted multiple times he wants to hurt you financially through them, as if you were their legal guardian. No, I know.
I have never suggested that, by the way. Or, well, I did suggest that he should help them, which he should. I mean, they're his orbiters, right? And Hassan is extraordinarily rich. In fact, saying he just sits on a pile of cash, like
That's what he
Smaug,
said
the dragon.
Yeah, he said on Leftovers, he just...
Pete Hegseth, SS Secretary of War. That's a very unfortunate typo, isn't it? Almost too unfortunate. Huh. I love how Pete Hegseth's entire fucking contribution to the military is do more push-ups, even if you're an Intel desk fucking rotund ham in your mid-60s. But also, laws of armed conflict are kind of gay. It's not really helping him much with the double-tapped S. Anyway.
I go, what do you do with your fortune?
Just sits there.
He goes,
like-
I just sit on it.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, Smaug the dragon. You don't have any fucking better uses than just sitting on a pile of gold?
Yeah, I gotta stop.
Anyway, so here's what he said.
That's why he keeps saying, like, oh, socialist, why won't he give these guys money? Trust me, if I offer support...
Well, apparently socialism is when you don't give people money, because as a capitalist myself and a liberal Democrat, I would absolutely give them money.
Yeah, solidarity, not charity. Solidarity in this case meaning do absolutely nothing. Remember, charity is bourgeois, liberal. We want solidarity, not charity. That's the socialist slogan. But obviously, in this case, solidarity actually just meant do nothing.
Pay all my employees, you know what I mean? my mods, everybody gets paid around here. I don't ask anybody to work for free. That is a uniquely socialistic philosophy, it seems like, at least from Hassan's POV.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Hassan's
Hassan's version of
special.
socialism.
Yeah.
Is I get paid a mountain of coins to sit and guard on, and you get nothing.
I hate all of you. You won't know about it. Okay.
Apparently you will. It's such a good call.
So you see, like the implication there is pretty heavy.
Yeah.
And he even gives like, let me go back because oh shit, it's so long. Hold on. Let me
Damn, he actually.
7-hour clip. Let me reopen it to the timestamp because there's some important stuff, guys. And I just
People are pointing out even it's Smaug.
That's I was saying it right.
Did you say Smaug?
No, I literally went out of my way to say Smaug.
Oh, okay, well then
run it back,
with the
bro.
chatters. Pick it up with the chatters.
Because I knew people were going to be geared up to call me out for that, and I went out of my way to pronounce it right.
Okay.
Pull it back.
No, I believe
Run
you.
it back.
I believe you.
Smaug.
I believe you. These chatters, they're wilding, dude.
I do want to continue to emphasize, be nice to Casey Tron. We won. She apologized. That's it.
I'm seeing a lot of love for her.
Yeah,
in chat,
that's
saying
it.
A+ apology.
I don't know how the rest of the.
She is every woman.
Listen, I want to at least be able to say that from our community.
I believe
we forgive, we move on, and we can all appreciate that she's a funny, talented person, and that's it. That's the game. Yeah, let me open this timestamp.
Well, that's good. Peace, truth, reconciliation, nation building, accountability, deconstruction. Well done, guys. We got all of those things. A bit of the old capitalist liberal democracy legal system. Hell yeah. Although I never got an apology for the Destiny APAC, so I am very upset right now. Fuck me. Well done, guys. Well done, well done, well done. Okay. Spider DM her about it. Yeah, Spider do that. No, I mean, yeah. I can't imagine what will be said. Hey, what's your thoughts on getting sued by Ethan Klein? What's your thoughts on apology video? I'm sure he will. Okay. I think that's all we have, isn't it? That's all we need. Not much else to it, is there? That's that's the way of the world. Barbas, thanks for $5. What the fuck? I wanted Marwan Barghouti, not this Sinwar jobber. Sorry.
These people defenseless.
So he's saying, I will talk about it because I feel if I don't support them, I'm leaving them defenseless. In other words, he's kind of saying like, I want you guys to donate.
Wait, what did he say?
Just, I feel like if I don't give any attention to this with my platform, it's like, then I feel like I'm leaving these people defenseless.
So he's saying, I will talk about it because I feel if I don't support them, I'm leaving them defenseless. In other words, he's kind of saying like, I want you guys to donate. But when it comes time for him, he doesn't even fucking reach out. He did not even, I want you guys to understand this. This man did not even reach out. Okay.
I do wonder about this. The other side of this question is what I'm trying to put myself in Hassan's shoes. If someone is an orbiter, like I guess they're good for you in the sense that they praise you all the time. But if they're really just there to, I don't know how much of an orbiter Caseytron was, but if it's like Denims or Mike from PA, if they're just there to soak up your fucking viewers when you are off stream, and they're just there to basically just give all the same takes that you would and to defend you and to react to your stuff, like what? Hassan doesn't really ask them to do that, does he? He doesn't like they're just doing that for themselves. He doesn't really owe them anything. Like that's why they never come on his stream. So I wonder if Hassan sits there and just thinks like, yeah, Mike from PA, Denims, that's kind of like they embarrass me more than help me, really, you know. And they orbit me for their benefit, not for mine. It's just why do I help them? Maybe I don't know. I have no idea what he's thinking. I guess the thing he's mainly thinking is that helping them just does nothing for him. It doesn't do anything for him.
but he wants all of his fans to donate. Well, yeah, I know that for a fact. I mean, that's what she just.
The whale does not concern itself with the cleaner fish.
Testified, or well, I don't know if that's the correct word, but that's what she said, and she said she would repeat it under oath. So that's I don't think she would lie in the apology. That would be a really bad idea, right? So no, I totally believe her. She didn't lie about anything. Casey Chun's been exceedingly honest and straightforward about everything. And again, once again,
we have no
applauding
reason
her.
to.
What I want to see now is maybe do I want to go into the Hassan's Twitch stream and watch the people trying to tell him about the apology in chat, and him and those messages getting very swiftly deleted. There's no way he will ever address this, is there? Unless he calls it a hostage video. But he can't even do that because he must know that if he calls it a hostage video, he's gonna get fucking responded with people showing him the way that he reacted to Israeli hostage videos. Because he was one of those people who watched those people smiling and thought, oh, look, they like them. Maybe it's a hudna. Shut up.
It's not true, so yeah.
No, she's been extraordinarily honest about everything. So yeah, 100%.
He has also admitted multiple times he wants to hurt you financially through them as if you were their legal guardian. No, I know. That's why
I don't know if I said that, but okay, I don't care either way.
Keep saying
it's not my goal for the record.
Actually, we could tell like it's hard to avoid something like that coming up in your chat, right? That people will be letting him know about it. And he does read chat. So can we tell? Can we do some body language analysis and see if he's actually aware that see if he actually knows what happened?
Launch money. Aesthetically speaking, he is way goofier. Like he's way more autistic. You know?
Okay, he's a bit subdued.
Harry Emden. Harry Emden.
Oh wait,
like
he's losing.
when Harry Emden first came onto the scene, I was like, you're not fucking Steve Kornacki. Stop trying to be Steve. And Harry basically heard our cries that he was not Steve Kornacki and said, holy Toledo, let me tell you what I will be doing with my newsboy voice, my transatlantic accent, and my weird weird speech patterns and the way I call out years.
Well, the pausing is like
where he says
he does maybe sound like he's got something else. When I'm bored, I talk like this, right? When I've got something else in my mind, I talk like that. I don't know. Maybe it does seem like he's got some. He does seem like he's a bit distracted, right? He sounds a bit distracted, deflated almost. And this posture. What is this posture? This hunch, this lean. Whatever.
Oh, socialist. Why
he
won't
knows.
He give these guys money? Trust me. If I offer support,
watch his
you
face.
Won't know about it.
Watch his face right now. What do you suppose that means? Let me zoom in so that people with poor vision can see what I just saw.
About it. Okay. I keep saying like, oh, socialist. Why won't he give these guys money? Trust me. If I offer support, you won't know about it. Okay.
Now, what do you suppose that
oh no
odd is saying?
Oh shit!
Think about it.
And I think Casey Tron said it really well. It's like he wants the public's gratitude, the public credit. He's like, hey, oh yeah, I'm a socialist. If I reach out, you won't hear about it. And
yeah, but maybe this is a dry financial season. You know, this has happened to him before, right? Like, just listen. Once a working class nickel and dimer. Apparently, nickel and dime doesn't even mean that. Apparently, it means something completely different. But I guess scrimp and save is what he's trying to say, right? Yeah, maybe he's just having one of those days. You know, maybe like he lost a lot of ad money because of the Dan fucking campaign or whatever the fuck. He lost a lot of money because of the ads. Maybe he's just having a tight month. Scrimp and save. You know. You know, back in the day when he had to travel and sometimes he had to book his own flight and hotel room, it's just like that, you know? Maybe he has to book his own private jets. Fuck. Happened to anyone. Maybe he's back to his roots. He's back to his fucking necessity budget again.
He even goes out his way to go. Right? But then when you find out he didn't even reach out.
Didn't even
so the
reach
way
out.
Casey Trump said it really
Unbelievable.
rings true is that he wanted
Disgusting.
the public credit, the goodwill, but he didn't want to actually engage in any of the actual work. The man couldn't even reach out and offer his emotional support, right? I'd be like, hey, listen.
Not even
We've got
a
this
high
GoFundMe
hope
money.
Damn.
If things get dire, if you need me, I'm here for you. I'm going to make sure you don't drown. He didn't do anything. What a scumbag. I am sorry, but what a fucking scumbag.
Yep.
Wait, why is Willie Mack saying that Ethan's getting all the GoFundMe money? Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Did we, is there, I haven't seen that. What the fuck?
That was incredible. That was incredible. That was an incredible thing to learn. You know.
Yeah. Did that
That's
come
a
out in
good point.
Discovery?
He doesn't have emotions to share. That might be. That might be true. Well, he has money to share. If it's not emotion.
After lawyers' fees, it's going to Ethan. Oh, okay. How much is that? We don't know. I'm fucking stupid. I didn't hear that. Sorry, retard. Ugh.
All right, so let's go over this.
And by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. I want to begin by stating I take responsibility for.
You want a part of it? Well, I did think I deserved 30K because I said I was going to say 5K for every lie she told about me in that 45-second clip. So that, and it came up to 30K because she did 6 lies in 45 seconds. So, I mean, we can narrow it down, you know, 3K. I'm a nice guy, okay? I'm bare necessities. Bare necessities. 1 flight, 1 hotel room. Not much to ask, is it? Business class? Yeah, live a little.
Infringing the content nuke. The lawsuit was not
It
frivolous.
should be 8K because that's how much she said I was getting paid by Chorus Media to do Destiny APAC Israel propaganda.
When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins.
Yeah, I really appreciate that because I've really resented this narrative from Hassan and all these people in orbit who say their lawsuits are
A year supply. If I get a few pots of hummus, I'll be all right. I'll be good, and it has to be Sabra, obviously, just for the memes.
are frivolous. When you spend a second to look into it, it's clearly not frivolous. And they keep rehashing the same dumb arguments like, oh, if it wasn't frivolous, why aren't you suing Asmongold? Dude, I said it in the video. I said it a million times over every time. It's because
It's not the same.
they willfully and maliciously copyright infringe.
Yeah.
Right? All 3 of the people
And she gets shit if she ends up contradicting this later. I don't know how it is in the US, but in the UK, yeah, 100%. In the UK, if you plead guilty to, but I don't know if it's because it's maybe different because in Tommy Robinson's case, right, he had to go back to court for contempt because he violated his order in a defamation suit. He pled guilty, defamation, paid the money, and then he made another documentary just defaming the kid again. He did it twice. So yeah, maybe, but I don't know if it must be, right? If you go and just contradict everything you said in an apology for a civil suit, there would be some kind of contempt going on or something, right?
suing said something to the effect of,
Otherwise, that would be a very
watch it
convenient
with
loophole.
me or somebody else so he doesn't get the views.
Yeah. Like
Right?
everybody knows
so
that
that's
that is just a big
just
giant
obvious.
no-no.
Yeah.
You don't do that.
So I appreciate her saying that right off the rip there.
I want to find out. I want to find out how much it was.
This
Maybe you'll
lawsuit
tell me.
has given me a greater understanding of copyright protection.
And that's
people's
really good, too.
copyrights and the importance of protecting copyrights in the online content creation community. It is important for the entire content creation community to respect the intellectual property rights of other creators.
Yeah.
And I will adhere to the lessons I've learned throughout this process going.
See, I mean, that's a silver lining thing where it's like the whole point of these lawsuits for me has been activism from the start. That's the primary purpose of this. And so when I hear that she's kind of learned how to be more mindful with the way she interacts with copyrighted or other people's property, then I think that's a big win for both of us.
He's just the memeing is so fun. Activism, dude. Oh fuck.
You know, and it's really an important conversation we've been having in this community for years. So it's really nice to hear her say that, right?
Forward. I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from.
What is this? Elon Musk tweet. What's he saying? Skin tone is obvious to anyone who isn't blind. Overwhelmingly, the vast majority of Jewish people look white. That's just a fact. As for whether there's an actual underlying genetic difference, which ACTG sequences are the Jewish ones, and why, does anyone actually know? Mentally, people can define themselves however they want, but that doesn't change how the rest of the world views them. Okay.
Hassan Piker.
Can we soundbite that?
Sure.
I think we should probably clip that. Probably. It's important to bring up.
Hassan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me behind the scenes. It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for helping me without providing any. As to the GoFundMe,
That's a very perceptive analysis from Caseytron there. Not many people come out with that one.
Any remaining funds after I pay my attorney's fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the clients.
Yeah.
The funds will not go to anyone else, including Denham's or Frogan, to defend their lawsuits.
Yeah. And I mean, that's obvious, right? Like we all knew this money was going to end up going to me, and rightfully so. I mean, you can't raise money. The thing with copyright infringement is any money you make in connection with the copyright infringement is all, it's all up for grabs. Or it's not up for grabs. I mean, it's all part of the damages. It's all liability. Where's that? Oh yeah, and also I want to give a special. Actually, Can you do me a favor? Send me. Yeah, I want to send me the GoFundMe so I can thank all the top donators. Actually, including I do want to give a special thank you to Anissa for $1,000, and I know they've been on really hard times, so I know they dug deep to donate that 1,000, and I personally am very grateful for that. So thank you to Anissa and iDubbbz to the effect that he makes any decisions in that household. You know,
Gobi's in the fender.
But I do want to thank all the top donators here. I kind of, let's see here. Top, good. So Xavier Benges, thank you. Anonymous. Anissa Joma, thank you so much. Anonymous. Ari JPG, thank you so
Bad
much.
Empanada. That's not him, though. That wasn't him.
Oh, Bad Empanada, 500. Nah, $500. When you're on the run in Uruguay, $500 goes a long way.
Thank you,
right?
thank you.
I mean, this guy skipped the border from Argentina to Uruguay, and I knew that. Isn't that crazy that I knew that?
Okay, Lorna, give me a call. I'm in my Discord. I'm not going to be long, though, I don't think. I don't have long.
Because that's been confirmed now that he's in Uruguay. It's
Marty's
not even
sleepy.
like a conjecture. He's there, right? There's this new Twitter feature where they...
When you say that you're in the Discord and you're not, that's a lie. Because you said, I'm in the Discord, and then you joined it after. You think I didn't see what you did?
Preemptive. Like you guys did to the USS Liberty in 1967.
Okay. Also, that was a mistake. We apologized. Okay? And I say we as the Jews, of course, of the world together, 1 hour later.
That's what you'd like us to know. Okay.
Listen, how you feeling about all this stuff? I think it's pretty fucking diabolical to thank the top donators. That's fucking insane.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Why
I
is
mean,
it
basically... Go ahead.
What, because the money goes to him? I think the
Yeah.
Hassan clip is my favorite bit. That was very good.
Oh my god! I just put the compilation to Twitter just now. It's the shot. If I donate, you'll never know about it. Wink, wink. Because I do things behind the scenes. And then the chaser, Casey Tron, being like, I ain't even heard from this motherfucker. Who's Hassan? Hassan? Yeah, it's just so good.
I do wonder if she actually means that bit though, because obviously these kinds of apologies are just like you swallow your pride and you get it over with. But I wonder if she's sincere about that bit.
You certainly wouldn't lie, right? Because that would destroy. Because Hassan would be like, what's this, right? No shot. Otherwise.
Yeah, I don't know. Fuck.
What do you think that Casey Tron's lying in her statement?
No, yeah, I think she probably means that because when she was streaming about it earlier, she was like, where the fuck is Hassan? Where's Hassan? She was already publicly complaining that he wasn't helping. So yeah, I think everyone kind of knew that it was very unlikely he was going to do that.
Do you want to, if you want to see something funny, hold on. Let me just see. It
was a good apology though, wasn't it? What do you think?
Sure. I mean, it was good for Ethan. Yeah.
I'm not asking if it was good for Ethan. I'm asking if it was good for you. Were you entertained by it? Do you feel?
Oh yeah, big time.
Do you feel there's reconciliation? Do you feel like we can move on now to a brighter future, nation building, peace?
No.
Oh.
But if you want to see something funny, okay, I would just pull up Hassan's stream and just look at his face and know that he's fucking losing his fucking mind. Oh wait, is he addressing it right now? He might be.
Is he?
He is, I think.
No way.
He is. Yeah. But you have
Okay,
to go
we're
back
on.
a little bit. You just started.
In your settlement negotiations.
Oh shit!
If Ethan Klein is up your asshole, crawling up your asshole,
videos?
hell yeah.
Wait, where is it?
You
4
click
hours
his
ago.
name,
Okay.
go to
Yeah, got it.
videos.
I know. Don't worry. It's not my first time on Twitch. .tv.
Apparently it is. You don't have a breaking
This is
news
what I
thing?
do.
Okay, share
Absolutely. Since the redistricting, there's just been a deep frustration. And I think State Representative Acton Bain, who is from probably one of the more liberal corners of an already blue city, she's tapped into some of that frustration and some of that Republican.
And
It
this shit's
is still
bomb.
favored for Republican Power Center at this point. So
What about you? Oh, awesome.
Oh, okay.
President Trump and-
Okay, he got the chat comment. Okay, well, guys, all right, strap in, slap a clock.
Strap in. I'm strapped.
Okay, here it goes.
The Republican Party, and it's a warning. A fresh poll.
The Kleins made Casey Tron apologize and say stuff about you. Oh, awesome. Is she done? Is it over?
I mean, he does now.
Will she no longer be haunted by the H3H3 podcast?
It's
right.
fine.
I hope she said I
not mad.
suck. I don't give a shit.
Oh, fuck.
Jesus, fuck.
What? She's a victim.
She settled?
A victim of Israeli methods.
And threw you under the bus, kind of? What do you mean? Under what bus?
Ooh, he's gonna be mad. He's gonna
Fuck.
be super mad.
I am angrily chomping on his little
That
biscuit.
is that's the angriest eating I've heard this week.
Please, I wanted to watch the clip and react to it. Please.
Please, he won't. There's no way he will. But I mean, he'll see it though.
Something about your indifference, but whatever. We shouldn't talk about this, to be honest. No, great.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
She should went harder.
indifferent? She should have went harder. Dude.
Going harder than
She was at risk of going as broke as he was when he was earning 61K. What the fuck?
You think I give a shit?
She was at risk of being reduced to a basic necessities LA millionaire child budget. And he wanted her to just go farther. What the fuck? That's so insensitive.
I want this legal bullying to end. You can say whatever the fuck you want about me. If it's going to get Ethan Klein off your ass, go ahead.
What? Dude, this one does not. Oh, no.
Oh, fuck, he's angry. Jesus.
Oh, no.
She said she had to say, you said you will help, but did not help at all and just use it to make yourself popular.
No, Hassan, don't read that comment.
That's what they demanded in the settlement. That's so fucking sad.
No, that's what she
But hey,
said.
yeah,
Oh,
Hassan,
now
right,
we
I'm a bad person.
Now we don't
Deny it,
believe.
Hassan.
Now we don't believe what hostages say. Yeah, deny it. What the fuck? I don't know if you were listening, but earlier, but I was saying that it's so ironic that he's going to say that the stuff she's saying is like under duress, or she's forced to say whatever to get Ethan off his back. But
Yes, with the whole Hamas stuff.
yeah. Fuck.
That's funny.
Yeah, thank you.
You can say whatever the fuck you want about how much of a fucking douchebag I am, how much you hate me in your settlement negotiations.
He's not denying
if
it.
Ethan Klein is up your asshole, crawling up your asshole, hell yeah.
Oh God.
Did he just end straight? No, it's catching up.
Yeah.
What do I do to
That
make
would've
it
been
catch
funny,
up?
though.
That would have been
I
a
think
funny
you
rage
just
quit.
refresh. 351.46. Refresh.
Yeah. Please.
Say I'm an anti-Semitic terrorist.
Please drag it
Go
out.
to 351.46 is where we were.
Okay.
You think I give
Oh,
a
just
shit?
a little bit behind.
What are you, crazy?
Let's go.
Crawling up your asshole? Hell yeah.
Okay, come on.
Say I'm a bad guy. Say I'm anti-Semitic. Say I'm an anti-Semitic terrorist.
Well, in this current instance, we're just saying you said you'd help your friend and you didn't. You said you'd help your little lowly fucking gaggle orbiter. Like,
You think I give a shit? What are you, crazy?
Bro, he is
Yeah,
fucking
I want this.
stun-locked.
I want this fucking insane. I want this insane torment to end.
I just don't want to contribute
glad
anything to
that,
make it end.
I'm glad that Casey Tron no longer has to deal with this fucking nightmare.
And I'm glad that I was able to help, really.
They made her say anti-Semitism is on the rise in the left. Pretty
Fuck.
vile people. I mean, I don't think a single person that looks at this statement is going to be like, wow, this is a sincerely written apology.
Oh,
No,
it's
they're gonna fucking
perfect.
be like,
It's perfect. Fuck me. Someone needs to give me the clip. I need someone to send me the clip of him talking about Israeli hostages smiling at their Hamas captors. Please, God. Please, God.
I don't think a single person that looks at this statement is going to be like, wow, this is a sincerely written apology. No, they're going to fucking be like,
I believe
well,
it.
since this is brought up, they made her apologize to Asmongold too. This shit's got to stop. Again,
This
great.
shit's got to stop.
Bro, he
If
is
you are
fucked.
getting your rocks off,
What'd you say?
He can't. He's fucked. He can't just be like, yeah, that's not true. I did reach out to Casey Tron.
Yeah, I know, but you see what he does there, right? It's like, it's that you just find something that you can more easily deny, right? Like if someone, like say you're in a bar and this guy is like fucking leering at some girl and making her really uncomfortable, and then she calls you out, or she calls the guy out, and then or you call him out, and he says, "Oh yeah, yeah, just do it. Just call me a rapist. Call me a pedophile. Call me a fucking child like molester." Like whoa, dude. Back the fuck up. Yeah, until it's the whole point is to make you forget about what the actual complaint is, right? Yeah.
off of basically trying to bankrupt a random person online, so much so that they might become homeless, and you make them shoot an ISIS-style hostage video in the process of mediator, and that's how we can get...
Oh no, bro! You want to know something? Fucking loner! I'm about to show you something that's gonna be so bad for Casey Tron if this happens.
Breaking news. What?
Breaking news.
Okay, 1 minute.
People are saying that they're gonna dispute their GoFundMe donations, and if they do, Casey Tron is double fucked because now that means that she has to pay Ethan Klein and the money that could be possibly clawed back. I don't know how that even works though. Oh my God.
Okay, I'm really sorry, but like I was playing the Slop O'Clock intro, so people probably didn't hear 5 seconds of
God
that.
damn
But what, people are going to dispute their donations?
Ooh, it got
to the
deleted.
GoFundMe.
Hold on, I got a
it's gone.
screenshot.
Uh-huh.
Boom, good thing. Papa Bear. Hold on, let me get the comments here for you. Do you have the comments? Oh, you got the comments.
Yes, I do have the comments. Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
In light of recent events, if you are looking to reverse your donation given the new recipient for any amount above the legal fees, I would recommend disputing this with GoFundMe, as settlement money is not captured by the term legal fees used in the description. Okay, my guess is that the settlement money will be legal fees. That's it. Surely.
Yeah, I mean, but it's so funny because if all these people start doing chargebacks, like Casey Tron's gonna get fucking destroyed. They're so stupid.
Well, and then
I mean, maybe
has nothing to give.
maybe Casey Tron's an enemy to them now. I don't fucking know.
It's good to indicate that you felt misled. If that is the case,
I would like to call upon the viewers of this stream to recite the Alpha Tier verse for the soul of the martyred Twitch streamer Casey Tron.
Thanks for the $10, Barbas. Dispute with GoFundMe. Okay. If they reject the dispute, try going through your credit card and bank to dispute. Just a thought and heal in case people feel disappointed with where their money may be headed. It got deleted. What are the comments? I believe Casey said the settlement amount is the remainder of the GFM minus her attorney fees. I'm guessing the answer is no, but do you know if there's any way via GFM to see what the amount is? I still would love for her to at least not have had to pay lawyers. Huh? I'm scared this would screw her. Oh yeah, they're saying I'm scared this would screw her over. First option on the funds, so some large donors requesting theirs back won't hurt that.
They don't know how GoFundMe works. All the money is already in Casey Tron's account. It's not like
held
it just doesn't work. It's not like in a PayPal where she's gonna get it now. No, that money, if anyone charges back,
it comes
out. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happens then. I assume GoFundMe probably has like complete. I guess that type of thing has to be like, unless they say it's fraud. Ooh, I honestly don't know. Because like, imagine I stole your credit card and donated to Casey Tron and just saw it. I assume I'd get my money back, right? I'd be like, I didn't fucking do it.
Yeah.
Right?
Is someone here? Is this sarcastic or are they really this fucking retarded? Oh, she's sending the GoFundMe money to Ethan Klein. That's ellipses unexpected. This is a joke, right? This person's joking.
No.
Why would they not expect that to be an outcome of a lawsuit?
Because they all are fucking in delusional la la land where they assumed that they were gonna win this case. It was fucking rock solid. All this other shit. Dude.
Oh, because like she lied to her audience about it, right? Saying it was frivolous. And it's almost as if people who watch these creators regularly and support them actually believe the things that they say. Huh. Interesting.
Interesting.
Huh.
Well, I hope they don't charge back because that will only fuck over Casey Tron, and I don't think they should do that. Like Ethan Klein probably already has his money at this point. Like it's already in his bank account. You can't do anything to hurt that guy. But these people charging back will absolutely fuck over Casey Tron.
Well, we'll see.
Get your rocks off. You are one of the biggest, most pathetic losers of all fucking time, torturing small streamers to get your fucking rocks off like the absolute loser that you are. Congratulations. You got your fucking legally mandated, court mandated.
By the way, let's watch this Bad Empanada video where about 10 fucking small creators get doxxed. Nice one.
Apology. And it wasn't even to serve any sort of justice whatsoever. It was because you had a lot of fucking money. You had a lot more money than they did, so you could bury them in a mountain of paperwork. Okay? No, you're in the right, dude. Everybody knows that's what real winners do. And the reality of the matter is, yeah, by the way, Ethan is literally behaving like Israel. This is like Israel-style behavior.
Those fucking goddamn Jewish fucking lawyers out there doing the lawyering and settling.
I said that 10 minutes ago as a joke. Israeli techniques.
You know what's funny is like I don't think there's anything he could have done that they would have been like I put it to Twitter, but it was just like I fucking hate this guy. I can't believe it. You know?
Yeah. He always excels himself, doesn't he? Fuck's sake.
Fuck. All right, I have to fucking go get dinner. As much as I would love to talk about this with you forever, just know that Ethan Klein won. This is total Klein domination and absolute destruction of Hassan Piker. I would like to say Casey Tron got out the worst here, but it's definitely Hassan that's gotten the worst out of everyone here by far. So, all right, bye.
Bye.
The reality of the matter is, if anyone actually looks at that, if anyone actually looks at any of those statements whatsoever and turns around and says, wow, this is, justice has been served here, they're already a fucking loser too.
Israeli
The funniest part about this is the idea that like Hassan used this
Israeli style attack. Oh my, that's fucking brilliant. I can't believe he said that.
to promote himself and his and maintain popularity. Yeah, it was a real popular thing, especially amongst the biggest fucking losers on the internet. Are you worried he will ever try to sue you? No. Why the fuck would I be worried that he would try to sue me? What can he sue me over? Nothing. No, he's too busy trying to sue whoever he can that he can bury in a mountain of fucking paperwork.
Wait, are you trying to say that the people that he did sue, he was able to sue them? He had something to sue them for? Okay. Uh-oh. He didn't even watch the video. Why the fuck would he watch the video? Hassan doesn't watch anyone ever say anything like not nice about him on stream. He doesn't do that.
If anything makes them look bad, is the most forced thing I've ever seen. Exactly. Yeah, what's he going to do? Defame me and then sue me for not suing him for defamation? What are we talking about?
But he's dragging it, isn't he? For someone who's
yeah, he's going to sue me for not watching the content nuke after he begged me.
Sounds like he did watch the video but not on stream. He 1,000,000,000% just didn't watch the video. Wait, where was the stamp? Fuck. He's watching Candace Owens. No.
You can say whatever the fuck you want about how much of a fucking douchebag I am. How basically trying to bankrupt
here,
especially amongst the biggest fucking losers on the internet.
Okay, it's about here, yeah.
Busy trying to sue whoever he. That's it. If anything makes them look bad, is the most forced thing I've ever seen. Exactly. Yeah, what's he gonna do? Defame me and then sue me for not suing for not watching? Gross. Let's get back to real shit. Issues that do matter here. Specifically, the Harry Emden polls on Donald Trump.
Gallup is out that could put Republicans on shaky ground in the midterms if the president's approval rating.
That's some serious political commentary. Nice one. I can't believe he actually said the thing about it being an Israel response, which I said as a joke. Okay. Fucking hell, man. Okay, that was fun. That was and before Lance makes a video calling Casey a traitor. No, they're all going to just at the same time, they're all going to rediscover the idea of the fact that hostage videos are not sincere. Like it just took them 2 years to figure that out. Israel response, you mean the part when she was finally willing to talk and they came to a deal? Good one. Get me the cock out of here. Wait, what's this? It's just people saying they hate Ethan and the snark. Okay. What is he?
I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hassan Piker. Hassan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me behind the scenes. It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for helping me without providing any.
No, they didn't make her pin the video. It's, oh, maybe, I don't know. But this is Dan's Twitter. What a state, man. Dan can finally eat a real burger. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Man, what a day. Okay. Huge news. Fuck's sake. Okay. When are you talking to Chris Cutler? I don't know. He said he wasn't feeling well, so also don't call him that. That's very disrespectful to my interlocutor. Mad. All right. Where the fuck is my... I did my connections today. The new one doesn't come until midnight. So we're on a 9 streak now, eh? Okay. Okay, we're good. Where's my... I need to... Do I raid out? Where? Redirect. Who's on? Okay. Okay, if you guys want the real politics, not the fucking nonsense that I've been covering today, go to IRI. Okay, I'm sending you to IRI's way. Wait, I need to do a dono thank you. 1 second. Boo. Where is it? Where the fuck is the fucking... Hang on. Oh yeah, here. Dave Gunner, thanks for the $4.99. Did you hear that Trump enforced a no-fly zone over Mar-a-Lago, so planes have to take a different route landing at the airport now? Yeah, well, Jesus, what a piece of shit. ZJM, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Wow. All right, love you guys. Take care. Bye.